lot of Canadian assistance, but because of particular issues, it just didn't work. But the structure is still there, and it's possible that someday somebody will resurrect it. Even some of the tubes are still there, as you can see. Now let's look at some potential projects. All right. Now the most important potential project was the Blue Mountain Water Supply Scheme and hydroelectric energy. The Yallas pipeline came out of that as just one segment of an overall project where they were going to be tunneling from the Portland side, bringing water from Rio Grande through that tunnel dump it into the Yallas and to Mahoganyville area, and then with that altitude drop also generate electricity. It was massive. It didn't happen. It has been looked at again, I know of, in the last, up to when Dr. Chang was the Minister of Water, I know it was looked at by a company from out of China. So there are challenges. You'd have to do an east-west tunnel. You can see the length of it, nearly 25 kilometers of tunnel. They'd have to put in all kinds of things to get this thing going. Major challenges. So there are alternatives. So one alternative is to just put a dam, say at Mahoganyville, dam the Yallas River, and bring some water over, or do a smaller tunnel. So we've looked at a number of things over time. All right? The fact is that a lot of the proposals that have come in have premised the costing on providing the water. And it is my opinion, and the opinion of many others, that you need to premise the cost on the cost of generating electricity. Because water is what? We need to restrict that cost. You can't put the premium cost of the whole venture on trying to recover it out of the water. The water should be, in my opinion, should be a byproduct of the process. I think I blacked myself out. So I have these gauge stations all over Jamaica. To look at, for these rivers to be maintained, it means that the rainfall has to be maintained. We're looking at the rainfall distribution, all right? The climate change group was here. Doc was here yesterday. Not your Doc, not you, Doc, but your Doc was here yesterday talking about, what's happening with climate change and all of that. And those are big issues, all right? What we're seeing here, what you're seeing is you're seeing current stations, potential stations, and very really potential stations, okay? Now, the ones in red, they have been looked at extensively by groups out of Italy, engineering firms out of Italy, and they've made proposals and whatnot. Again, it's the matter of the costing of the recovery. You must cost this thing to recover it out of electricity, not water. And that has been a challenge. Because at the end of the day, water supplies, we already have a network. Nobody's going to build a new network of water supplies. So they're going to tap into what the NWC has. NWC have paying customers at rates that they are comfortable with. So the fact is, you can't now foist on the NWC something that would then let them have to either scale rates for a particular area or whatever. The people wouldn't take it. It would be a problem. So we've looked at the Martha Brae. We see where we can get probably 4.4 megawatts off the Martha Brae, all right? A dam, again, extending it some way so that you would get some kind of a drop because it's pretty flat between the dam and the generation facility. In a lot of instances, all the traditional facilities that you look at, if you Google hydroelectric power, the dam and the generating facility are in the same structure, like down in the base of the dam or whatever. So we've looked at the Martha Brae. We've looked at Spanish River in Portland, same thing. Even more potential, 7.2 megawatts, all right? And we've looked at what the main components are. We've looked at the Rio Cobre, a fantastic river, a big river, but again, a pretty flat river. You drive right beside, you could walk, you could ride your bicycle right along a lot of the Rio Cobre and not break a sweat. It's such a gradual rise. All right, so all of these are issues. The Green River, which is up above Mavis Bank, same situation. And Wild Cane River, also in St. Thomas. And finally, the big one. It's our big river. But look at the potential. 2 plants on it, and you're generating less than 2 megawatts. But listen, every megawatt counts, and that's the important thing, I think. So somewhere along the line, we have to get in there. Of course, when we do these analyses, we look at what's good, and we also look at what's the challenges. So we've picked up challenges. You know, Renewable, it's already a very important river for irrigation. For NIC, you're impacting that. You know, Green River, landslide prone area. I live up there, I know. I'm coming from out of the mountains right now. Saw River, you know, Swift River, same thing. And then the question is, what next? Is it a run-of-the-river system or a pumped hydro? So let's talk about that. A run-of-the-river, you put the system on the river is coming along, it falls into it, and it runs along, and it generates electricity, and it goes. The system is on the river. In the pumped hydro, you're taking the water from a water source, even the sea. You're pumping it up to a high elevation, and then you're letting it come back down through some kind of pipe. And in that elevation drop, you will now be able to harness energy. So that's the difference. And that's where a lot of countries are going now, who don't either have the river systems or adequate river systems, or just want to, you know, do something different. And this is what we have been looking at. All right? The other situation that forces you to look that way is our future. See, Mr. 1.5 to stay alive here. And we're not doing so great at it right now, as far as I know. I mean, I've been following COP 27. And this is our own projections, not even his. Yes, we got data from them, but we've put it together with the rainfall and the rivers. And this is what we're seeing in terms of water resources over the next 60 years. This is a dire picture. It's not pretty. So it means that we'll have to be looking at the alternatives. No. And we are. So this is just a diagram run of the river. This is a diagram. The pumped hydro, you pump it up, then it comes back down. Pumped hydro comes with its own questions. Do you use arbitrage or do you use renewable energy? Arbitrage means that you operate the pumps at low periods of demand. So you get a cheaper electricity, and then you release the water and generate electricity at high demand to help to supplant the system. That's arbitrage. And you know what renewable is? It means that you're just using renewable energy to operate the pumps and everything. All right? So those are the considerations that we have. Potential projects that we're currently looking at. One is to take water to the Rio Bueno, our most efficient and productive river, bring it over the mountain. On the way down, it comes down in a pipeline. You put some inline turbines into the pipeline, generate electricity, and then dump the water into Renewable or dump the water into an aquifer recharge system, whatever the situation is. All right, so that's one. There's the tunneling system that we're looking at there. Oh, no, this is the RO plant. No, so in this one, you take like seawater out of the harbor, pump it up above Harbor View, for instance, a Baca Cement Company or something, store it up there in a massive reservoir that's like 10 times the size of Mona, and then you release it. As you release it, you generate electricity. It's seawater, so you can also put in an RO plant. You don't need electricity because that water will be so heavy that it would force its way through the membranes rather than you trying to pump it through. Most of us have carried a bucket of water in our life. So, a bucket of 1 gallon of water is 10 pounds. Can you imagine, 2 million gallons of water in a pipeline coming down, what the weight of that is? That's energy galore. Again, pumped hydro. Out on the Maypen side, and you pump up and then you clear some solutions for basically Maypen back into Spanish Town. I won't have time to go much into this, but this is just to show you that generally speaking, for the reds and blues, our demands and what we have available is a little bit of a problem. So the situation is that we recognize that Jamaica's water is precious. Every drop is precious. And so we have to conserve it. We have to use it well and use it smartly. And that's it. Thank you.
Thoroughly interesting talk, and I'm sure it has generated some questions. So let me remind you that if you're in the room, you can hold your questions, write them down, and we will take the questions at the end. Certainly, if you are online, the description on the YouTube channel allows you to write questions, sorry, the YouTube channel allows you to write and post your questions in the live chat, and we will pick up those questions and ask them at the appropriate time. We're going to invite our second speaker to come. Now, in my opening remarks, I spoke about nuclear energy once again becoming back in the news, and it is fitting that we should have Miss Leslie Hufong here. She is a research scientist at the International Center for Environmental and Nuclear Sciences. She's going to speak to us on research at iSense, applications for consumer safety, trade, and business. Just to tell you a little bit about her, a little more. She has over 20 years of experience. I don't think looking on her you would think that she could have that much working experience. She has a Bachelor of Science in Pure and Applied Chemistry from the University of the West Indies and a Master of Science in Sustainable Development from the University of London. Very accomplished, has published several peer-reviewed publications, conference papers, in demand as a speaker. She has served on several national committees, technical committees. She's our representative, Jamaica's representative to the group of technical experts on waste thresholds under the Minamata Convention on Mercury. She's a member of the Royal Society of Chemistry. You get the idea. She is extremely well qualified. And so we're going to invite her now to come and give her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I think you're in for a little bit of a surprise because I am not speaking about energy, strictly speaking. Okay, so I'll just start with a little bit of background on iSense. iSense was originally known as the Center for Nuclear Sciences when it opened in 1984. We began operations in March 1984 at the University of the West Indies, and the center was renamed in 1996. We operate the Caribbean's only nuclear reactor, the Slowpoke 2, which was commissioned in March 1984. The labs at iSense also house several complementary nuclear analytical and spectroscopic techniques, including X-ray fluorescence, atomic absorption spectroscopy, inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectroscopy, inductively coupled plasma mass spectroscopy, direct mercury analysis, colorimetry, as well as sample preparation and wet chemistry facilities. We also offer dosimetry services, radiation protection, monitoring, and measurement. So our core capacity is really the analysis of trace elements and heavy metals in a variety of sample types, including soils, rocks, plants, food, human tissue, water, effluent. You get the idea. We kind of test everything. And so the research that we do has applications in several fields, including geochemistry, agriculture, human health, forensics, environment, and climate change. So today I will give you a brief overview of some of the past and current studies that are being undertaken at iSense. So the first major study that was undertaken at iSense was a geochemical study of Jamaica, which resulted in the publication of this atlas. This was published in 1996, and it provides baseline data on essential and potentially hazardous elements in the environment, in addition to measurements on background radioactivity. So this has had a lot of applications in mining and agriculture, and further studies have been conducted focusing on agricultural areas, and soil analysis are also offered as a commercial service. We also do water quality analysis and testing of industrial effluent and different types of waste on an ongoing basis, both for research purposes and as a, as a service to external clients. So a kind of natural progression from looking at elements in the soil was looking at elements in food. In particular, we were interested in Jamaican grown crops, and we've reported on both the essential and potentially toxic elements with applications to consumer nutrition, food safety, and food security. We've done further studies, aside from looking at fruits and vegetables, looking at specific commodities and producing pioneering research with direct applications to consumer safety, trade, and business. This includes risk analysis of commonly consumed vegetables that we published a few years ago. So one of these studies included looking at cadmium in bush teas. So coming out of the Geochemical Atlas, there are some areas of Jamaica that have naturally elevated levels of soil cadmium. And so we were very interested in looking at that, especially since everybody here drink bush tea. Are you Jamaican if you don't drink bush tea? So that study on bush tea looked at the total cadmium content as well as the leachable cadmium. We basically standardized the brewing of the tea and looked at how much cadmium you would get from a cup of tea. I'm happy to say that you would get very little. So that kind of study is, thank you. So that study was also the first of its kind, and it remains relevant because, of course, aside from everybody drinking tea, there's increasing interest in the use of herbal teas, herbal remedies, and the growth of the nutraceutical sector. Because rice is a staple of the Jamaican diet, I think most of us here eat rice almost every day. We did studies. No, Marcel? Studies were conducted on the elemental composition of that commodity, focusing on the dietary intake of the essential elements and the estimated exposure to potentially toxic elements. This was especially important for us to assess the arsenic and mercury content, as almost all of the data that had been generated prior to our study was coming out of the US or China. The results were very encouraging considering that we do consume significant amounts of rice, and so the potential for dietary exposure to those elements was low. We also have extensive experience in export monitoring for heavy metals, particularly for fish and seafood. This is something that came up in the panel discussion yesterday. So for many years, we did monitoring of heavy metals in seafood exports to the European Union. And so because we had lots of experience with testing fish and seafood, when the National Lionfish Project was promoting the consumption of lionfish, which is an invasive species, we partnered with them to look at the potential exposure to heavy metals, especially to mercury. They had a campaign that said, eat them to beat them, but and this was a campaign that was ongoing in several other countries in the region and in Central America because it was such a widespread problem. And no one had measured the mercury content of lionfish before, so we were actually, again, the first in the world to do that. In addition to looking at mercury, we also looked at mercury-selenium health benefit ratios and dietary intake and exposure of 24 other elements besides mercury. And since there was a burgeoning lionfish industry, and as far as I know, you can still go to a lot of the beaches and get freshly caught lionfish. Our lionfish is quite low in mercury and is lower in mercury than lionfish that's caught in a lot of other jurisdictions. I am told that it is very tasty. I unfortunately am allergic to fish, so I can't have any, but most of my colleagues who are here this morning have had it. Okay, another project that we undertook was a small study on the cadmium content of Jamaican-grown cocoa and chocolate. This was done in the context of a change in the regulations for imports to the European Union. Those new regulations came into effect in 2019. Jamaica is one of a handful of countries with fine flavor cocoa designation, and so our chocolate is considered a premium product. And again, because there are some areas with high background cadmium levels, we were very interested in looking at that. And this is part of what, something that was mentioned again in the panel discussion yesterday, using science to protect and secure something that is inherently Jamaican and inherently Jamaican products. Also in the context of trade, because there are a lot of countries that we might want to export to that would have regulations for incoming products. From time to time, we have had requests from exporters who want to have their products tested for heavy metals to ensure that they meet the required specifications of the countries that they're exporting to. A current area of research, and we've been doing this for a few years, is food authenticity and food fraud. So we've been engaged in provenance studies, which basically means the origin, where something comes from. And one of our major projects right now looks at the use of laboratory analytical methods to verify the authenticity of Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. The coffee studies that we've done have already yielded a model that can differentiate coffee grown in Jamaica from coffee that's grown in other countries. And so the current focus is actually looking at coffee blends to see if we can use those same lab techniques to differentiate what percentage of Jamaican coffee is in a coffee blend. And that's to ensure that any product that's on the market that says it is a Jamaican coffee blend is complying with the regulations set out by the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority. We will also be looking at applying these methods to other Jamaican products, including our chocolate. It's also worth noting that when we did the rice study, we used similar statistical methods to differentiate between rice varieties, including specialty varieties, and differentiating brown rice from white rice, and that can be used to detect food fraud and food adulteration. We also undertake some forensic studies, and one of the most significant ones is the study of marijuana. Cannabis. It goes by many names. Okay, so we have used our analytical methods to differentiate between different cannabis strains and also to identify the origin of cannabis. Another recently concluded study has looked at the identification of counterfeit pharmaceuticals, in particular counterfeit Viagra, and further studies are being conducted in this area. This is applicable to both locally manufactured pharmaceuticals and imported pharmaceuticals. Thank you. So, lead is a well-known neurotoxin, but nonetheless, lead compounds have long been used as pigments in the paint industry. So growing health concerns in the past couple of decades have led to the phase down or phase out of lead pigments and resulted in a push for regulations governing their use and maximum limits. So a recently concluded study at iSense looked at the lead content of paints available on the Jamaican market, many of which are imported. So this information was vital to the promulgation of the Jamaican standard specification for the limit of lead content in paints and similar coating materials. This is a compulsory standard that sets the limit of paints and other surface coatings sold on the Jamaican market to 90 milligrams per kilogram. The study was conducted with participation from the Bureau of Standards Jamaica and the Pan American Health Organization, and the results of that study were presented at a joint PAHO BSJ Lead in Paint virtual conference earlier this year. So because we have experience in testing a number of different sample types, we are often called on to share our expertise. So iSense researchers have shared their expertise as members of several standards development technical committees at Bureau of Standards, including the National Food Standards Committee, which is also a mirror committee of the ISO TC 34 Food Products Committee. I actually chaired that committee for about a decade. The ISO TC 93 committee, that's the starch committee, for which Jamaica is the secretariat, the Codex Committee for Methods of Analysis and Sampling, and the Detergents Committee. Currently, Mr. Antoine, who is the head of our Nuclear Analytical Lab, chairs the Paint and Surface Coatings Technical Committee, and they undertook the lead in paint study, which was related to the standard specification. I myself, as Prof mentioned, I'm a member of several international working groups, including the AOAC International Food Authenticity Methods Working Group and the Minamata Convention Group of Technical Experts on Mercury Waste Thresholds, which is currently deliberating limits for mining waste. Our input has also been requested for development and discussion of national and international policies and industry guidelines, including the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act. So just to conclude, the practical and real-world applications of the kind of research that we do often goes unseen. We don't make something that you can go to a store and pick up off a shelf. It's not like a phone or a TV or something like that. But the research that we do can inform business decisions and ensure good stewardship of the environment, while product testing, especially for heavy metals, ensures safe consumption and use and compliance with local and international standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very interesting and informative presentation looking on the science done at iSense, and raises a number of questions, but certainly, and one of them is the visibility of that science, which it might be a problem generally throughout our country. This is excellent work that is being done, but we can delve into that a little bit more at the end. The third speaker who we have on our program today is Mr. Carlington Burrell. Let me tell you a little bit about Carlington. Right. Carlington has been addressing climate change challenges through clean tech innovation in the Caribbean by stimulating new business ventures. So you can see the direction we're going in. He's the CEO of the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, or the CCIC. And in that role, he has been supporting the development of and enabling of the ecosystem that fosters innovation and growth-oriented enterprises, while helping them to raise necessary capitals for their business ventures. So Carlington has been working right across the region, establishing regional capacity to support clean tech startups and early-stage companies. And so he's contributing to the emergence of new domestic green industries. He will tell you what that is. Carlington is a climate innovation expert, a business development leader in the Caribbean. He works with government entities, private sectors, quasi-government institutions. He's building capacity for sustainability. Certified project management professional, has a master's degree in computer-based management information systems from the UWI, and a double major Bachelor of Science degree in computer science and electronics, also from the University of the West Indies. He's going to come and he's going to talk to us on funding opportunities for green technology initiatives. So we welcome Mr. Burrell.
Thanks, Prof. And no, Prof wondering why there's not the second aspect of the education is not there. Prof is actually my former teacher, supervisor, co-supervisor for my PhD program, which is not there because I decided to put that on hold. So, yeah, Prof. But we'll talk. Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for attending today. So, CCIC, Tackling Climate Change Through Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Let me just give you an introduction, just a background about CCIC before I go into it. So, CCIC is the first and only clean tech incubator in the Caribbean, serving 14 CARICOM market countries. Actually, we're serving the entire Caribbean right now. We're the first network in the Caribbean to connect incubators and entrepreneurs within the climate technology space. And I'll explain what we meant by that later on. CCIC helped to maximize the opportunities for impact, which is a key word there, from the individual hubs and their technologies and companies they support to create clean tech market linkages. So we partner with the universities, we partner with governments, chambers of commerce, and private sector. In different countries, we have more than one partners because we partner with each ministry, with the Ministry of Tourism, Environment, and so forth, along with the universities within the respective island countries. Some of our offerings, we have a business incubator, mentorship and training, technology commercialization, market development, business acceleration, access to finance, consultancy services, business boot camps, and capacity building. Now, these are some of our programs that we offer locally. So we have been working with the Development Bank of Jamaica, and we have been partnering on several projects and initiatives. In 2021, we disbursed $15 million to 4 entrepreneurs. Last year into this year, we disbursed $30 million in grant funding, I should add, to 7 entrepreneurs. So we had 3 entrepreneurs getting $7 million each, and another 3 getting $3 million each. This year, we're looking to close to doubling that to about $50 to $60 million in grant funding disbursement. Now, what is key here? Entrepreneurs are always saying that they need funding, but believe it or not, that sometimes it is not the funding that they need, but the proper structure, and I will get into that. Also, we partner with the DBJ on another program that we're now developing. So there are 3 institutions apart from CCIC that is involved in this program, which is a patent grant program. So Prof would have spoken about it. What we see is we have a number of theses being developed, number of research, but they're not necessarily being commercialized. So what we're looking to do right now is to commercialize those theses, those research, those patents, right? We don't want them to sit on the shelf. We want to get them into the marketplace to create business and create jobs and so forth, build the economy, of course. So there is $4 million right now that is available to support entrepreneurs or, aspiring entrepreneurs who have those theses, who have those patents to actually commercialize them. So CCIC, along with the University of the West Indies, University of Technology, Northern Caribbean Universities, University, we're working together to create what you call a technology commercialization sub-office. So we take these patents, we have them commercialized, of course, and get them to the marketplace. So there is $4 million available for this. Then we have the micro-pitch competition. Oftentimes we invite entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs to be a part of some of our program, but they're like, what's the reward? If there's no cash incentives, they don't want to participate in it. But you best believe it that we'll find that the entrepreneurs that really tap into the funding are the ones that enter our programs that actually help them to structure their program, register their business, and get their business in the right order. So the micro-pitch is a business plan competition for Caribbean entrepreneurs combined with business support training. It was created in 2019 as an initiative under the framework of the Technical Assistance Program to finance sector operations in the Caribbean. And this is done by the European Investment Bank. So we partner with EIB and also the German School of Economics, who were the original executor of this program. So we're taking over this program now. So we have taken over several programs in the region, and we are the lead in those programs. So in micro-pitch, we talk about a network of more than 1,000 Caribbean entrepreneurs. We have helped over 1,000 entrepreneurs to train 300 candidates at the business plan competition, 1.5 million impression on social media, so forth and so on. So it's a program that's quite impressive and one that we're now leading with the German School of Economics and the European Investment Bank. Then we have our Climate Launchpad program, one of our flagship programs. Now, the Climate Launchpad program is, we invite, again, aspiring entrepreneurs to be a part of this program because it has different stages and level. The first one is that you go through a 3-day boot camp. We started in 2019 with Jamaica, Suriname, and Barbados. And then we were really successful where we had like 8 teams traveling to the Netherlands to compete globally. And that was the very first year we entered, and we did extremely well. After that, we partnered with the Caribbean Development Bank, the IDB, under a different program. The Caribbean Development Bank sponsored this program to the tune of $250,000 US, and we have expanded into Trinidad and Tobago and St. Lucia. This year, the entrepreneurs that we sent to the regional finals that competes, and those regional finals include Latin America, which is Central and South America. We have Brazil, Barbados, Argentina, and the 2 Jamaican teams that we sent won, beating all those teams in the rest of the region. Thanks. So it goes to show the innovation that is coming out of Jamaica and the Caribbean, because the third entrepreneur that went to that to the regional competition, actually they didn't come first, but they actually went on to the global grand finals, and they were in the last 16 from over 2,000 teams across the world. So, you know, the impact. And funny enough, that particular entrepreneur never wanted to participate because there's no cash incentive. And you best believe, because there's no cash incentive, they never want to participate. And today, they have signed 2 contracts because of this competition. Yes. So this is a little about some details on the impact of the program itself. That we have national competition, then we have regionals, then we have the globals, and the globals is split in 2, because when you go into the global competition, you have the semifinals, which you have to pass that to get to the last 16, and from the last 16, they will select the top 3 in the world, and the winner of that competition this year actually comes from Brazil. And Brazil was in our regionals, honor for a Jamaican. So funny it is. Yeah, so, you know, there's great innovation coming out of the Caribbean. So Ansel Bagwandine was the entrepreneur and his company, Protofab TT, from Trinidad and Tobago. He actually developed a device that regenerates car batteries, the regular car batteries. So typically you go to the battery shop, you dump that battery, right? It goes to the landfill or wherever. Now he's regenerating them, giving those batteries an additional 3-year life. And his new invention also works with the electric vehicle, right? We have Dean Morris and his team from Key Farms. They're looking at Ocean Regenerative Farm. Yes? See, we have one of our entrepreneurs here. Yes? And then we have Damani Thomas from Carbon Neutral, who've developed what we call a D30 formula. Now, this D30 formula is helping to create what we call to decarbonize refineries, right? And the idea is to have this formula patented, and then we can, through leases, that refiners can use this formula. Very innovative. So these are some really good innovation that is coming out of Jamaica. And this is just the tip of the iceberg when we talk about the innovation that have been coming out of the Caribbean. So it's important, again, that we encourage aspiring entrepreneurs. Do you have an idea? Come and talk to us. Reach out to us. We'll help you to validate those ideas, to help you to see if those ideas are bankable, to help you to pivot. We help a lot of persons thinking that, oh, but it's not green, right? Because typically they associate green and climate change with agriculture, water, energy, so it's not just those. Boxing it, no, it's much, 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 much wider. We support entrepreneurs across all sectors. We have actually, especially even in medicine, we have 3 entrepreneurs. We have entrepreneurs that have developed medical devices that we help them to get patent. We have supported two other entrepreneurs in telemed. We have supported entrepreneurs in different aspects of, in medicine. Transportation, energy, water, agriculture, you name it. You name the industry, we support entrepreneurs in those fields. Over the last 6 years, we have disbursed over $1.5 million US in grant funding. And we're increasing that as we go along. Free money. Yes, no payback. Yeah, no payback, all free. But what we want, though, what is important, that these entrepreneurs are actually making an impact, right? And we find that if they're going from projects to, competition to competition, we put a stop to that because we want to see the development of these entrepreneurs. We want to see the growth of the individuals, the business, job creation, all of that. And so that's what we're doing, and that's what CCIC is about. So we ask that you follow us on Instagram. You see your programs at Caribbean Innovation. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. Very interesting presentation again. And I wasn't the one who was going to tell your secret, but you did. So we're going to have one more presentation, and it's going to be virtually delivered. It's a recorded presentation from Mr. Sanjay Simmons, who is a wind energy analyst. He is the training coordinator and an engineer at Wigton Wind Farm. He holds a Master of Philosophy's degree in physics from the UWI, and he has been the training coordinator engineer for the last 6 years at Wigton, responsible for various activities of their renewable energy training lab. He's also responsible for various data analyses needed to improve the reliability of 44 wind turbines, servicing and maintenance of these wind turbines. And he's clearly such a wind expert that he has participated in various international conferences on renewable energy. We're going to listen to his presentation, which picks up on harnessing the power of wind.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sanjay Simmons, and today I'll be presenting Harnessing the Power of the Wind. I am the training coordinator / engineer here at Wigton Wind Farm Limited. I just have a very small disclaimer regarding the material that is being used in this presentation and the purposes of the material going forward. So the outline for the presentation today, we'll be looking at wind energy, the why, the how, the where, as in how is it developed, how is it that we can extract electrical energy from this clean energy. We're looking at the process of installing wind farms. What is it that you have to go through, as in how long is it that you need data, what is it that you have to do with this data. And then finally, we'll be wrapping up the presentation just looking at the wind turbines here at Wigton Wind Farm Limited. So wind is a form of solar energy, and roughly 1 to 2% of that energy is converted to wind energy. And this is done by the uneven heating of the atmosphere and the land surfaces and the sea surfaces. Now, once you have this non-homogeneity between the three surfaces, while you have the rotation of the earth, you will have wind being produced. And once you have that wind being produced, you can view it on 3 scales. You can look at it on the global scale, you can look at it on a regional scale, and of course you can look at it at the local scale. Globally, when you are out there on wherever you are within the world, wind behaves differently if you're in a particular region across the world. So wind will not behave the same way if you're in the Tropic of Cancer versus the Tropic of Capricorn. And that's just by virtue of what you call a Coriolis force. Now what that dictates is the rotation of the wind. So for example, in our hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, if you were to look at the rotation of a tropical cyclone or a tropical storm or a hurricane, you will see that the rotation is the opposite of the rotation of a storm in the Eastern Hemisphere, which is why you have 2 different names, cyclones and hurricanes. Even though they are the same thing, they do the same thing. So this Coriolis force, it acts not only upon air, it also acts upon water. So the rotation or the movement of any fluid within the different hemispheres, it will be guided by the Coriolis force. Now, on a regional scale, we can break down wind even further when we look at the different pressure gradients that exist across the region. So many times you'll be listening the weather news and you'll be hearing how we have a high pressure ridge system. Currently we have a low pressure system developing. And this is all because wind is a movement of air from one high pressure to a low pressure. And that is generally what dictates the movement of air across the Caribbean region. So, of course, when you have these different pressure systems in place, they will interact with the different fronts at a particular time of the year. So now that we're approaching the December-January season, which is the colder season for the Northern Americas, you will realize that now we have the different systems interacting with the colder fronts moving across. So what that does is give different pressure gradient forces. Now when you have those things taking place across the region, then you can look at it on a local scale. So if you think early back to primary school days, you probably hear mention of land and sea breeze. So this actually plays a very, very particular role in the wind regime across Jamaica. So, for example, the South Coast does not experience that diurnal variation that the North Coast experiences consistently. And you can tell. So, the majority of our wind farms here in Jamaica, in fact, all of our wind farms here in Jamaica, they're located on the southern coast because we have a more consistent wind regime occurring versus on the north coast where they have less interactions from the hills and the mountains that are there. You will find that the sun plays a huge role in the development of wind there. So when we look at all these three different scales, as in the global, the regional, and the local scale, we can break it down scientifically by producing what we call an equation. And this equation is governed by Navier-Stokes. And we look at the different forces that affects wind, and basically it's a sum of these forces that we can use to dictate how is it that wind energy behaves across any particular place in the world, not only Jamaica. So we look at the pressure gradient force, the Coriolis force, the friction force, and of course gravitational force. Now, looking particularly at Jamaica's wind resource, we will look at how is it that land is distributed across the island. So our most mountainous regions are, of course, located in St. Thomas and Portland, and in the internal parishes as well. So the northern part of the parishes and the southern parts. So we look at the internal structures of Manchester, where we find that Manchester is mountainous right throughout, versus say the internal structures of a St. Anne, where is it that the northern part of that parish is fairly flat compared to the northern sections of St. Elizabeth. It has a lot of inland mountains. So by virtue of that, we realize that how wind traverses across the entire island, we realize that the stronger wind regime is present in St. Thomas, Manchester, and of course St. Elizabeth. So by virtue of that, we can now look at how is it that we can extract this wind. Now, keep in mind that wind is just motion, air motion. So we can use the equation for kinetic energy. So P equal half mv squared. Now, if we were to do some, Now, if we were to look at some transpositions and look at some substitutions, we can look at the mass of the moving air. We can also look at the area of the moving air. Now we get involved with the density. Now, once you can bring density into the equation, wind, the equation for the power that you can get from the wind is just a simple transposition, which works out to half rho A V cube, where of course rho will be the density, A is the cross-sectional area of the wind, and V cubed will be the wind speed. Now we're looking at the different extraction devices. So we have wind turbines, of course, and there are two types. So we have horizontal axis and vertical axis. And of course, we have two types of wind farms. So we have offshore wind farms and onshore wind farms. Offshore wind farms are very popular in the European countries. You find them quite a lot in the open seas versus us here in the Caribbean region, where we'll find all of our wind farms on land. Now in Jamaica, we have currently 3 wind farms, and of course we take a closer look at how is it that they were developed and the different timelines. And if we were to now break down the structure of the wind turbine, we look at the different parts. So on the very top of the wind turbine, you will have a nacelle. Now inside that nacelle, you have your drivetrain, and also you have your yawing system. Bolted together is what you call your tower structure, where your nacelle sits on top. Now, within the tower, you have, of course, a ladder and a lift. That is how you get to the nacelle top. Now, on the front of the nacelle, you will see located what is called the hub. And that is where, you know, your blades are mounted. Now, your blades are what is responsible for capturing the energy from the wind. And it is that by that capturing by the blades, that energy is then transferred and converted into electrical energy by a means of some conversion between mechanical energies. Now, before you install any wind turbine or before you develop any wind farm, you have to take a wind resource assessment. And one of the first things you do in a wind resource assessment is an initial land assessment. And you can use trees as indicators of a prevailing wind direction. So if you look at the pictures that are being displayed, you realize that many of the trees are bent in one direction, some bent very strongly than the others. Now, this technique is very, very useful, especially in mountainous areas, because mountainous areas where you have wind farms are what you call complex terrain, where it will be a little bit more different versus terrain which is not as complex in terms of the analysis. But one of the key features that you do is you analyze the land, you look for open structures, you look for disturbances, but if you find any trees that are being flagged in one direction, then it works very, very good for you. In looking at the wind resource assessment, we can go a bit further and look at, after prospecting, which was what the wind flagging was about, we look at now how is it that we're going to collect this data. At a minimum, we collect 6 months of data, but ideally you'd want 18 months, something to capture a year and more. And to do this, you would install meteorological masts. And now with these masts, they're constructed with a metal structure, either cylindrical or in a lattice format. And then on the top of these structures, you will have some wind and meteorological instruments. So namely your anemometers, your wind vanes, your temperature sensors, relative humidity sensors, things that you need to calculate the power that can be extracted from the wind based off the previous equations that was displayed before. Now, when you have this data, you have to analyze this data. We have various software tools that can do these analysis, but some of the things that you have to look for is how is it that then you're going to model this wind, how is it that the wind should behave over a particular land structure, and then you look at various analytical tools. So in one of the tool that is being displayed right now is a histogram, where it looks at the probability of the wind across a certain range of wind speed. And then of course from that, then you can go to microsighting, where you use CFDs, CFD computer application systems. So there, CFDs is computational fluid dynamics, and then you use those systems to microsight, where you locate or where it is that you intend to place your wind turbines. Now, looking at wind turbine installations in Jamaica, we actually installed the very first wind turbine in the English-speaking Caribbean, 1996 at Monroe College. It was a 225 kilowatt Vestas V27 turbine. From there, we continued in the country and we installed phase one at Wigton at 20.7 megawatts, and that was in 2004. Then we continued in 2010, phase two at Wigton. Then we had our next wind farm at Monroe. This was from JPS. That was a 3 megawatt plant. And then we continued to 2016 with Wigton 3 and BMR at 36 megawatts. So overall, we have roughly 107 megawatts of utility scale wind installed in the current grid of Jamaica. Breaking down Wigton, we look at the different types turbines that we use. We had, for the first phase, we had 23 neg-micron wind turbines, and those were 900 kilowatts each. For the second phase, we had 9 2-megawatt V80 wind turbines, and cumulatively that was 18 megawatts. And then our third phase that we commissioned in 2016 had 12 2-megawatt G80 wind turbines. So, as Wigton, we are the operators and owners of the largest wind generating facility in the English-speaking Caribbean, with the 3 phases mentioned before at 62.7 megawatts. And we are also the owners and operators of a state-of-the-art renewable energy training facility that has the ability to train persons in different facets of renewable energy, namely wind energy, solar energy, including solar thermal energy, bioenergy, and of course, we also train in hydro energy. So, thank you for your time. Thank you for your participation in this conference, and I wish everyone a very, very productive conference. Thank you very much.
All right. So we have had 4 very interesting presentations, and I wonder if the audience would agree with me that, all right, a good start. And well, I want to remind those in the room that you can go to the mic that's in the middle to pose your questions. And if you are online, you can also pose your questions in the chat, the live online chat, if you have a question. One of the things that clearly came out through all 4 presentations is that we are not short of scientific capacity. All right, we're not short of scientific capacity in Jamaica. We're not short of scientific resources. We're not short of scientific capacity. It is clear that whether we go from looking on wind through solar, through development of ideas into entrepreneur, those ideas, or just even using energy for scientific analysis, the capacity is definitely there. But then it also really begs the question, why then aren't we further? And I think I would like to ask the question of all the panelists. So, Peter, clearly you outlined some fantastic projects. And in fact, you said our history of hydro goes all the way back to the early 1900s. And if I recall, in 2014, there was a huge study, an Italian study that identified and mapped. And you clearly showed the scientific ways forward. Why then aren't we, what's the barrier that's preventing us from initiating any of these? Is it a financial one? Is it a scientific capacity one? What is the thing that is preventing it? Before you answer, let me just say, Leslie from iSense, it's almost a similar kind of question. You spoke to significant scientific analysis capacity at iSense. You're using it for health, with your geochemical analysis, you're using it for food safety, etc. But it almost seems that you are responding under project management or to a policy need, that kind of thing. Is there a gap that prevents iSense? Well, we said you're the best kept secret. Maybe it's a visibility gap. Is there a gap that is preventing iSense from driving the whole scientific analysis realm? What is the gap? Why we don't see that almost on a larger scale? Is it financial? You can say that, or otherwise. And Carlington, yours is the same question. You presented fantastic ideas that you have moved. So clearly you are the expert in moving from idea through to innovation and commercialization. How come we haven't seen all of those products? Or is it that they are there, but the scale? What's the biggest gap in the role that you play? So my question is gaps. What's stopping us? I'll start with Peter, then come to Leslie, Carlington, then we take some other question.
Thanks, Prof. So you ask about the challenge, and you preferred some two, technical and scientific. No, sorry, financial and scientific. We don't have to say anything about the financial. There is a major financial challenge, full stop. There is no really scientific challenge. What there is the operational challenge. Our geography does allow for us to have a lot of rivers, but at the same time, our geography dictates and restricts the types of rivers that we have. So where we have rivers that are falling with great fall, let's put it that way, great slopes, generally speaking, they're very, very small, all right? And where we have the larger rivers now, those rivers now are emanating now from all of those smaller rivers coming together and then forming our bigger rivers, our Rio Cobre, or Rio Grande, or Martha Brae. And then at that stage, we've lost the head that we need, which is that height difference. I mean, we go rafting on the Martha Brae. So the height difference is to get the height difference out of it is challenging. Now, there is technology where we can now use what we call low head turbines to generate electricity. But then you don't generate that much electricity. So there is the Italians that you were speaking about, they've looked at putting two low heads on the Rio Cobre, for instance, and also on the Rio Grande. Now, the thing is, apart from the fact that the head and the energy that you generate is not that great, as I said, one of the major things is we're looking at not just generating electricity, but trying to use the water at the same time, or trying to not abuse the water at the same time. So you may be taking the water away from another source, another user that has a right from a very long time, and that becomes an issue. Or you may be, using the water in a way that it may become a problem. The Roaring River plant on the north coast, that Roaring River plant, after it goes through the system, it has to then be cleaned up a little bit before it can be, discharged back into the environment. And the real challenge, though, is the money, because the fact is that every kilowatt makes a megawatt, every thousands and millions and whatever. So if we could find a way to finance the projects, make them attractive to the developer of the energy, make it attractive so that it can then be onward utilized, that's the way to go. And that is why we look so much at the pumped hydro technology, because in that technology, you are looking at the fact that you're not just using a resource, but you're using a resource that you would normally look at, for instance, seawater. You're looking at the desalination of it, and then you're looking at providing the energy, providing water, and your concern, of course, is to deal with the contaminant product that you produce, the high brine.
All right, so what I hear you saying is that there is no shortage of ideas, capacity, technology, even mapping of our terrain, but there clearly is a challenge with the financing of this. And it can't entirely be solely up to government. So there has to be now these kind of partnerships across government, private sector, you know, to bring about these
It
things.
wouldn't entirely be up to government.
It has to be partnerships.
Yeah, it has
All
to
right.
be partnership.
All right, I'm going to ask our other colleagues to speak to the gaps and challenges, and do so very quick because we want to get to some of the other questions that we have. Leslie, you?
Thanks, Prof. So the first thing to mention is that iSense is actually a very small facility with a very small staff. So, and especially considering the number of projects that we undertake, we really try to make the most of the resources that we have, and that includes our human resources. The other big gap is funding. Science is not cheap, research is not cheap, equipment is not cheap. And so we are very heavily dependent on external funding to undertake the majority of our research projects.
All right, so we're hearing the funding challenge, but we're also hearing expansion of capacity as well so meeting the funding in terms of equipment, but also in terms of expansion of capacity. All right, Carlington?
Thank you so much, Prof. Okay, so in time past, funding was a major challenge to fill the gap.
Right, but you have all the money.
That's why I said in time past. But the real challenge these days is structure. Because we realize even with the funding, if we disperse the funding to entrepreneurs that don't have the structure, the right partnership, the right organization, then the funding will not have the impact that it needs to have.
Okay.
And so and even for us, I can even speak for CCIC. When CCIC ended, and because you know we're a child of the Scientific Research Council, and when we ended, we had no funding, but then we got a small grant from the IDB for $50,000. And then we used that money, and when we were providing them with the report and the financial data and everything, they were like, okay, we don't need this, but thank you for providing it. And after that, they saw that we had the structure, we had the partnership and everything. The following year, we got $1 million US.
All right, so let me excellent, and you can applaud him for his achievement. But let me interrupt it then. So with Peter, we know the challenge is clearly going to have to be collaboration, private sector, the solution. With Leslie, we clearly have to invest more in science. I think that's exactly what she's saying. We have to do more than the 0.06%. But what's the challenge to overcoming the structure challenge? What's the solution, rather, for overcoming the structure challenge?
The solution is, you know, you have to go through the process of establishing yourself properly, forming the right partnership, forming your board, the end-to-end from administration to your staff. You have to have the proper structure.
So it's science business guidance.
Yes.
And you are well equipped to provide that kind of
Yes.
guidance. So
Correct.
making sure that people know about you and
Yes.
the CCIC and equivalent entities
And
out
the
there.
SRC,
Well, yes, absolutely, the SRC. All right, so we're identifying solutions, you know, because we want to move ahead. We want to vaunt ahead as a country. All right, I think each of you have been given a question that has emerged from the YouTube. I'm going to ask you to read your first question, starting with Peter, and just give us a very concise. Let's see how many of them we can get through in the time we have left.
Okay, what's the cost/profit difference between pumping the water, and the energy generated from the pumped water? How does that compare to solar energy generation? Well, generally speaking, pumping is a cost. However, you can, with the technology that we have now with turbines, you can now generate electricity that will more than offset those pumping costs. And then furthermore, if you now use solar, then you'd even be more offsetting your pumping costs. If you're using the solar to pump the pumped hydro to the high elevation, you're already using free energy.
Right.
So you're always in front of the game. And even at the worst case, if you're using arbitrage, it still works out better.
All right, great. Leslie, your first question?
Okay, I actually got a two-part question. Okay, so the first question was why Viagra in the pharmaceutical study. It was basically a proof of concept to look at counterfeit pharmaceuticals, and that was undertaken as part of an international study with labs in several other countries. The second question is, what is the potential of the slowpoke or similar systems to generate energy in Jamaica, and how would that compare with solar energy? So the thing here to emphasize is that the slowpoke is not a power generating reactor. The acronym actually stands for Safe Low Power Critical Experiment. It's a research reactor. We use it much in the same way that we use all of the other lab equipment, so we really can't compare it with solar energy.
All right, great, thanks. Carlington.
Okay, so my question is, for a natural science thesis, if there's an aspect of the thesis that can be commercialized, let's say drug development, can the graduate student access funding for patent and commercialization? The answer is yes. But the first step to that is that we do an assessment of the thesis and how, if the thesis can be bankable, it can be established into a business and all of that. So an assessment is done first before we take it to the next step. But the answer to that question is yes.
All right, great. I know each of you have at least a second question, and I want to let us get to each of those questions before the 5 minutes that we have up is gone. So I'm back to Peter for your second question.
What will be the energy requirement to sustain these pumps? And also looking at the projections for rainfall and the realities we observe ourselves with rivers drying up, how feasible or profitable would it be to develop or implement these pump systems long term? Well, first of all, I kind of spoke about the energy thing already. I can't give you the actual energy requirement, but we can say that the offset is attractive. All right? So looking at the projections for rainfall, yes, we are seeing with the data that we get out of UE and everywhere else that, you know, rainfall will be decreasing and that rivers will be drying up. At the same time, we do have very, very reliable rivers. As I said, the Rio Bueno coming out of the cockpit country is our most reliable river. When other rivers fall by 80%, Hope River in the dry season will fall by 70 to 80% of its normal flow. The Rio Bueno will fall 15%. And it's because it's coming out of the sponge that is the cockpit country. Now, the feasibility of the long term is that you're going to be looking not just at freshwater sources, but other sources. You'll be looking at also your seawater sources. The technology for treatment of that brine is always improving and always making it a little bit more attractive. The cost to run pumps are becoming more and more efficient. All of these things are making it more attractive that we will be looking in the next 50, 60, 70 years towards greater desalination. We're looking at it right now, for instance, with brackish water for NWC off the Ferry River, for instance. So it does become a challenge, but we also see that we have to think ahead of that challenge. And in the pump systems, you will always have that source that you can tap into.
So what I hear you saying is climate change is as equally much a challenge as it is an opportunity. And I think Carlington would agree with us, an opportunity for innovation. Yes. So finding contextual, however, solutions that match our society for going forward. And that works as well in the whole harnessing of water in our future. A little question I have for you, Peter. With respect to water, whereas with hydro and with wind, they offer solutions at the community and domestic levels, are all the solutions with water? So you can put up a solar panel on your house, or you can do a small-scale wind turbine for community. Does water offer that kind of solution? Should we be looking at that scale as well? Or since it depends on rivers and it always has to be a government?
So you're talking to looking at it on a domestic scale, like how you could
do domestic or community, small.
That comes to the question that is here about rainwater harvesting.
Okay.
And if we promote rainwater harvesting.
So maybe you want to answer that.
Rainwater harvesting. As a matter of fact, when we are a part of the development approval process for NEPA, right. when you apply to do a development.
Peter, just read the question so that we know you're answering it as well. So you're going to speak to the potential of water at that kind of scale.
Yeah, where are we at with rainwater harvesting? Is this part of your organization's mandate? It's not a part of our mandate, but it is a part of what we profess and what we promote. Rainwater harvesting. Why are home residential developers not mandated to build underground tanks to harvest rainwater? Simply, that is a government policy. And that would have to come out of the approvals process, and the government would have to put that in the process for that to happen. To impress upon existing homeowners to put in place systems to harvest rainwater. So yes, it would be great if that policy was there, where it would be mandatory that you're building your house, you have to have X amount of potential for capturing rainwater and storing rainwater and reusing it. But to get back to it, the fact is that the rainwater is harvesting is that only individual independent solution. Now we've looked at the numbers in terms of rainfall and so on, and of course there are areas where it just is not practical. So if you live in the rain shadow down in Portland Cottage, Portmore going out into Hillshire into there, it may be a problem. But there are other areas where it is. And when we look in the development approval process, sometimes the developer will say that they're going to be dependent on the National Water Commission or some other formal supply. And even in that, I don't use the word mandate, we strongly suggest that within these developments, that they start looking at rainwater harvesting. Even if it is only for the purpose of capturing runoff, so that instead of it going to the sea, that it then becomes held in detention ponds and green areas and can recharge aquifers.
So, but just like with solar and wind, what I also hear you saying is we map the resource. So we map the potential to use it efficiently and effectively. And then
yes,
we use the science to develop the capabilities and drive the mandates to do it at appropriate places. All right, thank you very much. Leslie, you have a second question.
I have three more questions, but I promise I'll answer them quickly.
All right, you don't have to answer all three at the same time.
No, not all at the same time. Okay, so the first one, with the influx of sargassum to our Caribbean coast and particularly Jamaica, what studies have been done with sargassum to test its toxicity? Example, metal content or arsenic, or value-added potential for use in the nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, or agricultural sectors. So we have actually done a study looking at metals in sargassum. It was found to be particularly high in arsenic. This has also been found in other studies within the region and in Central and South America. And so that would definitely be a concern depending on how you want to use it, particularly if you want to use it for something like animal feed or in pharmaceuticals. Second question, these research strides are needed to be documented and disseminated in such a way that schools and the general public can become aware. What opportunities are there for this? So these studies that I've mentioned are all published in peer-reviewed journals, which unfortunately are sometimes behind a paywall. But you can, of course, contact us if you want copies through our website, through our LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. Pre-pandemic, we also would mount exhibits at UA Research Day, Career Days, and that kind of thing. But because of the restrictions, we are trying to reach out more through social media and online platforms. So if there's something that you would like to learn more about, you could definitely contact us through one of those mediums. And the last question, were any studies done on heavy metals in sweet potato and yam? Those were included in the food studies that we've conducted. And again, those are published data. So if there is something that you're interested in, you can reach out to us.
All right, it's a pity you're answering them so quickly. There are some key points that we need to pick up on there. But we do have a question from the audience.
Just a very quick one. As it relates to the dissemination or publication, because the information is very important to the public, I would recommend doing like a press brief, what they call it? Demystify it, simplify those research publications in a way that the general public can consume it. And we definitely recommend writing an editorial to the newspaper and those kind of things, so that, because it's important. I've judge competition at UTech where students are using sarcasm to make food. And it's very concerning. We're seeing persons making animal feed, doing all kind of creative things, which is not wrong because they don't have the kind of information or data that you have. So if we can find some of those ways to get, especially when it's a safety concern, to the public, we have to engage in that.
I agree. I think as scientists, we can all be better at disseminating our work. We have done in the past things like op-eds and interviews, so we will definitely take that into consideration. Thanks, Chair.
But I want to take you up on that a little bit, Dr. Watson. Don't we place an unfair burden on scientists who are very technical minded, etc., to then have to translate their results? Aren't there other entities, agencies, or even disseminate their results? Shouldn't we have maybe a national science repository with the capacity to take technical things and make it available so people don't have to search? If I ask Peter, Carlington, Leslie, or even the SRC about their capacity, staff, they're going to tell me their staff are engaged completely in doing the analysis, writing the reports, etc. Isn't it an unfair burden to then go then and say, it's also your burden to speak, to translate science?
I would say yes and no. It is a responsibility. It's a responsibility, not a burden. And also pointing the spotlight on us at SRC is primarily one of SRC's responsibility. We actually have a science library, the only specialized library of its kind for scientific information on research that is primarily done in Jamaica at the SRC and within the Caribbean. That is very underutilized. We too, take the critique I just gave, we're taking it too, because it's something that we have to do better on. We need to be in more collaboration with our sister agencies. We need to know what is happening, and we can't wait for you to tell us. We need to come knocking at your door as well to say, hey, Leslie, what do you have going on here? And then work with you to break it down, simplify it, and communicate it so that important information that we are working on, we can share it with the public because the public is primarily funding us. So it's a responsibility.
Great to hear you taking on the mandate. And to your, I should have said that you do have a newsletter. The NCST has a newsletter. They both go out. So these are avenues as well to disseminate the information. All right. We could spend the whole day talking about science translation, but it's an important element. Carlington, you had another question, I believe. No, that was my okay. All right. Peter, you had one more? One last one. If you had one last one.
I had one, it was about weight.
You want to try to attempt it?
Yeah, the question is,
use the mic.
So the question is, have we thought about installing wind turbines on our highways to capture that energy from speeding vehicles? And this is happening already. It's happening. There are places where it's happening, and they are doing that. I
hope the person who wrote the question is going to contact Carlington very soon for evaluation.
It's somebody from YouTube. It looks like Kisse Morris or something like that.
Yeah.
I know that in speaking to my contemporary colleagues in engineering as to what's happening here, one of the things is that the wind that that is being generated, it's largely by the heavy vehicles, trucks and so on. All right? Now, we have and you have to have a consistent, you would like to have a consistency of flow of that type of vehicles. All right? If you go to Mexico and you go along the highway that goes up to the United States, all you see is a convoys. They have their own lane, a convoy of trucks, and it's just continuous. So they're generating that. The fact also is that we actually are trying to build vehicles to create less wind. Trying to streamline them so much more. So everybody's going into the wind tunnel and getting their C factors and trying to lower the C factor all the time. All right? So I don't know how attractive it becomes in that future. For us, our highway system also is not so, we don't have that, especially like our North Coast Highway, it may be a little bit difficult because you're not running along flats And that's where they are, that's where they are a lot. When you now have the trucks losing momentum and do all kind of things happening, it presents those challenges.
But importantly, this is a person who is thinking and who has
yeah.
generated an idea.
Oh, yeah.
And the real question, therefore, must be when somebody has that idea, where do they channel that idea for exploration?
They come to Carlington here.
Certainly, it will come out a little bit from the CCIC, am I right, Carlington? But there are also entities like the SRC, iSense, if it's an idea in another sphere. The universities have researchers as well. And so we want to encourage that person to continue thinking up ideas, because these are the innovations that we need going forward. I believe I see
I'd just like to add, in terms of publications, the SRC has the Jamaica Journal on Science and Technology, which is a publication that is peer-reviewed. We have a board of reviewers, and so we're inviting WRA and iSense to send us some papers so that we can publish. And it's for free. Persons don't have to pay to get the publication.
Right, so we have avenues as well for publishing papers and then getting them out thereafter, because we're not publishing just for the sake of publishing. All right, I think we're just about out of time, and I'm actually going to give each of my panelists one last sentence. Anything that we discussed that you think your main message that you want to get across? I'll start from the very end, Carlington, and then we'll come across.
I'm just encouraging persons that wants to start a business. It doesn't matter, it's just an idea. Call the SRC, call the CCIC. We're here. I mean, SRC has been helping entrepreneurs for decades now, centuries, decades, right? Yes. So call the SRC, call the CCIC. There's avenue. There's avenue to help. So just reach out and.
All right. So that main message, you can move from idea to enterprise. There are avenues in Jamaica to do so, and one of them is the CCIC, as among others, and they have the money. Next, Peter.
Well, all right, so listen to me now. Yeah, harnessing energy from water is great. And we have to look there. But we have to also remember that we need to harness water from water. Mm-hmm. There's so much stream flow and surface water and flood water that's going to waste. And when you write down the word flood water, the last 5 letters is water. When you write down wastewater, the last 5 letters is water. Kingston uses 60 million gallons of water a day. That means that Kingston generates 60 million gallons of wastewater a day. That's still water.
Yes.
It's not pretty water, but it's water. You know what I mean? So we have the whole thing of the climate change and that future that we're looking at. Then of course, seawater, the last 5 letters is water again. So we have to also be looking at the water that's in water to harness it.
All right, excellent. And then Leslie.
I would just like to reemphasize that science is not some abstract thing. Science makes real, tangible contributions to your everyday life, even if you don't see it. And that science in Jamaica needs a lot more support from stakeholders, from the public, and of course, the monetary support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want you to give a round of applause to our panelists. We have had a great session. It's just the setup for what is to come. So there are other sessions we will resume very shortly. We have a short break of
20 minutes. We'll meet back here at 11 a.m. for an engaging youth panel discussion. We're going to invite the presenters and the chair of this session to please come to the front for a photo op. We're going to take a photo op, and then we're going to make some. Peter, where you go? Go back up. We're going to invite, so want to get a photo opportunity with the panelists and the chair. And then you're going to stay where you are. We want to make a brief presentation to express our appreciation for an awesome, energetic start to day 2. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, ma'am. Awesome. Yeah, photo up, and then we present. Awesome. There we go. Thank you. We're going to first present Prof. Taylor with a token. Go, Debbie. Yes. Thank you so much, Prof. Taylor, for expertly steering this discussion, this session. Prof. Taylor, by the way, is a member of the SRC's board, and he has been contributing significantly to our continued work. Next, Ms. Leslie from our sister agency in the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, iSense. Thank you. Turn around the box so the SRC can show it. Yes, there we go. Thank you so much. Next, our neighbor on the Hope Complex, Mr. Peter Clark, the head of WRA. Thank you so much, Peter. And we're last but by no means least, Carlington, we can just say, Carlington, the CEO of CCIC, one of SRC's newest innovation that has made us extremely proud, continuing to provide solutions and opportunity for businesses in Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a sixth session, first of day 2. Thank you so much for joining us. We meet back here at 11 to support our students and our youth as they go through the next session. Thank you. ushers, please help to usher everyone back into the main conference hall. We're about to begin the 7th. Our youth panelists to make their way to the stage. Mr. Michael Migo, are you here? Make your way to the stage, please. Mr. Damario Patterson, come on up. Mr. Daniel Thomas, come on up. Amira, I'm not seeing Amira. Where's Amira? Oh, hi Amira, come on up. Again, we're about to begin the 7th scientific session, our student panel discussion on S&T. So we're inviting everyone to make their way back to the main conference hall. SRC team, could you assist me in such? Get persons up. Come on up, Amira. You can take that seat there. Are these the boys in blue from Hope Road? All right, Asuno. Next door to the SRC. Happy to see you guys coming out. So filing. It's very unfortunate, the situation that has been unfolding since Monday. We would have had far more students represented here, but we know getting around is a challenge right now. And we have to talk about that, don't it? We have to find some solutions to that too. All right. So in the interest of maintaining our schedule and not having to rush lunch like we did yesterday, I'm very happy no one choked. I almost did, but we want to prevent that today. We're going to go ahead and start the 7th scientific session, a special student panel discussion on science, technology, and innovation, finding out how do you, the youth, see it. So we want to welcome everyone that is joining us here live at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel, but want to give an extra special shout out to you that is joining us virtually via our SRC YouTube page. The discussions online has been going very well, and we want to maintain that. So throughout the conversation this morning, please continue to put your comments, questions, and your general ideas in the chat online. Now, while we settle in, let me just get some formalities out the way. My name is Shara Watson, and I'll be chairing this session this morning. I am the Executive Director of the Scientific Research Council, and the SRC, as we know, is a public agency with responsibility for the popularization of science and technology. And a part of that popularization involves several programs that we implement through our Information Services Division, which has a science and technology education unit, which works very closely with our schools and our student population to ensure that science, technology, and its application is appreciated by our youth so that we can have more participation in the field. So this morning we're going to kick things off, and we're going to do it school challenge quiz style. So you remember watching school challenge quiz and when the students would tell you, introduce themselves, and you hear their bright ideas on how they introduce themselves? That's what we're going to do today. So instead of me reading out profiles and bio, I'm going to allow our young presenters and panelists to tell us about themselves in no more than 3 sentences. You know what school challenge quiz, don't it? You want school challenge quiz? We want it the old way now. We don't want the new way of doing it. So come creative and tell me about yourself. I'm going to start with the soul lady that is on the stage, Amira from Immaculate High. Amira, school challenge quiz style. Tell me who Amira is. We're going to get some mics to you. Oh, thank you so much. But before we get going, I want to invite Mr. Charles Douglas, Senior Manager in Regulatory and Corporate Affairs with Flow, who is supporting and sponsoring this session. Mr. Charles, are you here? Come on up and bring your greetings. Mr. Charles never knows him not going up on the stage with the youth, them, you know. But we're going to show them, say, we're always ready.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols being observed. It's an honor and a privilege to represent Flow at this conference. As you know, science and technology forms the basis of Flow's existence to improve communities and to connect families. The technology that we rely on, is varied, and many of you back in my days, lots of physics. And of course, it means a whole lot to be able to connect the communities. So we offer broadband services, high-speed broadband services. We are responsible for the vast majority of the subsea connectivity into the island, connecting Miami, in the Napa of Americas, to the Caribbean. And we are what you would consider to be the carrier of carriers. So there are many technology companies, many other technology companies here that we provide service to, we provide bandwidth to, and connectivity to, and infrastructure. And that's a lot that we do in the wholesale space. Of course, in the retail space, we do provide a multiplicity of services. We provide voice services, internet services, television services, among other applications. So it's really our privilege to be here later on. We will be sharing more about how we plan to connect Jamaica, the unconnected, with our program Jump. I know I was slated to present that at 3 p.m. Is that still the case, or am I doing that now?
No, that's still the case.
Oh, that's still the case. So yeah, so it really thrills me to be able to welcome you and to say to you that, the sky's the limit. When I was in school, like most of you here, I did physics, I did chemistry, I did biology, I did geography, additional mathematics, and a range of things, which I have found to be a good foundation, even though I later did management and economics and technology management and regulatory policy. I still find my scientific base to be the solid ground on which I'm able to analyze, assess things, observe things, reason, deduce, all of those skill sets that you guys will learn, and then to try to convert that into, just modern applications. How do you help people? How do you help companies? How do you help families, and so on? So I trust that I will have a fantastic experience. I'm looking forward to all of these guys. I did attend Wilma's as well. I heard the big shouts for JC when they were coming in, but I did not say anything. But guys, look, thank you for having us. It's our privilege to sponsor. And at this point, I'll yield back to our chairwoman and look forward to benefiting.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. So just so that we know what is happening, so we're going to have each panelist briefly introduce themselves, school challenge quiz style, and then we're going to invite them to come and make a brief presentation. They got some instructions to look at science and technology. Just give me a second. So they were asked to prepare a presentation looking at science and technology, the power of innovation driving economic resilience, their take on that. So they're going to give us a brief 10-minute presentation. I think that's the time stamp you guys have. And then we're going to move into an informative discussion with the group of panelists that we have. We're still missing one. If you're the one that should be on the stage with us and you came in late, you can make your way up at any time, preferably now. But if not, we will proceed. So, again, with the Soul Lady, introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Amira Abayomi. I'm 16 and I'm in grade 12, and I enjoy cooking and baking and watching movies. And my favorite subjects are physics and chemistry. Yes.
And in the future?
Oh, and in the future, I'd like to be a surgeon. Yes.
Awesome. No, give us what kind of surgeon. It's supposed to be a complex career. You remember that?
Yeah, all right.
They're like, I want to be an aeronautical. We're like, wow. Well, that's fine.
I'd like
any particular area of surgery you're interested in?
Neurosurgeon.
See, let me tell you, it will become something complex, you know. Thank you so much, Amira. She thinks she's shy. I used to be very shy too, but look at me now. Gentlemen, starting with, should I go maroon and gold? I will. Tell us about yourself.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mikhail Mego. I am 18 years old and I am in grade 13. If you know me, I am a workaholic and I cannot sit still, but I also am a person who loves to work hard, play hard, whether that means binging movies all day at home or living out my inner childhood through games like Dandy Shandy.
Inner childhood, as if in past childhood. And the dapper himself in the blue suit.
Good morning, Jamaica. My name is Damario Patterson. I'm a third-year law student at the University of the West Indies, Mona. I recently turned 21. Hi, Nadisha. I see you. In the future, I'd like to be an attorney at law. I mean, it's kind of obvious. And I love research, love science, interestingly and ironically. And I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you. And a man from XED. I have to say XED because that's where I went to. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, everyone, listeners and virtual listeners alike. I'm a past student from Jamaica College, so we go for myself. Right. And everybody at the school that you're representing, good morning to you as well. All right, so I am an Excess student, a third-year student at Excess Community College, and I am 19 years old. My hobbies are reading, and I love to dwell in researching technology, and also I love philosophical texts, right? So my sporting interests are track and field, right? And I just heard that Shelley Fraser is nominated as one of the finalists for the best female athlete, so I'm excited for that. God bless everybody.
What's your name? You forget a part there. Your name.
Oh. Right. My name is Daniel Thomas.
Daniel. All right. So now we know our panelists. I'm going to start off with Michael. Mikhail. Migo. Might as well. You see, I'm consistent, you know. Let me spoil the first one. I guarantee I'm going to spoil the second one too. Mikhail Mego. Please come up and make your presentation.
With all protocols being observed, I wish everyone a pleasant morning. Bang! I'm sorry if I startled you. I just really wanted to start off my presentation with a bang. No bad dad joke intended. I wanted to test a hypothesis. How many of you were shocked when I made that awful noise in the mic? Raise your hands. All right, I'm seeing a couple people. I saw some people adjust their posture almost immediately, taking roughly only 10 seconds or 2 seconds to recover, while others took around 20 seconds to recover, the minimum. To that first group of individuals, congratulations. I present to you the badge of resilience. To the latter group, not so resilient, but by the end of this presentation, you will receive the badge of a work in progress. Now, of course, I did not come here today to raise anyone's blood pressure and teach you how to take deep breaths after a jump scare. But from some of the terms I mentioned earlier, such as hypothesis and recover, you may have developed an idea for the topic for today, and that is the power of research in driving economic resilience. According to the US Economic Development Administration, economic resilience can be defined as the ability to recover quickly from a shock, the ability to withstand a shock, and the ability to avoid the shock altogether. Similar to how some of you recovered quickly from the shock of the loud bang, some were unaffected, and persons on the outside who could not hear it had avoided it. But first, let's get back to basics. An economy. An economy is the process or system of interrelated production or consumption activities that ultimately determine the allocation of resources within a group. Or in layman terms, all the people making things, all the people buying things, and all of the buying and selling of those things. When we talk about economic resilience, we are talking about how to become more financially sustainable. And this has a significant impact on the survival of a community. Let's take a look at the economy in our homeland. According to the International Monetary Fund, prior to the pandemic, Jamaica had actually successfully stabilized the economy, turning a fiscal deficit of 11% of GDP, or gross domestic product, in 2009 into a 1% surplus in 2019, and reducing public debt from 142% of GDP in 2009 to 94% by 2019. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic had other plans for Jamaica's economy, as it came in like the big bad wolf and blew the economy down. That is, produced what we call an economic shock, where GDP fell by an estimated 9.9% in 2020, relative to the growth of 0.9% in 2019, the largest decline in the country's history. This estimated contraction in 2020 largely reflects the impact of COVID-19 on travel, causing a decline of around 70% in tourism, the country's largest source of foreign exchange. This catastrophic event exhibits characteristics of an economic shock, as this spontaneous pandemic plagued the world like locusts and dramatically slowed down economic activity. When our economy was hit by the pandemic, the government temporarily reduced the fiscal balance target to increase spending on health and social protection and reduce the VAT, or value-added tax rate. To safeguard the country's hard-won economic stability, and in line with the fiscal responsibility law, the government aims to reduce public debt to 60% of GDP by 2028. This will further reduce interest payments, creating scope to boost spending on education, infrastructure, and poverty reduction, as well as improving the country's resilience to natural disasters. But there is a key component that is the driving force to make any of this possible. We could spend hours, days, months, years talking about our hopes and dreams for a truly resilient economy that does not fall short to economic shocks, that is prepared for any natural disaster or pandemic that the world throws at us next. But we will never truly attain economic resilience without putting in the work, and that is through research. According to Western Sydney University, research is defined as the creation of new knowledge and or the use of existing knowledge in a new and creative way, so as to generate new concepts, methodologies, and understandings. This could include synthesis and analysis of previous research, to the extent that it leads to new and creative outcomes. So we have established that research is the driving power to economic resilience. But how? Now, I know we have stopped wearing masks for the most part and are trying to put the last 2 years behind us. But the COVID-19 pandemic taught us lessons in many different ways, shapes, and forms. One of the overarching discussions about why people do not trust the vaccine is because of the concern of it developing way too quickly, when COVID-19 only just took residence in our world in 2020. But what people did not realize is that the mRNA vaccines are a result of decades of research. Scientists utilized this research that started after the SARS and MERS diseases caused by coronaviruses, which were discovered in 2003 and 2012 respectively. They were able to build on this legacy of research to quickly formulate a vaccine for COVID-19. But why am I lecturing you on science instead of economics? Let's bring in the numbers. The US shutdown triggered the stock market crash of 2020. It began on March 9 with the history's largest point plunge for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, DJIA, up to that date. The Dow hit its low for the year on March 23. The stock market crash included the 3 worst point drops ever recorded. But with the news of pending vaccinations, the stock market responded by setting record highs. The same day Moderna announced the news, the Dow closed at 29,950.44. On November 24, the stock average broke 30,000 points for the first time, closing at 30,046.24. As a result, Dow surged more than 800 points in the biggest rally in 5 months after positive Pfizer vaccine news. So what is the point I want to bring across? Decades of continued research, unbeknownst that it would be the key to rapidly ameliorating the pandemic, allowed the economy to recover quickly from a shock. Moreover, science can meet economics in other ways through research of economic models. The California State University Department of Economics defines research in economics as investigation or experimentation aimed at the discovery and interpretation of facts, revision of accepted theories or laws in the light of new facts, or practical application of such new or revised theories or laws. Led by Tian Meng, research on the effects of COVID-19 on regional economic resilience in 31 provinces in China states that the financial crisis of 2008 attracted great attention from the academic community on how the region responded to special events and uncertain shocks on how to recover. Based on theories of neoclassical economics and evolutionary economic geography, research on economic resilience, utilizing aspects of geography, disaster science, ecology, and economics, has led to an evolution of economic systems. To offset the shock of the 2008 global financial crisis, the Chinese government made continuous investments in internet, communication, and transportation networks, mobile payment systems, logistics, warehousing capabilities, and supply chains, while promoting linkages among sectors. And hence, China was not only the first country to be caught in the then COVID-19 epidemic, but was able to recover rapidly due to research used in evolving the economic systems. To conclude, whether through the continued application of scientific principles or by exploring or reinvestigating economic models and systems, Research is the driving force towards economic resilience. It is a necessity for economies to recover rapidly for the survival of our populations, as seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. And we cannot reach that resilience without expanding our perspectives and testing new hypotheses in research. So before I depart, I leave you with this quote from an American economist and former chair of the Board of Governors at the United States Federal Reserve, Ben Bernanke. In fact, the world needs more nerds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mikhail. I want to ensure that we have time for discussion, so I will keep it very short and move on to the next presenter, Mr. Damario.
Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Thank you. All right. How many of us here have watched Black Panther? Not the second one. No spoilers, please. The first one I'm talking about, right? All right, awesome. Do we remember when the person was so badly injured and they brought him back to Wakanda and they were able to patch him up with technology that the other parts of the world no longer had? Imagine a world in which that was just mainstream. We're here to talk about innovation today. What is innovation? Innovation, according to the European Central Bank, describes simply the development and application of ideas, and that is something I want to focus on today, ideas, and technologies that improve goods and services or simply make their production more efficient. Examples include computers. I don't know how many of us has looked on the history of computers. We are moving from some massive things to things that are so small to now an iPhone this size can do so much that a desktop can do and even more. The use, and I want to add the efficient use of non-renewable energies as alternative sources of electricity and power. And so all of these seemed far-fetched at the time, but now have become just really something else. And so the innovations of yesterday are the status quo, what we believe is normal today. And ultimately, the innovations of yesterday are what should fuel the innovations of tomorrow. And so I'm here as a young person to encourage young people to stop allowing innovations to prevent them from innovating, right? And so we use our phones not to help us to innovate, but to simply take away our critical analysis skills. We don't want to work out anything in our brain anymore. We get a simple math problem, 20 plus 25, calculate on the phone, Google something, and we've all learned how to do these simple actions from as early as primary school, even basic school now. And so the point I'm trying to drive home first is to ensure that we are using all of these lovely technologies and all of that to ensure that we are continuing the process of innovation. Or else we run the risk of 50 years' time, what would our generation have accomplished? What would we have innovated? What would we have put on this earth so that when we leave, our children and our children's children can benefit from that innovation and continue the legacy. And so how does this all affect the economy, right? And this is particularly within the context of the Jamaican economy and the Caribbean economy, and we know how our economy is, right? And so let's talk about some interesting innovations. Innovations in teleconferencing software. Last year alone, Zoom made a profit of over $1 billion US. And that's simply because somebody dared to say, hey, I want to be able to have a meeting, for the meeting to be just as effective as a face-to-face meeting, but I don't need to leave my house. I was privileged enough to translate for a Spanish conference recently, And I did not know that Zoom had this beautiful feature where I could listen to the presenter in English, I could translate, and the persons who speak Spanish only could hear me alone, and vice versa. And so Zoom and other teleconferencing software has put these wonderful things in place. My grandmother would not have imagined being able to raise her hand virtually, but she can now. Huh? Innovations like online banking that allows me to transfer large sums of money, and for the transfer, if it is the same bank, to be immediate, instantaneous. Also, innovations in terms of the use and efficient use of non-renewable resources, or of renewable resources rather, to fuel electricity. And interestingly, I believe, or top left, is a picture of the Wigton wind farm, which is the largest wind energy facility within the English-speaking Caribbean. And luckily, it's located in Jamaica, so we are leading in some way in terms of innovation. But what does this all have to do with the building of economic resilience? Well, first of all, we all know, and I mean, it's not rocket science, right? Interestingly, we are at a science and research function, but it's not rocket science. Innovation leads to greater productivity. People can do the same amount of things or more in a much shorter time period, hence allowing us to be more productive, building our GDP. But also, very importantly, innovation creates new industries. And so let's talk about social media and how that in and of itself has created industries beyond industries. I'm talking about TikTokers making more than any of us could even imagine, for just jumping up on their screen and dancing to two trends, right? And I'm here paying millions of dollars to study law. But this is what innovation has done, right? And it also obviously allows for new employment opportunities. And so we have new jobs coming up, like social media marketers and content creators, and all of these people making a lot of money. But also, innovation allows us to cushion any sort of unforeseen impact that will come. And so, for example, we are looking at COVID-19 and how it affected our education sector and our ability to meet as we would normally. And what the innovations in teleconferencing software did was allow for us not to have an education system that went to a complete standstill during a pandemic. It allowed for people to be able to work still, just by staying at their houses and logging on to a computer. All of this was as a result of some brilliant person, and I dare say some ordinary person, who saw a problem and decided, hey, what can I do to solve it? And so, ultimately, innovation does not require Sheldon Cooper. Anybody here watch The Big Bang Theory? Boy, I love it so much. But it doesn't require Sheldon Cooper. It doesn't even require scientists. It requires somebody who is willing to learn, who is willing to look at any problem anywhere and start thinking about how can I implement logical steps to go about finding a solution. But before we can even do that, what we need to figure out and what we need to do as a people, as young people particularly, is harness ideas. Growing up, I used to always hear that I talk a lot. I disagree, by the way. But there's a power in conversation, right? The ability to come together as a people and to just sit down, brainstorm, come up with ideas, bounce ideas off each other, and that way we are coming up with this grand solution. Hello, many persons don't know. Steve Jobs didn't make Apple on his own. A lot of people don't know about Steve Wozniak. A lot of people don't know about the other people in the background. But it's never just a one-man job, right? People need to come together and work together. Secondly, we need to ensure that we are utilizing the innovations that we have to propel us to further innovate. And that is why it's there. If somebody did not build on the first big, massive computer, we would not be able to have incremental developments in the sizing and processing speed and all of that in computers, so that we now have very small computers that can undertake massive tasks. And finally, I urge us as young people to equip ourselves as best as possible with the necessary information and skills and training so that we can actually actively contribute to innovating. I'm not saying you need to be the best coder. I'm not telling you to make another Facebook or Instagram. But all I'm saying is that you need to actually just prepare yourself in some way, shape, or form. And so I'm studying law, but hey, I know my way around some coding languages. I know my way around some science and all of that. And that's because I want to be able to actively contribute to the innovation that I'm sure that our society we will ultimately achieve. And so, if you didn't hear anything from me today, remember this: use what you have to innovate. It doesn't take Sheldon Cooper, doesn't take somebody with a PhD. It just takes someone who sees a problem and is willing to solve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damario. I'm now going to call Daniel to the podium. Come on up.
Well, good morning again, everybody. And I will be explaining the topic that I was assigned, which is the power of technology to boost economic resilience. Now, we're going to look at some objectives for this presentation. So, we're going to explore and explain theoretically and empirically the methods by which technology augments the economy in a developing country, in particular Jamaica, to show its implications, right? So we have to look at technology from an economic standpoint in order to know how it can contribute to economic resilience. Now we're going to look at different sectors in which economic resilience can be found by technology integration in various sectors like finance, agriculture, also healthcare and education. And we're going to imply other sectors as well. No, it is the best interest of the people to ensure effective procurements of these services, right, in these different sectors, and ensure that it is well functioning and there is moderate standard of living. Now, in order to integrate technology properly, we need to do it through education, through innovation, and also through investment to get the productivity boosting implications that technology would provide. Thank you. Now, objectives. It is exploring how technology adoption can also boost these sectors to be efficient and effective in providing these services. And also, and that's largely what we're going to do in this presentation. And also how general business functions, GBF, is also boosted using technology, integrating it. And that's the primary focus of also this presentation. And so if firms integrate technology into their processes, into their general business processes, then we would see the technology use widespread and the progress thereof in the country, right? So let's see how technology increases productivity. Now, productivity is increased when you prolong working hours, right? And that is no-brainer. But whenever you implement technology, it also assists the quality. And so there's no need for lengthening the work hours. And this is just speaking hypothetically, how technology affects the general business functions. right? And also, technology increases the input, as Mr. Patterson had said in his previous presentation, on the power of innovation. And due to the assistance of technology, we would also have good quality labor and therefore quality jobs and therefore quality cost of living, right? Because we have high quality products and better consumption, and we'll get into those details later. So let's talk about technology adoption and its effects in different sectors, right? So there are three main factors of technology adoption, and those are innovation, education, and investment, those three factors. It would increase the productivity rate, and it would help businesses to engage other priorities that they may find. For example, we would have a personnel management system in the place of 100 processes in business administration, in particular HRM, human resource management. And what we should do is to look at technology in perspective of that business process. Now, we can see that HRM creates documents for files representing each employee, right, and update those files if it is like promotion, leaves, commendations, appraisals, etc. Handwritten processes would be tedious in these, in administrating these tasks. But with technology, integrating a personal management system, all of those tasks, administrative tasks, are relegated to a click of a button on the personal management system, right? And so HRM manager and the employees in that system can easily engage other priorities, which is creating incentives for the workforce, etc. Right? So that is what we're focusing on in how technology boosts productivity. That is one way. And that is basically investment, because you're going to employ software engineers, web developers, you're going to employ database administrators, etc., right? That is through investment. And also education, how to educate your employees, essentially relegating them to data entry clerks, right? And that's how you basically have these administrative tasks, a productivity rate that output in, updating the employees' files in quicker time. Now, we have here some of the technological frontiers in these general business functions. And what we can actually look at is how does these levels contribute to the productivity of these general business functions. Now, let's look at, for example, business administration, such as accounting, finance, human resource, right? So the first level is handwritten processes, as I described, how they update, that employee's record, right? Giving them a promotion, giving them leave. The next is using, for example, Microsoft SQL Management Studio, which is to actually digitally store their information and their data. The next is using a personnel management system, and these are different levels of technological frontiers, right? Okay. And the next is big data analytics, AI, right? Which is used as learning analytics to actually bring interpretations or generate interpretations of the large data, see which employee can be promoted, can give leave based on their number of working hours, etc., making decisions on behalf of the managers, right? And so this would also give other priorities. This is automating these administrative tasks, so it's very beneficial for the company. Next, we can look at technology in healthcare. Now, technology in healthcare would enhance universal healthcare, right? And its benefits to its citizens. Now, implementing technology in healthcare would enhance the accessibility of its services and financing the healthcare. So, technology in healthcare enhances both financing, which also prevents, which also connects, interleave the insurance systems that you would see in the current infrastructure in Jamaica, right? And so it better connects institutions and financial institutions so that you can have better decisions and better, data management with financial records of the citizens of Jamaica, of Jamaicans. All right, so we can look at how it would spread pandemic awareness, and it would drastically promote the scalability of healthcare and its services. So if it comes to an economic shock, then we can actually see how it would, how it would promote, the well-being of Jamaicans, because the services would be scalable and would therefore be manageable. And we see in the status quo now how nurses are struggling, with the administrative tasks, and coupled with that, with providing services to these persons. But when we implement different technological frontiers, then we'll be able to have these kind of, productivity, increase in productivity. All right, and so those are the few sectors that I've looked at, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and I will now call Amira to the podium.
Okay, so I'll be presenting on economic resilience. So, yeah. So, economic resilience is typically used in two distinct but overlapping ways. At one level, it can be broadly defined as the ability of an economy as a whole to cope, recover, and reconstruct after a shock. And at the same time, it is often used to refer to economic resilience of individual households or firms, and their ability to cope with or recover from a shock and adapt to changing economic circumstances in the wider economy. So there's a quote by R. Buckminster Fuller, which says, "You can never change things by fighting the existing reality, but to change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." So we begin by designing and producing products, selling services, paying taxes, making consumer choices, critiquing marketing, and saving money. Those are some ways young people affect the economy. Through education, action, and empowerment, youth engagement in economics can lead to social transformation and engagement in a range of ways. Economic literacy is the start. Economic engagement, critical thinking, and reimagining the economy expand from there. Needs for youth in engagement in economics. Training. If we really want to promote the youth engagement in the economy, we will have to create training programs specifically made for the youth that are not only theoretical, but are practical and experimental. Appropriate financial help and mentoring by experienced practitioners are also vital. Opportunities. Creating real programs, projects, activities, and services that promote youth engagement in the economy can radically transform economies. Young people of all ages have capacities that can build economies at the local and international levels and every point in between. Organizing. Youth-led community organizing can focus on economic justice, creating jobs, fostering local economies, and many other issues important to the youth in the economy. Their action can be self-driven and assisted with adult allies or represent youth/adult partnerships in actions. With critical thinking and reflection built in, these opportunities can create new knowledge, develop new economies, and foster community empowerment for everyone involved, including children and youth. The vulnerability and resilience of CARICOM member states. The strategic plan of the Caribbean Community 2015-2019, repositioning CARICOM, has identified economic resilience as one of the key strategic priorities of the community. The plan defines resilience as the ability to protect against and recover from any adversity. In keeping with the Declaration of Paramaribo on the Future of Youth in the Caribbean Community 2010, which identified young people as valuable but underutilized resources for community development. The strategic plan highlights the importance of youth development as a key element of resilience building. The main goal of economic resilience, as defined by the community, is to engender sustainable growth of the economies of the member states. In order to achieve these goals, our youth will have to be strategically positioned and prepared to play their role in building that resilience and making the region more competitive in the global marketplace. Each member state within the CARICOM faces economic, social, and environmental challenges, including high indebtedness, susceptibility to external economic shocks, high energy costs, unemployment, poverty, crime, climate change, natural disasters, and environmental management. As a result, CARICOM advocates strongly for the region's strong needs as SIDS within the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Challenges to youth contribution to resilient Caribbean economies. Youth in the CARICOM face many economic and social challenges which hinder their abilities to contribute to economic growth and development in a sustainable way. This was underscored in the report of CARICOM Commission of Youth Development, titled Eye of the Future, Investing in the Youth Now for Tomorrow's Community. The report makes a strong case for investment in the youth development by CARICOM government and highlights the opportunity cost of lack of such investment. For example, Jamaica's GDP would increase by 0.78% if it could achieve full enrollment in primary education, by 1.37% if there was a similar outcome in secondary education, and by 5.47% with a 30% enrollment rate at the tertiary level. By reducing youth unemployment to adult levels, the St. Lucian economy would grow by 2.46% of GDP, by 2.3% in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and by 1.3% in Haiti, and 1.1% in Belize. In the report, many young people have confirmed what some experts have also concluded, that the education system does not prepare them adequately for the world of work. Rapid advances in ICT over the past 3 decades have created a serious mismatch between the education system and the labor market. One consequence is that levels of youth unemployment in the region are among the highest in the world. How can we as a youth play a part can play a part. Labor force. As soon as a person reaches legal age for work, he or she starts contributing as a member of the labor force, literate or illiterate, skilled or unskilled, worker or manager, private sector or public. The youth is the driving force of a country's economic progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amira. Amira even gave us an extra 3 minutes so we can progress conversations. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, boys and a few girls, tell me something. Jamaica shorter intellect? Weren't you all impressed? All right. So let's give them another round of applause. We want to invite questions. There are some question pads. So if you have your questions, please note them. We're also taking questions online, but just to get the conversation started, I noted a couple. I remember career choices for two persons. I have my neurosurgeon and I have my lawyer. I don't remember the man from Monroe. Mikhail, what was your career choice again? Conroe. I'm sorry, my husband went to Monroe, that's why. Cornwall College. What was career choice?
Yes, so I want to become a clinical psychologist.
Oh man, you missed yesterday's session. Make sure you watch it on YouTube. You will really love it, for sure. And Daniel from XED, what's the career choice again?
So I would like to be a software engineer.
So count 3 scientists, and our 3 scientists will need an attorney. Great panel. All right, so question that I have from me to get our conversation going. Do you think Jamaica make decisions based on data or information? Yes, no, maybe so, and reason for your thoughts? I'll start with Daniel.
Well, I do think that the government makes decisions based on, data and research, which is a driving force for policy making. So one of my summer employment jobs was to work at the ECC, that is Early Childhood Commission. And what we were doing as a transcribist, that I was, right, was to actually look at the information that each teacher would send to Early Childhood Commission, and a booklet would represent each child that they teach, right? And there are different institutions that would send these booklets. And so we had to transcribe the information on a digital, bubble sheet so that we can send it to the machine to generate, some information about these students and have a digital record for these students. And so what would happen is that the government would see this information generated in, their whatever capacity they meet in and be present, and it would be presented to them. And so in that sense, they are influenced by that data and by that information. And so therefore, I think that, they would use that data, that kind of data, to actually set policies for these children and for childhood institutions, right? Because the data deals with the psychological nature and the behavior of children. And it was a 4-year-old assessment, right? So that is, that prioritization of that decision would affect children at that age. And so I think, decisions on that level, the government level, it was influenced by data. That's my answer.
Thank you for that. Can I have a show of hands from the audience who share the views of Daniel? Do you believe we use data as a government to guide decision making, policy making, to inform what we do and implement strategies? Let me see by a show of hands. Less than half away. So why do we feel that way, that we're not using data to make decisions, make policy, implement strategies to change the way we think, do things in Jamaica. That's something that we need to progress. My next question is, can Jamaica be a technology hub? If yes, how can we become a technology hub? Do we have what we need to be a technology hub? I will throw that question out to Mikhail. Can we be a technology hub, Mikhail?
I believe we can, but that is definitely something that's going to take years of progress. I would say one of the major issues that we already have currently when it comes to the technology or technological availability in the country is that it does not completely reach people of certain groups and also people of certain age groups. For example, you would have people who are probably in, what we call country areas who, for example, even in the pandemic.
Like in Cornwall, don't.
Not Cornwall. Yes, so you would have people, for example, who live in country areas, maybe in more rural areas, to say.
Not Cornwall.
Not Cornwall, right. Yes, so in the pandemic, one of the main struggles that we had, especially as a school, was that there are many students who do not have internet access in these areas, as well as people who, even in inner city communities, who also struggle with having internet access. So I would say that the main struggle we have with Jamaica being a technology hub is that there's not enough reach to those areas and to those people groups. So once we can implement strategies to have internet access that can work in these areas, or to even to start possibly industrializing these areas a bit more, although we do not necessarily want to get rid of some of our nature and some of our beauty, but yes, at the same time, we need to expand that scope and expand our reach of technological availability before we can start progressing towards becoming an entire technological hub.
Thank you. Anyone else want to take a stab at that question? Anyone else on the podium? I know Amira shying us have to pull her out of her shell. Amira, you want to take a stab? You think we can create technologies here and Jamaica can be a technology hub of the Caribbean?
Yes, but not now. Like, as Mikhail said, Mikhail?
Mikhail.
Okay, so Mikhail, technology doesn't reach certain areas in Jamaica, and more people have their priorities in just getting through the week rather than focusing on technology. So maybe later, but not right now, like in the future.
How late is later, and how can we make it now? That's something that we need to take home and work on too, right? So I have a few comments. Dr. Malcolm, I think this is Dr. Z. Malcolm, so I know exactly who it is. She is the VP of Exed Community College. She said, very well done, great presentation. We all echo our sentiments. Mrs. Colleen Henry, I also know who this is. The quality of the presentations by our students says to me, Jamaica's future is still bright. All right? So we're going to wrap up. But I'm going to wrap up with throwing out a question to everyone on the panel. We gave them all the same topic, and did you notice how diverse their presentations were? And each took it from a different perspective, and we all will be leaving here enriched. So I'm going to throw out a question to everyone on the panel, and I will start with Damario, which is, science and technology in Jamaica, where do you see it? When you say science and technology in Jamaica, what does it mean to you from your own experience? Are we a country that is involved in science and technology from what you have observed, what you have experienced, from what you know? Do you know any scientists? And if you do, you can name them. And if you don't, would you want to know more? And so give us your take on that. Science and technology in Jamaica. Oh, you see it. Broke it down. Forget the presentation. Tell me exactly. If you're sitting around with your friends, and you say, what do you think about science and technology in Jamaica? Where you really feel? Tell us that.
All right. Thank you. So I think that we do have a relatively great field in terms of science and technology in Jamaica. I'm particularly pleased with the recent push, and when I say recent, I mean maybe over the past 10, 15 years, in terms of STEM education, in terms of the integration of ICTs into the education process and all of that. What I'm particularly concerned with, however, is that, as my colleague from Immaculate said, one, a lot of Jamaicans are not particularly concerned with technology. In fact, a lot of Jamaicans, particularly those who are in charge of us younger people, see technology as more of a source of evil, as opposed to something good and beneficial. And what that does is, I think, helps to, well, does not help and does not contribute to a move towards mainstreaming technology in such a way where Jamaicans on a whole can appreciate its importance in the contemporary society. And so, so I think that that sort of villainization of technology, what that does for us as young people, and I can speak for myself, is that we develop a sort of restricted idea as to what we can use technology to do. So we are more concerned with using technology to enjoy ourselves, because what our parents always try to do is restrict the technology and restrict the amount of time we can use it to enjoy ourselves. And so any little time we go on the TikTok, we go on YouTube, we go on all these places, not necessarily to build research, build or understanding or anything like that, but just to have fun, do trends and all of that. And I'm not bashing trends and dances, although I can't dance personally. But what I am saying, however, is should we as a people change our mindset? And I think that the push in terms of STEM education and all of that and the investment that we've been seeing over the years is pushing towards that. But I'm hoping that the Jamaican people as a society can become, one, more educated about it, more trained and skilled in terms of using technology. And as young people, I think we have a part to play in that. Teach your grandmother, man, teach your mother, help them to understand, and also just change the mindset that we have about technology, if we can really use it to help us build and help us change our economic circumstances, or educational circumstances, then we can really see how education is a force for good as opposed to evil. Yeah.
All right, so my take on this, even though earlier I did say that the state of science and technology, for it to advance, for example, for Jamaica to become a technological hub, it does not reach all the areas and does not reach all people groups, but it is still evident that there is a current push towards it, and I can definitely see that in the sense of education. Once again, the pandemic, the topic that we have a love-hate relationship with, right? It has definitely realized a lot of the issues or the necessity of science and technology for the education sector and in sectors overall. So this was a point where even Jamaica, there was no other option. You were forced basically into appreciating more science and technology for you to go on Zoom and have your job meeting, for you to go to school, have online classes, for you to do your homework and submit them on Microsoft Teams or on Google. You know, there is definitely a push towards it. And you know, even in my school, now that they are offering laptop rentals. So I would say that there is definitely a new push towards it, and the push is happening towards the younger individuals and the younger people. So even though it's going to be probably a slow transition into becoming a science and technological hub, as said earlier, we are definitely having some progress, and it is starting with the young people. And by starting with the young people, we can expect a bright future of science and technology in Jamaica.
Amira?
Okay, so in Jamaica, at my school in particular, I think that, like, okay, so, like, I think that science and technology has had a big push in compared to the past, especially because of COVID. Like, I just started sixth form, and they've started, like, pushing new subjects towards us, like computer science and digital media. A lot of our subjects that we do at school now are very technology-based. And even when you, like, start university, like, searching up for universities, a lot of universities start, like, asking for computer science and, like, you have to be very technology advanced. And I think that that's, like, a sign that we have been, like, progressing from our past day. Because before, it usually be like, oh, a science or so, but now it's like a science and tech, yeah. So that's it.
Thank you. And Daniel?
Well, how do I see technology manifesting in today's economy is in areas of business and in areas of, education, in the education sector. And I can see the thrust in, the management systems that are in place right now. All right, so it's in terms of, when you have businesses implementing AI into generating, interpretations of information that they would have in the database and different information that they have stored in different softwares that would essentially channel into, the AI, so that artificial intelligence, so that they can have, valuable information. For example, in the area of tourism, if you had AI in the area of tourism, then that would enable, different packages that could very well, benefit and incentivize more tourists, and would have the economic complexity in that, sector, that would also benefit the suppliers, in the tourism sector. Also, you have trends, for example, in the geographic information systems, which could very well have benefited disaster recovery, management, and also supply chain procurement, choosing the best delivery routes, etc. And in education, you would have, Amber Group, which is based in Jamaica, and essentially it's a firm which partners with Heart and ST&I, right, and had created the Amber Group Coding Institute. So that essentially trains Jamaicans and inner city youth to be coders, and that program would essentially let them not only get an NCT vet certificate, but employment opportunities to go to the most reputable companies in Jamaica. So I do think that, Jamaica is going on a right path in terms of being technological, having technological infrastructure, and the access is spreading abroad because firms are reaching, youths with employment opportunities, but we still have a long way to go.
Agreed.
And I have good hopes.
Thank you, Daniel. We have one question from the audience. We're going to take just that one question, and then we're going to wrap up.
All right, guys, I'm extremely proud to see you all on stage. I missed a meeting for this, and I'm very happy I did, right? So my question is, well, a little bit of context. Jamaican talk. When a teacher is explaining something to you.
Introduce yourself and tell us about,
I'm sorry. I'm Jovan Miller. I'm from Polycloud Interactive. We are a technology company that focuses on cartoons and animations to help make learning faster and more efficient. For reference to my question, when you're in class and you have a teacher that is explaining something to you, and in your head you're like, this can be so much easier if you do this if you imply this technological thing, right? My question is, what recommendations would you suggest to aid in the adoption of technology to those teachers? And by extension, adults and the government. I'm curious for your youthful advice on that.
Let me just paraphrase, if I understand the question well. You want to hear their perspective of what their teachers could do to utilize technology more in bringing over their lessons to them?
What they think.
What do you think do you want to see technology being used more in the classroom? And if so, how? How can your teachers utilize technology to make the classroom more exciting, engaging, and the lessons being carried over in a more practical way? I summarize it good?
Great job. Thank you.
See there? Who wants to take a stab? All right.
Thank you. Right, I can so relate to the issues. So I think one of the problems that we have is that we've adopted technology, but primarily only insofar as is necessary. And so what we are seeing, for example, is that as soon as we could have be done away with some parts of technology and some sense of normalcy returned, a lot of the technological moves that we would have made during the pandemic has taken a back burner. And so I think that that's one thing first, understanding that it's not just an alternative per se when we can't do better, but it's just a better way to get something done, right? So that's first. Second, I think that the teachers can first understand and train themselves in better utilizing the technology. I've spoken to a lot of teachers who say up to this day they don't understand it. They struggle with showing screens and all of that still. And so that sense of lack of ability to function effectively does hinder their creativity and what they're willing to do. I think also having conversations with the students, that's a very taboo thing. Many people don't want to hear about it. But we are the ones learning. We are the ones that you want to get the information across to. And so, hey, why not today, instead of coming and talking to us about, let me find out, the idiosyncrasies of some weird philosophy, right, that we're doing, why not watch a movie? Why not play a video game? And at the end of the video game, at the end of the animation, you can see how the philosophy, the overarching philosophy actually came out through the movie or the particular game. I think these are just things that we need to have more conversations about, be more comfortable adapting. And I think that it would actually enhance our education system. So I laud you for that question.
Thank you, Damario. And just to add, technology should not be an alternative. It should be included in a part of how we deliver our educational program. We should not have waited until we could not go into the classroom physically to be using technology in the classroom, as the classroom and in the classroom. Right? So we have a lot of work to do there, but I want to big up eGov, because eGov is an agency in the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology that is on a mission to ensure that we have more technology being utilized in the classroom, and also to ensure that there is increased access throughout the length and breadth of Jamaica. We have another question. I'm told that we're going to go a little bit longer. So go ahead, sir.
Greetings.
Greetings. Tell us your name.
My name is Eldani Kitson. I'm a self-made scientist. Not a scientist as what my blue suit man alluded to earlier. I am from the era that he has to probably see with some of us, not me, that remember the song by Admiral Bailey, Kaba Kaba Kuba Kuba, Science Again.
That's our theme song.
Yes, yes. Yes, but it's not all of us dance to it because we know better. Let me tell you something. I am convinced and I am persuaded that the future looks bright.
Yes.
Even this forum by itself, I have to lift my hat to, I don't remember to wear my hat, but I have to lift my hat to scientific research. Listen, this is good. And when I've followed technology a whole lot. I've listened and I've researched and I've done a whole lot. And I can tell you, just about a year or so, one of the schools, high schools that were involved in the robotic, whatever, I'm seeing them here. They did very well. I have a family member, Jamaica College, among other schools. Believe me, when I look at some of the things that they do, it is science. It is science and technology. I am proud of it, and I can tell you that the future is bright. But on a more serious note, though, about 12 years ago, according to some doctors, they found some prostate complications. And I mean, one of the worst case scenarios. And I'm proud to tell you that from my own concoctions and this and that, I have not taken 1 day of those kind of medication. I've been doing my own thing from my own concoctions at home. And trust me, I am here giving thanks, not any worse, more better than even before. And that is technology. And I'm seeking some help through scientific research, which I've already...
You're in the right place.
Right. So science is going, and it is going well, and there's a good future for us.
So we're going to touch base with you. Don't leave before you see, we are easy to spot, you know. Dressed in all black, and the logo is there. So ensure you talk to one of us so that we can get your information and see how we can guide you in terms of the product that you might have created. All right?
Thanks very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been quite an inspiring session. We have heard from our youth presenters. We have a little special thing to wrap up this session. But just before we do, just to indicate that our panelists indicated that they believe that access is limited, and there are parts of Jamaica that still don't have access to telecommunication, internet, and things that will allow them to participate in an active way to be a part of the global mindset that will be generating new ideas and innovation that can help to change our lives. I want to still charge us that it's not far in the future, it is still now. For those of you who have access, use that access. I think Damaria said it. We are utilizing the technology for entertainment, but we can create those entertainment too. The power is literally in the palm of your hands. You can use your cell phone to create a mobile application. You can use your cell phone to create a game. You can use your cell phone to create solutions. You can use your cell phones to find information, to do research, and to engage the wider diaspora, to engage the world so you can have exchanges of ideas. So it's not far from now. We can get the change now. We can start using technology now. And the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. And those who create the innovations that will change our lives and ensure that you, not going to care, but can help to be a part of that change and to create the Jamaica and the world that we all want to be in. So at this time, I want to thank the panelists. I'm going to invite them to come front and center. We're going to take a quick photo up. We also have some presentations to be made. I'm going to invite Mr. Douglas van Flo to present our panelists with some token. So we're going to get the token. We're going to take a quick photo first, then the token, and then another photo, and then I'm going to invite a special group to make a performance for us. So let's take a quick pic. Let's step back to over here. Oh, we can stay here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Paris Liawai, the chairman for the Scientific Research Council. He's now in the picture.
Damario? Damario can carry home yours. Daniel? Yes. I went to Excelsior and then Excel. And last but not least, Mikhail. Mikhail, I get your name proper now? There we go. You see? It's never too late to learn, guys. All right, thank you so much. We're going to now invite, so panelists, you can leave the stage. We have an extra special performance from the Prodigies band. Come on up.
Just a mic check, just a mic check.
Sing. Reggae, you hit me like a drum. There ain't no gold in this river. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I am Brianna.
And I'm Daniel.
And we are the Prodigies band. And this is just a part of the Prodigies. The rest are not here. But we're delighted to be here.
Do enjoy.
Lift me up, hold me down, keep me close, safe and sound, burning in a hopeless dream. Hold me when you go to sleep. Keep me the warmth of your love when you depart. Keep me safe and sound. Lift me up, hold me down, keep me close, safe and sound. Drowning Are we crazy? Living our lives too late. Trapped to know I picket fence like ornaments. So comfortable living in a bubble. So comfortable I cannot see the trouble. Are we lonely? Up there in utopia, where nothing will ever be enough, happen enough. So comfortable living in a bubble. So comfortable, can I see the trouble? So put your rose-colored glasses on and party on. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, we think we're free. Drink, there's one zombie. We're all chained to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, we think we're free. Drink, there's one zombie. We're all chained to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Are we tone deaf? Keep sweeping it under the mat. Thought we could do better than that. I hope you can. So comfortable living in a bubble. So comfortable, can I see the trouble? So put your rose-colored glasses on and party on. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, we think we're free. Drink, there's one zombie. We're all chained to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, we think we're free. Drink, there's one zombie. We're all chained to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. It is my desire, break down the walls to connect, inspire. Up in the high place liars, time is ticking for the empire. The truth defeat is feeble, as for many times before. The greed of all the people, the stumbling and fumbling, and we're about to riot. They woke up, the lions. Hey, turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, we think we're free. Drink, there's one zombie. We're all chained to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the. It goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on. 'Cause we're all chained to the rhythm.
Let's wrap a blanket around us and go flying into outer space. We could be famous, speak a different language, make our great escape. I'll chase the stars inside your eyes and follow you into the great unknown. We'll be alone, so let's just play pretend. Find a secret place where the world around us says that we should act our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to waste. Won't never grow, I say we hide away and build a city, something out of nothing. Make this bold, no. There's somewhere we can go. So let's just play pretend. Find a secret place where the world around us says that we should act our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to wait. We'll never grow. I say we hide away. Place where the world around us says that we should act our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to wait. But we'll never grow. I say we hide away. So let's just play pretend. Find a secret place where the world around us says that we should act our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to wait. But we'll never grow. I say we hide away. Don't make me grow. I say we hide away.
I promise you I'm not gonna sing because I can't. But this has been a phenomenal session, and you ladies are amazing. And we want to make sure we capture this and save it. So I want to invite the entire audience up on stage. We're going to get a nice photo up to, I want to hold on to this memory. So come on up, come up, join us. Can we get the chorus again? Is that possible? And I want y'all to come in and be a part of the chorus of this last song. Come, hey, don't leave me stranded, guys. Come on up, come up, come up. The boys in blue. I don't know, JC meant to be shy, Come on, guys. Let's be a part of something special. This is the SRC 7th Biennial Conference. Our special session on the youth. Energy, vitality. Come on. Be a part of it. Set good example, adults. Wanna come. Come.
I will chase the stars inside your eyes and follow you into the great unknown.
Come on, guys, ladies. Come.
So let's just play pretend.
You can hide in the back, but come on, be a part of it. Let's show them some love. Guys, come on, guys.
When there's no time left to wait, but we'll never grow. I say we hide away and build a city, something out of nothing. Make this place a home. Stay make believing, we'll go disappearing. Who could ever know? We'll never be too far apart, 'cause in the end, you and I both know there's somewhere we can go. So let's just play pretend. Find a secret place where the world around us says that we should act our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to wait. But we'll never grow. I say we hide away. at our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to waste. We'll never grow up, I say we had a way. So let's just play pretend, find a secret place where the world around us says that we should act our age. The day is gonna come when there's no time left to waste. We'll never grow up, I say we had a way. Don't make me grow up, I say we had a way.
Thank you, thank you. We're going to resume at 1:45. What time? Good job. Good job. I don't know. What time is it now? Yeah. So resume at 1:30.
Don't let pain get in the way of the things you love. Pain comes in all forms: dental, dysmenorrhea, headaches, musculoskeletal. So what do? Get back to being you with Centipede, with acetaminophen and codeine, for fast, effective, affordable pain relief. It's aspirin-free and caffeine-free. Centipede for severe pain and fever. Centipede, distributed by Carimed Limited, for the people who love.
The Scientific Research Council serves the productive sector, policymakers, and the general public in order to enable sustainable growth and development in Jamaica since June 1960. The SRC is ISO 9001 certified and Jamaica's principal public sector agency responsible for the fostering and coordination of scientific research and the promotion of its application. The projects and activities of the Council are designed to popularize science, technology, and innovation, and support the growth and development of the local agro-industrial sector through research, adaptation of available technologies, and the provision of training, consultancy services, and technical assistance. The services provided include product development, standardization of products and processes, shelf line studies, food incubator services, nutritional labeling, laboratory analyses, biotechnology services including tissue culture, wastewater treatment and management, development of products guided by national objectives and consumer demands. Main areas of focus include biotechnology, which focuses on micropropagation of ornamental, medicinal, and food crops, germplasm conservation, commercial production of disease-free plants for farming and horticulture, plant breeding program for increased disease resistance in ginger, coffee, and sweet yam, and conservation of endangered endemic species. Research on natural products, which focuses on improving the use of Jamaica's organic resources in an economically beneficial manner. The activities include development and validation of local herbal materials for production of teas and other value-added products, characterization of plant extracts, evaluation of essential oils for biological activity, formulation of nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, and personal care products. The Council nurtures and supports medium, small, and micro enterprises with a focus on agriculture and agro-processing through food product development and the food processing incubator. As an advocate of quality and other international standards, the SRC is committed to assisting the agro-industrial, health, wellness, and manufacturing sectors to meet international requirements, strengthening their competitiveness in the global marketplace. Our staff members include certified and experienced consultants in areas such as hazard analysis and critical control points (HACCP), good manufacturing practices, and ISO 9001 certification. The SRC ISO IEC accredited Analytical Services Department also provides support to industry through the provision of chemical and microbiological testing of water, wastewater, and foods. The SRC is a center of excellence that utilizes innovation, scientific and technical information to facilitate the development, application, and transfer of technology for the benefit of all Jamaicans. Through the Business Incubation Center and the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, the SRC supports the growth of our local and energy industries, providing training, mentorship, and technical assistance to various players in the manufacturing sector and climate mitigation space. We provide technology-based solutions to persistent agricultural, environmental, and climate change issues, such as wastewater treatment systems, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, and resource use efficiency. Wastewater management. The The Council delivers cost-effective, easy-to-maintain waste management solutions which will ultimately reduce or prevent the effects of wastewater on our natural resources and ecosystems. It has successfully provided solutions for the disposal and treatment of domestic, agricultural, and industrial wastewater through various systems that include biodigesters, upflow anaerobic sludge blankets, UASB, and biodigester septic tanks, BST. Our systems that are compliant with NEPA standards also generate valuable byproducts such as organic fertilizer, biogas, and treated effluent that can be used for irrigation purposes or returned to the environment without harm. Vegetative filter beds, sand filters, ponds, sludge drying beds, absorption pits, and anaerobic baffled reactors, ABRs, are also installed by the SRC. The Scientific Research Council is on a mission to popularize science and technology in schools. Through our popularization thrust, over 200 schools have established schools, science and technology societies that participate in activities such as Young Inventors and Innovators Competition, essay, oratory, debate, poster and performing arts competitions, professional development workshops for teachers, science summer camps, youth ideation and entrepreneurship seminars, all using non-traditional methods of presenting the sciences to facilitate its relevance to regular life. The Scientific Research Council supports innovation and science education among our youth. The Scientific Research Council is committed to excellence in customer satisfaction, continuous improvement, and communication. We provide our clients with excellent services and are responsive, collaborative, and results-driven. The Scientific Research Council, a center of excellence, impacting national development through science, technology, and innovation.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today. And live secure, live easy.
Don't let pain get in the way of the things you love. Pain comes in all forms: dental, dysmenorrhea, headaches, musculoskeletal. So what do? Get back to being you with Centipede, with acetaminophen and codeine, for fast, effective, affordable pain relief. It's aspirin-free and caffeine-free. Centipede for severe pain and fever. Centipede, distributed by Carimed Limited, for the people who love.
The Scientific Research Council serves the productive sector, policymakers, and the general public in order to enable sustainable growth and development in Jamaica since June 1960. The SRC is ISO 9001 certified and Jamaica's principal public sector agency responsible for the fostering and the coordination of scientific research and the promotion of its application. The projects and activities of the Council are designed to popularize science, technology, and innovation, and support the growth and development of the local agro-industrial sector through research, adaptation of available technologies, and the provision of training, consultancy services, and technical assistance. The services provided include product development, standardization of products and processes, shelf line studies, food incubator services, nutritional labeling, laboratory analyses, biotechnology services including tissue culture, wastewater treatment and management, development of products guided by national objectives and consumer demands. Main areas of focus include biotechnology, which focuses on micropropagation of ornamental, medicinal, and food crops, germplasm conservation, commercial production of disease-free plants for farming and horticulture, plant breeding program for increased disease resistance in ginger, coffee, and sweet yam, and conservation of endangered endemic species. Research on natural products, which focuses on improving the use of Jamaica's organic resources in an economically beneficial manner. The activities include development and validation of local herbal materials for production of teas and other value-added products, characterization of plant extracts, evaluation of essential oils for biological activity, formulation of nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, and personal care products. The Council nurtures and supports medium, small, and micro enterprises with a focus on agriculture and agro-processing through food product development and the food processing incubator. As an advocate of quality and other international standards, the SRC is committed to assisting the agro-industrial, health, wellness, and manufacturing sectors to meet international requirements, strengthening their competitiveness in the global marketplace. Our staff members include certified and experienced consultants in areas such as hazard analysis and critical control points (HACCP), good manufacturing practices, and ISO 9001 certification. The SRC ISO IEC accredited Analytical Services Department also provides support to industry through the provision of chemical and microbiological testing of water, wastewater, and foods. The SRC is a center of excellence that utilizes innovation, scientific and technical information to facilitate the development, application, and transfer of technology for the benefit of all Jamaicans. Through the Business Incubation Center and the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, the SRC supports the growth of our local and energy industries, providing training, mentorship, and technical assistance to various players in the manufacturing sector and climate mitigation space. We provide technology-based solutions to persistent agricultural, environmental, and climate change issues, such as wastewater treatment systems, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, and resource use efficiency. Wastewater management. The The Council delivers cost-effective, easy-to-maintain waste management solutions which will ultimately reduce or prevent the effects of wastewater on our natural resources and ecosystems. It has successfully provided solutions for the disposal and treatment of domestic, agricultural, and industrial wastewater through various systems that include biodigesters, upflow anaerobic sludge blankets, UASB, and biodigester septic tanks, BST. Our systems that are compliant with NEPA standards also generate valuable byproducts such as organic fertilizer, biogas, and treated effluent that can be used for irrigation purposes or returned to the environment without harm. Vegetative filter beds, sand filters, ponds, sludge drying beds, absorption pits, and anaerobic baffled reactors ABRs are also installed by the SRC. The Scientific Research Council is on a mission to popularize science and technology in schools. Through our popularization thrust, over 200 schools have established schools, science and technology societies that participate in activities such as Young Inventors and Innovators Competition, essay, oratory, debate, poster and performing arts competitions, professional development workshops for teachers, science summer camps, youth ideation and entrepreneurship seminars, all using non-traditional methods of presenting the sciences to facilitate its relevance to regular life. The Scientific Research Council supports innovation and science education among our youth. The Scientific Research Council is committed to excellence in customer satisfaction, continuous improvement, and communication. We provide our clients with excellent services and are responsive, collaborative, and results-driven. The Scientific Research Council, a center of excellence, impacting national development through science, technology, and innovation.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today.
Don't let pain get in the way of the things you love. Pain comes in all forms: dental, dysmenorrhea, headaches, musculoskeletal. So what do? Get back to being you with Cetadine, with acetaminophen and codeine. For fast, effective, affordable pain relief. It's aspirin-free and caffeine-free. Cetadine for severe pain and fever. Cetadine, distributed by Carimed Limited, for the people who love.
The Scientific Research Council serves the productive sector, policymakers, and the general public in order to enable sustainable growth and development in Jamaica since June 1960. The SRC is ISO 9001 certified and Jamaica's principal public sector agency responsible for the fostering and coordination of scientific research and the promotion of its application. The projects and activities of the Council are designed to popularize science, technology, and innovation, and support the growth and development of the local agro-industrial sector through research, adaptation of available technologies, and the provision of training, consultancy services, and technical assistance. The services provided include product development, standardization of products and processes, shelf line studies, food incubator services, nutritional labeling, laboratory analyses, biotechnology services including tissue culture, wastewater treatment and management, development of products guided by national objectives and consumer demands. Main areas of focus include biotechnology, which focuses on micropropagation of ornamental, medicinal, and food crops, germplasm conservation, commercial production of disease-free plants for farming and horticulture, plant breeding program for increased disease resistance in ginger, coffee, and sweet yam, and conservation of endangered endemic species. Research on natural products, which focuses on improving the use of Jamaica's organic resources in an economically beneficial manner. The activities include development and validation of local herbal materials for production of teas and other value-added products, characterization of plant extracts, evaluation of essential oils for biological activity, formulation of nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, and personal care products. The Council nurtures and supports medium, small, and micro enterprises with a focus on agriculture and agro-processing through food product development and the food processing incubator. As an advocate of quality and other international standards, the SRC is committed to assisting the agro-industrial, health, wellness, and manufacturing sectors to meet international requirements, strengthening their competitiveness in the global marketplace. Our staff members include certified and experienced consultants in areas such as hazard analysis and critical control points (HACCP), good manufacturing practices, and ISO 9001 certification. The SRC ISO IEC accredited Analytical Services Department also provides support to industry through the provision of chemical and microbiological testing of water, wastewater, and foods. The SRC is a center of excellence that utilizes innovation, scientific and technical information to facilitate the development, application, and transfer of technology for the benefit of all Jamaicans. Through the Business Incubation Center and the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, the SRC supports the growth of our local and energy industries, providing training, mentorship, and technical assistance to various players in the manufacturing sector and climate mitigation space. We provide technology-based solutions to persistent agricultural, environmental, and climate change issues, such as wastewater treatment systems, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, and resource use efficiency. Wastewater management. The Council delivers cost-effective, easy-to-maintain waste management solutions which will ultimately reduce or prevent the effects of wastewater on our natural resources and ecosystems. It has successfully provided solutions for the disposal and treatment of domestic, agricultural, and industrial wastewater through various systems that include biodigesters, upflow anaerobic sludge blankets, UASB, and biodigester septic tanks, BST. Our systems that are compliant with NEPA standards also generate valuable byproducts such as organic fertilizer, biogas, and treated effluent that can be used for irrigation purposes or returned to the environment without harm. Vegetative filter beds, sand filters, ponds, sludge drying beds, absorption pits, and anaerobic baffled reactors, ABRs, are also installed by the SRC. The Scientific Research Council is on a mission to popularize science and technology in schools. Through our popularization thrust, over 200 schools have established schools, science and technology societies that participate in activities such as Young Inventors and Innovators Competition, essay, oratory, debate, poster and performing arts competitions, professional development workshops for teachers, science summer camps, youth ideation and entrepreneurship seminars, all using non-traditional methods of presenting the sciences to facilitate its relevance to regular life. The Scientific Research Council supports innovation and science education among our youth. The Scientific Research Council is committed to excellence in customer satisfaction, continuous improvement, and communication. We provide our clients with excellent services and are responsive, collaborative, and results-driven. The Scientific Research Council, a center of excellence, impacting national development through science, technology, and innovation.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today. And live secure, live easy.
Don't let pain get in the way of the things you love. Pain comes in all forms: dental, dysmenorrhea, headaches, musculoskeletal. So what do? Get back to being you with Cetadine, with acetaminophen and codeine, for fast, effective, affordable pain relief. It's aspirin-free and caffeine-free. Cetadine for severe pain and fever. Cetadine, distributed by Carimed Limited, for the people who love.
The Scientific Research Council serves the productive sector, policymakers, and the general public in order to enable sustainable growth and development in Jamaica since June 1960. The SRC is ISO 9001 certified and Jamaica's principal public sector agency responsible for the fostering and coordination of scientific research and the promotion of its application. The projects and activities of the Council are designed to popularize science, technology, and innovation, and support the growth and development of the local agro-industrial sector through research, adaptation of available technologies, and the provision of training, consultancy services, and technical assistance. The services provided include product development, standardization of products and processes, shelf line studies, food incubator services, nutritional labeling, laboratory analyses, biotechnology services including tissue culture, wastewater treatment and management, development of products guided by national objectives and consumer demands. Main areas of focus include biotechnology, which focuses on micropropagation of ornamental, medicinal, and food crops, germplasm conservation, commercial production of disease-free plants for farming and horticulture, plant breeding program for increased disease resistance in ginger, coffee, and sweet yam, and conservation of endangered endemic species. Research on natural products, which focuses on improving the use of Jamaica's organic resources in an economically beneficial manner. The activities include development and validation of local herbal materials for production of teas and other value-added products, characterization of plant extracts, evaluation of essential oils for biological activity, formulation of nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, and personal care products. The Council nurtures and supports medium, small, and micro enterprises with a focus on agriculture and agro-processing through food product development and the food processing incubator. As an advocate of quality and other international standards, the SRC is committed to assisting the agro-industrial, health, wellness, and manufacturing sectors to meet international requirements, strengthening their competitiveness in the global marketplace. Our staff members include certified and experienced consultants in areas such as hazard analysis and critical control points (HACCP), good manufacturing practices, and ISO 9001 certification. The SRC ISO IEC accredited Analytical Services Department also provides support to industry through the provision of chemical and microbiological testing of water, wastewater, and foods. The SRC is a center of excellence that utilizes innovation, scientific and technical information to facilitate the development, application, and transfer of technology for the benefit of all Jamaicans. Through the Business Incubation Center and the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, the SRC supports the growth of our local and energy industries, providing training, mentorship, and technical assistance to various players in the manufacturing sector and climate mitigation space. We provide technology-based solutions to persistent agricultural, environmental, and climate change issues, such as wastewater treatment systems, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, and resource use efficiency. Wastewater management. The Council delivers cost-effective, easy-to-maintain waste management solutions which will ultimately reduce or prevent the effects of wastewater on our natural resources and ecosystems. It has successfully provided solutions for the disposal and treatment of domestic, agricultural, and industrial wastewater through various systems that include biodigesters, upflow anaerobic sludge blankets, UASB, and biodigester septic tanks, BST. Our systems that are compliant with NEPA standards also generate valuable byproducts such as organic fertilizer, biogas, and treated effluent that can be used for irrigation purposes or returned to the environment without harm. Vegetative filter beds, sand filters, ponds, sludge drying beds, absorption pits, and anaerobic baffled reactors, ABRs, are also installed by the SRC. The Scientific Research Council is on a mission to popularize science and technology in schools. Through our popularization thrust, over 200 schools have established schools, science and technology societies that participate in activities such as Young Inventors and Innovators Competition, essay, oratory, debate, poster and performing arts competitions, professional development workshops for teachers, science summer camps, youth ideation and entrepreneurship seminars, all using non-traditional methods of presenting the sciences to facilitate its relevance to regular life. The Scientific Research Council supports innovation and science education among our youth. The Scientific Research Council is committed to excellence in customer satisfaction, continuous improvement and communication. We provide our clients with excellent services and are responsive, collaborative, and results-driven. The Scientific Research Council, a center of excellence, impacting national development through science, technology, and innovation.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today.
Don't let pain get in the way of the things you love. Pain comes in all forms: dental, dysmenorrhea, headaches, musculoskeletal. So what do? Get back to being you with Centipede, with acetaminophen and codeine, for fast, effective, affordable pain relief. It's aspirin-free and caffeine-free. Centipede for severe pain and fever. Centipede, distributed by Carimed Limited, for the people who love.
The Scientific Research Council serves the productive sector, policymakers, and the general public in order to enable sustainable growth and development in Jamaica since June 1960. The SRC is ISO 9001 certified and Jamaica's principal public sector agency responsible for the fostering and the coordination of scientific research and the promotion of its application. The projects and activities of the Council are designed to popularize science, technology, and innovation, and support the growth and development of the local agro-industrial sector through research, adaptation of available technologies, and the provision of training, consultancy services, and technical assistance. The services provided include product development, standardization of products and processes, shelf line studies, food incubator services, nutritional labeling, laboratory analyses, biotechnology services including tissue culture, wastewater treatment and management, development of products guided by national objectives and consumer demands. Main areas of focus include biotechnology, which focuses on micropropagation of ornamental, medicinal, and food crops, germplasm conservation, commercial production of disease-free plants for farming and horticulture, plant breeding program for increased disease resistance in ginger, coffee, and sweet yam, and conservation of endangered endemic species. Research on natural products, which focuses on improving the use of Jamaica's organic resources in an economically beneficial manner. The activities include development and validation of local herbal materials for production of teas and other value-added products, characterization of plant extracts, evaluation of essential oils for biological activity, formulation of nutraceuticals, cosmeceuticals, and personal care products. The Council nurtures and supports medium, small, and micro enterprises with a focus on agriculture and agro-processing through food product development and the food processing incubator. As an advocate of quality and other international standards, the SRC is committed to assisting the agro-industrial, health, wellness, and manufacturing sectors to meet international requirements, strengthening their competitiveness in the global marketplace. Our staff members include certified and experienced consultants in areas such as hazard analysis and critical control points (HACCP), good manufacturing practices, and ISO 9001 certification. The SRC ISO IEC accredited Analytical Services Department also provides support to industry through the provision of chemical and microbiological testing of water, wastewater, and foods. The SRC is a center of excellence that utilizes innovation, scientific and technical information to facilitate the development, application, and transfer of technology for the benefit of all Jamaicans. Through the Business Incubation Center and the Caribbean Climate Innovation Center, the SRC supports the growth of our local and energy industries, providing training, mentorship, and technical assistance to various players in the manufacturing sector and climate mitigation space. We provide technology-based solutions to persistent agricultural, environmental, and climate change issues, such as wastewater treatment systems, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, and resource use efficiency. Wastewater management. The Council delivers cost-effective, easy-to-maintain waste management solutions which will ultimately reduce or prevent the effects of wastewater on our natural resources and ecosystems. It has successfully provided solutions for the disposal and treatment of domestic, agricultural, and industrial wastewater through various systems that include biodigesters, upflow anaerobic sludge blankets, UASB, and biodigester septic tanks, BST. Our systems that are compliant with NEPA standards also generate valuable byproducts such as organic fertilizer, biogas, and treated effluent that can be used for irrigation purposes or returned to the environment without harm. Vegetative filter beds, sand filters, ponds, sludge drying beds, absorption pits, and anaerobic baffled reactors ABRs are also installed by the SRC. The Scientific Research Council is on a mission to popularize science and technology in schools. Through our popularization thrust, over 200 schools have established schools, science and technology societies that participate in activities such as Young Inventors and Innovators Competition, essay, oratory, debate, poster and performing arts competitions, professional development workshops for teachers, science summer camps, youth ideation and entrepreneurship seminars, all using non-traditional methods of presenting the sciences to facilitate its relevance to regular life. The Scientific Research Council supports innovation and science education among our youth. The Scientific Research Council is committed to excellence in customer satisfaction, continuous improvement, and communication. We provide our clients with excellent services and are responsive, collaborative, and results-driven. The Scientific Research Council is a center of excellence, impacting national development through science, technology, and innovation.
Should critical illness strike, don't let worry fill your head. Say hello to happiness and goodbye to worry with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan. Secure your medical expenses in the event of critical illness ahead of time while benefiting from our investment portfolio and so much more. Give yourself and your family the peace of mind you deserve with Guardian Life's new Ultimate Provider Plan today. And live secure, live easy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you all had a very good lunch. We're now in the 8th scientific session. Today, you will be meeting the nominees for the SRC's Young Scientist and Technologist Award. Today, they will be giving presentation on their scientific achievements. We'd like to welcome those who are online as well. You can also download the conference program at srcconference.com. You can also view this proceeding live on YouTube. Just type in SRC Jamaica. And we invite our online guests to post whatever questions they have in the chat. And those of us who are here, you will be given a strip of paper to also post your questions as well. So today we're going to begin with the first nominee. Each of our nominees will have 25 minutes to give their presentation. So the first person this afternoon will be Dr. Ricardo Anderson. Dr. Anderson is a lecturer in the Department of Computing at UWI-Mona. His research interests include knowledge management system, KMS, knowledge discovery in databases and data mining, KDDM, machine learning, ML, and intelligent systems. His work currently covers the development of novel techniques for knowledge acquisition from data and the use of KDDM, ML, and KMS in several domains, including education. Dr. Anderson holds his PhD in computer science with high commendations and is a project management professional. So let us make welcome Dr. Anderson.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for coming to this talk. Today, I want to speak a little bit about some work I've been doing in intelligent systems under the topic Intelligent Learning and Education Management Ecosystem, a pathway to improved educational outcomes. So, I have a brief outline here of the talk, and I'll get right into it. So, we're all aware of the challenges in education. The low student attainment, and this is predominantly throughout the developing world, and also in developed countries also. The UNDP also speaks to the challenges with achieving the 2030 targets in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, SDG 4. And those targets, they indicate, are now under threat. We also know from our own experiences here in Jamaica that the National Education Inspectorate speaks to the low levels of achievement in our schools across Jamaica. And so, unfortunately, the attainment levels that we would like to see are not present in our educational system. And so there are areas that we can explore in order to try and improve this. There's also the need for optimization of resources to try and help also to have better decision making in education. And this is from the perspective of the management teams, the teachers, and so on. So, thinking through it a little bit, we recognize that if we just think about our daily lives and the different industries and domains, we see that artificial intelligence, machine learning, knowledge management, has become predominantly the way to go across industries. But education has not adapted these things as much as they could have, and in particular in our developing countries situation. There's also the opportunity for education to benefit, and in Jamaica in particular, within the past 10, 15 years, there has been a lot of schools, a lot of digitization of the way how education is done in Jamaica. For example, student records, many schools now have digital school management systems. They have been digitizing other ways that they work in terms of their reporting and also their accounting and so on. There's also, as a result of the COVID pandemic, maybe thankfully, the explosion in online learning platforms, and online learning is now predominantly something that is more accepted, right? And it is almost a part of the mix everywhere you go. Now, if we take a look, for example, at this framework which I developed, it kind of gives an outline of how we can use data, digitized, managed, and appropriately cleaned to do a number of things. It can move from the level of just regular reporting, right? And some of us might be familiar with, you know, the regular school term reports that are now coming via emails. These are now digital, and other types of reports. Then we can move up the levels to do more analysis type stuff, right? Right up to predictive type analytics. Now, this framework kind of sets out how things can actually come together. But the question is asked, how do we instantiate this, for example, in the Jamaican context, so that it becomes real? Yeah? So I'll talk to you a little bit about what I've developed, and I call it the Intelligent Learning and Education Management Ecosystem. And so there are different components within this ecosystem, and we can start by looking at the learning management system, the school management system which exists, and that's where your data reside, okay? We have the learners and the educators who are interacting in this ecosystem. Then we have something interesting, the infusion of machine learning and intelligent type systems into this ecosystem to try and assist both learners, educators, managers, right? So we look and we see predictive models, and that would have come out of data mining, machine learning. We see also adaptive content and learning personalization. And this is particularly interesting because for a very long time, we have focused on learners learning in the same way, the same sequence, the same set of activities. And what is being done here is providing an opportunity in a digital space where a learner can have personalized access to content based on how they learn, based on how they progress. All right? So I'll talk a little bit about how these things have been done and the progress that has been made so far. And then we see the bots, right? And for many of us, we see them around in different spaces, but not so much in education. But bots are an opportunity to have intelligent agent work in an ecosystem and assist this process. So where is it that things are now in relation to this ecosystem, right? So I presented the framework. I said, oh, this is how we can actually do it. Here are the components, but then I went to work at it, right? So far, I want to share with you some of the components and the implementation that has been done so far. So in terms of machine learning, so we're breaking the components of the ecosystem up now. In terms of machine learning, I was able to get 7 years of student records from the Jamaican environment, which had about 10 million attendance entries, about 1 million academic scores, about 16,000 detailed behavior incidents. So when a student, did something and they're written up and it goes to whomever has to take action and what action is taken in natural language, all of that. So about 16,000 of that. And I went off to apply some of these techniques. So for example, one of the things I tried to do was to profile for predispositions. So we took data from guidance records, health records, the school's digital records, and looked for patterns in the factors that predisposes certain performance levels, for example, or certain behaviors, right? And this becomes important because it gives insight into what to expect if you see certain things or what to do to prevent certain things. So it's kind of proactive, helps a manager to be proactive. I also looked at achievement factors. What are the things that lead to good outcomes? So if you think about it, we see for CXC, which is a measure of how well a student has done in Jamaica, for example, CSEC level, we see achievements at different levels, right? So we were able to pull in CXC grades, we were able to pull in qualifications of teachers, teachers' experience, and also the data about students over the period of time that they were in the school system, and look at what factors contribute to particular achievement or levels. And then I also was able to pull in information in relation to teachers' lessons that they have, the learning objects that they create, and seek to extract some insights from that. Now, I produced some models from that, but that wasn't good enough because normal people don't use models, right? So I was able to build that into what I call the intelligent analyzer. So the intelligent analyzer has what you call a model assessment and a data interpretation engine. So the models that were created, I took 12 of the 18 models that I created from the previous activity, and I was able to build this tool that takes those and interprets them, right? Now, the interpretation is very important because when I showed this to the first principal, I was like, wow, but there's nothing complex here because that report that is produced by the interpretation engine gives information that is specific to the domain that is easily understood. So it says, based on this model and based on the data, this is what we suggest is likely to happen if these factors are seen. So for example, a school that has data about a student in their data source can plug that into our interpretation engine. It runs it against those models and produce something that is easily understood, right? Of course, this tool was given to a number of administrators, and we did some focus group testing, and we got back good feedback in terms of the results. Again, here's another screen which actually gives more information about some of the features of the intelligent analyzer, where you could also profile students. You could look at performance factors by grade level, so different grade levels then across the entire system, etc. Right? So these are additional things that the intelligent analyzer can do. And then adaptability and personalized learning paths. And so this is a little technical, so I'll just give you a quick synopsis. So here I developed an algorithm and a method for representing content in a way that in a workflow, so a sequence of actions, right? So a learner needs to learn something. There are a sequence of lessons that they might need to take. Then there are lesson objects within that lesson and so on. But then not every learner needs to access the same mastery for different competencies based on their current status. So if you think about it, a teacher that gives a diagnostic at the beginning, or if we give a diagnostic on the system at the beginning, it will now indicate which competencies need to be developed, or in which cases, in which competencies there are deficiencies that mastery need to be developed. And so what adaptive personalized learning paths provide for, and the algorithm which I built, is that if you have a set of lesson items and a learner needs to develop certain competencies, even as they progress through, the next item that they experience is not necessarily the same that another learner is going to experience, depending on how they progress and the competencies that they have developed or what they entered that space with in terms of their competencies and their knowledge areas. And so what that provides for is the ability to have a learner learn along their own path, at their own pace, with the content that is most relevant to them accomplishing the mastery levels that they need to. All right? And so that has been successfully implemented in another system, which I call a workflow management system, which demonstrates how this can be used, right? And so this was also demonstrated to a focus group, and this is a working example or a prototype of how adaptability can be applied. The current work is actually integration of this adaptability technique within a learning management system. All right, now to intelligent agents, because the other components of the ecosystem exist already, the school management systems and so on, so I won't focus on that, right? That connects everything and the learner to these things that I'm talking about. So here, the work so far has produced 2 intelligent agents. So there's one that we call Content Connector, and the Content Connector is able to answer simple questions about where to and how to access resources. So think about a student who is trying to access resources, online in a learning management system. This bot is able to learn about what is happening and all the content that exists and then that student can interact with the bot to ask questions in natural language. All right? And so you'll see an image to the top right, where a student is asking a question to the bot, and the bot responds by saying, this is where you find, and here's also a tutorial that can give you more information. The second bot is a little bit more exciting, right? The second bot is Math Expert. And what we've been able to do so far is to make Math Expert help students with algebra. So a student can ask a question, right? And the question, based on what you'll see there, you know, what is, for example, 2y plus minus 5 equal 20? How to solve that, right? You can ask in natural language, and the image shows that it actually gives the steps that should be taken, produce the answer, and plot a graph, right? That image you see, that white image is a graph that is plotted as a response to the student just asking that question. So far we have two intelligent agents, right? So we have Math Expert and we have Content Connector. So just as a little extra, there's also a component that was developed in terms of managing the repository component of learning objects, and I call this the lesson plan manager, for example. And what this provides for is the whole workflow of teachers planning and delivering their lessons, adding notes to it. And what is happening in the tool now is that it can aggregate best practices based on teachers' review of what happened in their class, executing a particular lesson, for example. All right, so that's been the progress so far. What's on the horizon for the future? So the real aim, and the body of work continues, is to build out more intelligent agents and build out more capabilities in them. Consider a student being able to ask about any question about any subject, right? But we start with math because we know that that's an area that, whatever the reason, we are a little bit not so confident about on this side of the world, and we want to develop that. And an intelligent agent is that tutor, that companion that can be there to assist. Right, so I want to extend the capabilities of the bot and integrate other subjects, and then build more specialized bots that can be triggered within this ecosystem. Right, so a student that is participating in the ecosystem, you know, there are learning objects, there are LMS, there, whatever it is. If they're in that environment, this bot can become more intelligent to recognize what they're doing. If they get stuck, for example, it can be that learning companion to assist them along the way, right? We're in the process of building out some more models to integrate in the intelligent analyzer and to make it a little bit more general in terms of across the board. But the reality is that the more data that we get from more segments of the education system, the more models we can integrate. In terms of the adaptability and personalized learning path, there's a pilot that is being done now in a learning management system. We're building that in. And then we want to make that more pervasive in the online learning space. And that's the work. Thank you.
Dr. Campbell. We see we have 8.5 minutes for questions. So I'll start off by asking, are there any similar program already available? And if so, what makes yours unique?
All right, so yes, bots exist all over. There are bots. So for example, the ecosystem that I speak of is an integrated kind of space or domain that facilitates the learner and all this data integrated with the bots and all the activities to make sure that we can handle things better, we have better outcomes. The reality is that in our current space, no. We have not seen this happen in our space, and I don't know of integration in the way that I'm putting it forward. But machine learning has been used in education across the world. Bots have been used in education, right? But this putting it together, right, and making it real and the building out of the ecosystem, I have not seen that. And in particular, when I did that focus group, with Jamaican educators, there's nothing like it they've ever seen.
Okay, thank you for that. Is it ILEM? ILEM? How do you pronounce it?
I didn't try that.
So we are calling it ILEM. Who will utilize it primarily? Will it be both educators and students, or is it primarily for educators?
Everyone who participates in education.
All right.
Yes.
And how will they interface? How will a different group interact with it? Because I suspect educators, policymakers, and students might be interfacing with it differently. How will each group?
So let's say a student is at an institution or is in the education system in Jamaica, for example, right? Predominantly, across most schools, digital information is recorded regarding students and their experiences, primarily for their assessments, but also behavior. So let's think about that data being extracted. We do some modeling on that, and that information gets pushed back into this tool, which is the intelligent analyzer, which is actually a working tool, right? It was installed and a school was using it, actually, right? So we connect that to their management information system, and those models become live. Now think about those students now using a learning management system, and inside of that, the bots are active. So the bot can assist them as they go along. So at an institution level, we can see it come alive. Yes.
Thanks, Doc, for that. Okay, so when you were designing this model or the framework, trying to understand some of the constraints you have in terms of the data collected. Were there data in mind that you needed that you could not get, or were you constrained by the data that is available? So that's just one. I want you to think about that. And then when you were designing it, because from the presentation, it seemed as if it is geared towards a student performance over time, if you're to analyze 4 or 5 years data of a student performance. So to me, it seemed as if that's what is being analyzed that the AI will be working with, rather than from a group perspective. For instance, if you're looking at, say a group, let's lose a form, then say a third form or a fourth form, and how the data gathered from that is used to determine how you treat the following group and how you advance the education in that. So if you can answer those 2 questions for me. Thanks.
Right, so there are constraints because not everything is digital, and so I was able to get the digital data, right? There are things that we would have liked to have, maybe socioeconomic conditions of the family and some of those things that are not captured. So those are constraints, and so all of these models are restricted to the things that went into training them in the first place. So they are not general purpose things, right? So they are specific to the data that we're able to access. We did access some data and digitize them, like the teacher records and so on, right? That was part of the work that was done, right? In relation to the second question, so I built 18 models that eventually were used in the intelligent analyzer, but I think I built over 200, right? Now, different shapes of the data were used. So we took a year group, right? So in the intelligent analyzer, one of the things it can do is to pull the models for a year group to see at that level. So we did year group, we did all students across all year groups. Then we do groups like from first to third form, and then the CSEC students. Then we did in relation to CSEC results. We couldn't get to the CAPE, right? And then we also did, we took away the information about the year group for a moment and did some profiling without those constraints about which year group and at what level the student is at. So we did cover all different segments, which is why the intelligent analyzer has different predictive capabilities, because it will pull a model depending on what it is you want to get some insight on, right? The other thing is, yes, it's historical data, but that's the best predictor of the future. And because it was 7 years of data, we captured a good amount. It was a whole heap of records. So yeah, it can be far more extensive, right? If the Ministry of Education would give me a hand, for example, with some more data, so we can have all schools, yes, and not just a subset.
Hi, afternoon.
I have two questions, merely. I guess to follow on from Dr. Watson's question, how would administrators interface with the platform as well as students? I'm thinking of other programs that I know that are available. And I'm also thinking, you mentioned that it will be in terms of the administrators, and I'm seeing it in schools, but how is it that a child or a student at home will be able to interface with it? Is it something that their parents would have to do a subscription or buy a license to interface with? My second question also is from the perspective of COVID-19 and what the gap that remains or exists in terms of the learning loss. You mentioned the data set being for high school students. Is there any thought going into making it available a little bit more downstream to primary school, to addressing those gaps before they get to high school?
Right. So what we worked with was high schools. I'll answer the second question first. Because of availability of data. More high schools had digital systems, digital student records, and the primary schools haven't caught up quite yet. And so when you're looking on a number of years worth of records and all of these things, it's a little more difficult to digitize that and get that in. But yes, the way how I have put this together is that if we get data, yes, we can push it through. So there's no subscription, it's research and development at this point in time. So there's no subscription. But I can paint a picture for you. So there's a school that has a MIS system that records student data and performance and so on. They might decide that they want to use Google Classroom, although that's a proprietary product. That is connected to their MIS system. We are able to pull data from the MIS system and what is happening in the Google Classroom to do the machine learning. That informs the predictive models that goes into the intelligent analyzer, which a HOD, a teacher, a regular person can use. That's a working program now. So those are now connected. Now, the school might decide, okay, all right, Google Classroom, we have these less objects up there, but we want the students to learn at their own pace, off the record. That's where we can plug in the adaptability and the personalization, right? Now, add to that the fact that we can now install that bot on that page that the student is at so that they can ask a question, right? And that's a click of a button,
Thank you,
basically.
Dr. Anderson. We are out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. The Young Scientists and Technologists Award aims to recognize young scientists and technologists for excellence of their work and their potential contribution to Jamaica's development. So our second nominee this afternoon is Dr. Roxanne Stennett-Brown. Dr. Stennett-Brown is a lecturer in the Faculty of Engineering at UWI-Mona, where she lectures physics, cryogenic engineering, and thermodynamics. She is a member of the Climate Study Group, UWI-Mona. She is a recent graduate, and her research areas were in statistical downscaling of climate and climate extremes. She has published work in the future climate temperature and rainfall extremes from statistical downscaling and Caribbean climate change vulnerability. Dr. Stennett-Brown is a minister and a mentor specializing in social development of marginalized youths in the inner cities of Kingston. She is married with 3 children. So please make welcome Dr. Stennett-Brown.
Pleasant good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Good? Great. So it is my pleasure to present to you today. I'll be looking at forecasting dengue onset potential for Trinidad and Tobago, insights from observed and model temperatures. Okay, since the 1970s, there's been a significant re-emergence of dengue fever in the Caribbean region. We have cases totaling over 41,000 for just the 1990s alone. This reemergence of dengue fever has been facilitated by uncontrolled and unplanned urbanization, where there's inadequate housing, inadequate water supply, inadequate water or waste collection services, and all these work together to increase the available larval habitats. The reemergence of dengue fever as well has been facilitated by migration practices, lack of effective mosquito control, decay in public health infrastructure, and also through climate variability and climate change. So it is the interplay of these factors, as well as ecology and vector biology, that makes the study of vector-borne diseases such as dengue fever highly complex. So one factor that has been investigated for the Caribbean is the association of climate, where results showed that there was a positive and strong association between climate and dengue fever, specifically temperature. So let's have a little background look at the climate for the Caribbean. So I have two diagrams here, diagram A and diagram B. They basically summarize peer-reviewed climate studies that have been undertaken for the Caribbean and their major findings. In diagram A, we have results from four major studies, climate downscaling studies. Results show that there will be increases in warm days and warm nights and decreases in cool days and cool nights for the Caribbean. This suggests that there's a warming going into the future. In diagram B, there is a variable response for rainfall for the Caribbean. You see, rainfall is slightly more complex or difficult to model in comparison to temperature. Temperature, you see, is a bit more, or it's more homogeneous across the region. So results include more intense rainfall and less consecutive dry days across the northern Caribbean. In the south, we see less intense rainfall and more consecutive dry days. These were under the A2 scenario for the period 2071 to 2100. All these outputs were under what we refer to as the SRC scenario. So what are SRC scenarios? SRC is short for Special Report on Emissions Scenarios, and they are basically storylines of possible range of outcome of our future. So driving forces for these SRC scenarios may include social and economic development, technology changes, and demographic changes, to name a few. So SRS family, or scenarios, they're divided into four families. We have the A1 and the B2 family, which has a more global slant, whereas the A2 and the B2 scenarios, they have a more regional slant. This study, we use the storyline for A2, where A2 is more like a worst case scenario in comparison to B2. Okay, so we had three objectives for this study. One, we want to be able to forecast the potential for onset of a dengue epidemic using a temperature threshold created from weekly minimum temperatures, and this was for Trinidad and Tobago. Secondly, we wanted to examine the relevance of this TI, this is a temperature threshold index, and the pattern of the disease towards the end of the century, using weekly minimum temperatures from our regional climate model. Then, thirdly, we wanted to use this information as a component in the design of our early warning system. For our data, we had two main variables. We had minimum temperature and dengue. For minimum temperature, observed minimum temperature was obtained from CIMH for the period 1980 to 2003. And for our model data for minimum temperature, it was obtained from our Precis regional model for the period 1971 to 2099, and the base period was 1980 to 1989. The dengue data was obtained from CARC for the period 1995 to 2003. Okay, so what we wanted to do, we wanted to be able to calculate a moving average temperature, what we refer to as MAT. So this MAT is an average minimum temperature up to any given time during the year. So the MAT values therefore may represent a heat buildup or accumulation that is important to the onset of the epidemic, rather than looking at temperature peaks, since temperature peaks at different times each year. So MAT would therefore be a clearer indicator of the potential onset of the epidemic than temperature peaks. So looking at some of our results, so the MAT was calculated for the years 92, 94, and 96 to 2003. So the MAT values, these MAT values, and the dengue totals for each of these years were plotted against weekly periods. Now, what we saw that the TI value, and if you can see on the screen, the horizontal green line represents our TI value. We were able to obtain weekly temperature TI values of 22.7 degrees, plus or minus about 2.2 degrees for Trinidad and Tobago. So the general pattern that we observed was that once this MAT value, the MAT values were exceeded, or once MAT values exceeded the TI, the number of dengue cases started to rise, right, as we can see on the graphs. Now, this suggests that the TI is a good indicator then for gauging the potential onset of the dengue. We ever had one exception. This was for the year 1998. In 1998, the MAT onset at around 23.8 degrees Celsius, which was a little bit more than the TI that was obtained for the other years. Possible attribution was probably to an El Niño event that was occurring for 1998. 1998 was an El Niño year, and so that resulted in more extreme in temperatures. Now in figure 2A, what we did was to average the MAT values over all the years, and the dengue cases were averaged also over all the years. That was for figure A. And then in figure B now, we average all the MAT values for 3 time slices. We looked at the 2070s, because we're looking towards the end of the century. We averaged for the 2070s, the 2080s, and the 2090s. These were all plotted against average number of weekly dengue cases. If you observe from the graph, we show that the 22.7 TI that we had obtained, all of this was below the 3 time slices. So for the 2070s, the 2080s, and the 2090s, they were all above, those TI values were all above the 22.7 TI line. This suggests that the heat buildup necessary for conditioning of eggs and the outbreak of the epidemic, it may be present all year round in Trinidad and Tobago, or at least earlier in the year, if we make allowance for a variation of the TI as was seen for 1998. So going into the future for these time periods, the pattern or the seasonality that we currently observe for the dengue, it can change, where there is a possibility of outbreak all year round as opposed towards the latter half of the year as what we're currently seeing now. So this MAT, or moving average temperature that we're looking at, the convenience of it is that it makes use of daily temperatures measured at a meteorological station. Monitoring and predicting the mat then is a first step in developing an early warning system. A schematic is produced here where mat and climate projections, updates in dengue modeling activities, ongoing epidemiology, surveillance, and environmental observation, along with lessons learned from previous dengue forecasts, can be fed into a risk analysis and vulnerability assessment model, and then from that, will determine the response strategy and implementation and communication towards our public. So, in summary then, from our findings, we saw that the temperature threshold index obtained using weekly results for Trinidad and Tobago was approximately 22.7 degrees Celsius. And so the epidemic can occur anytime this value is surpassed for a particular country. So the TI seen in this work using weekly minimum temperature is a better indicator to judge the potential for the onset of the dengue epidemic as the data resolution is higher. So the study suggests that a change in the seasonality of the pattern of the dengue occurrence may occur towards the end of the century in the context of a warmer Caribbean. The worst case scenario would be that the threshold temperature necessary for dengue onset would be satisfied all year round. However, it should be noted that moisture is necessary for the egg to mosquito development. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Stennett Brown. Could I ask the timekeeper to just pause the clock? For the benefit of the audience, these presentations and questions are being timed. Each presenter have just 25 minutes, which include questions and answers. So judges, be mindful of that. And as well as presenter, when you're answering a question, you want to squeeze in as much as possible. So we are judging on creativity and innovation. The work done, is it unique, and is it based on its design and purpose? Does it present a new view on an existing body of knowledge or the subject area? The other criteria is originality. The work has not been seen in previous competitions as well as elsewhere. Potential social and economic value, the extent to which the entry can be scaled up commercially, and if commercialized, the relative monetary value it will have. Next, potential for Jamaica's development. The work must have significant potential to support national development. Publications is being assessed, as well as the general presentation. So that is just for the benefit of you in the audience. So when you hear who emerge as the top scientists, you will know on what basis we made the selection, all right? Excuse us for not making it clear earlier. Timekeeper, you can start back the clock, and we're going to start with questions from Dr. Gardner.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Lovely presentation. I have two really quick short questions. Can we exclusively say that the dengue outbreaks seen are as a result of the rising temperatures? And given that it's a certainty that that is the case, how translatable are these results to mapping future epidemics, or translatable to other upcoming emerging pandemics such as COVID-19? Is it translatable in that regard? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your question. First, in terms of the association of dengue with climate, we have seen two associations. The first association of which is temperature, and to be specific, we saw more association with minimum temperature versus maximum temperature. So for this study, we zoned in and looked at minimum temperature. Second, in terms of the vector, in order for the larva to grow and for the egg development, the moisture is also important. That's where rainfall comes in. So in previous studies that I've done, we noticed that there was actually a lag in terms of, we saw temperature increasing, and then rainfall came out, and then we saw an outbreak. So we saw a greater lag with rainfall as opposed to temperature. So there is association, but there was a lag. So temperature is important, but moisture is also very important, because without moisture, we wouldn't be able to have the eggs hatching. Could you remind me of the second question?
Certainly. I'm just asking quickly, can these results be translatable to provide other models for maybe other epidemics or future pandemics that we may have?
We'll have to study probably the various vectors, different vectors, and see how they react or they are associated to climate. We only looked at temperature and rainfall, but there are other factors that we could also have looked at. Relative humidity is one variable that can also from climate be looked at, and other types of extremes in rainfall can also be assessed, and that could be used to create models to look at other vectors. But I think they could be able to be translatable in other types of models, not just looking at a dengue model, but other types, probably malaria or some other vector diseases.
Thank you, Doc, for that. So my question is based on the commercial viability and the scalability of this. I know the research was done in Trinidad and Tobago. Is it fair to assume that once the temperature exceeds the TI, there's a likelihood for outbreak? That is if it exceeds the MAT. So if the same study was to be done in Jamaica or Barbados or somewhere else, if the TI was to exceed the MAT, then it's likely chance of the outbreak happening. And how would that be fed into a model for it to be commercialized and used by either by an institution or an individual? How do you see that happening?
Okay, the results that I presented here was for Trinidad and Tobago. One reason was because the cases were so high in Trinidad and Tobago. So we also looked at Jamaica and Barbados. The TI is slightly different for each country. In terms of commercial viability, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
So you pretty much have done the research.
Right.
And you know how the model works now. You have a good idea when an outbreak would happen when the TI exceeds the MAT. And of course, it's different, unique in every country, as you say. Just trying to understand how this data now be fit into a particular model that can be used to commercialize, that either an entity can access or an individual can access. Could be an app, could be a website, could be, whatever it is. But how do you see that happening?
Okay. All right. In terms of how we could make this commercially viable, well, we could start out, we're working with our public health departments, and I'm stumped on that one, and I'm not certain how we could make it commercially viable. But it is important because dengue fever and other vector-borne diseases, are very important because they have caused, a lot of, effects, in our society, disruption in our working sector, disruption in educational system when the season comes around for these vectors, to produce these different type of diseases. So one, it does disrupt the economy of the society, but in terms of making it commercially viable, I'm not so sure how we could make it commercially viable, honestly.
Don't worry too much, because I think there's this particular research is absolutely important, because what you have identified is a trigger point, in which an event can likely happen if it reaches certain trigger points. So the scalability, of course, can be looked at, and I think it's easily commercialized if you look at a particular model. So.
And also going into the future, because we project to see that there is going to be a warming, what we are going to see is that we have conditions set where, because currently now, these epidemic occurs towards the latter half of the year. But what we're going to find now going into the future is that the condition is set up nice and right for the epidemic to occur all throughout the year. Given also, there's also seroprevalence as well. So we'll have to take in consideration all that when we're putting this into our early warning system, because that can also result in probably a lower number in subsequent years because of the seroprevalence of the population.
I'm picking up on Mr. Burrell's question, and I do agree with him. This potential technology do have commercial viability. You have already identified who your market is, which is public health body, government, and there is a value to it. I wanted to know how will the application be presented to the potential user, the potential client, and whether or not the data that will be used, how will it be fed to the application? Is it a hands-on? Is it automated? How will the data be fed so that it can generate the information and the notification needed to prompt the response?
There are numerous ways in which we could do that. One, definitely publications. We can have reports where people can access to get this information. Also, we can create, online interface where persons can go online, they interface with the technology and find out, all right, coming up the next season, what do I expect for dengue fever, or what do I expect for another type of disease, Zika, or something like that? Are the conditions set and ready for an outbreak, or what would happen in 2 years down the line, so they can further plan and know what to do?
All right, we still have 5 minutes, so if there are any questions from the audience, we can take those. Yes, go ahead. Remember, she's being timed, so make a question short so that she can answer it. Yes, please do.
Okay, thanks. The first presenter made reference to bot. Second presenter made reference to mott. God help us if the third one is going to talk about hot. Anyway, that's on a serious note. I listen keenly, not probably because I live in Portmore where we have a nuisance of mosquitoes. Okay. And I noticed the study was primarily done and some emphasis was placed on Trinidad and Tobago. I was listening to hear it more directly related to a study being done in Jamaica, and more particularly in Portmore. And I'm saying this to say this. If you are maybe considering the financial viability of this study, I would implore you to put some emphasis on Portmore. You can't lose. So that's my question, or my challenge for you.
Thank you, sir. I'd mentioned before, yes, we have looked at Jamaica as well. We haven't gone to the localized level where we look at different parishes, but we have done studies for Jamaica. The reason why I presented for Trinidad and Tobago, the cases were so high, right? And yes, very high in Trinidad and Tobago in comparison to Jamaica, even though Portmore was behaving like that. So that would be a nice era going forward, is looking at what is happening on the parish level and looking, towards the future in terms of, what's going to happen for various parishes. Are we going to be seeing the same thing happening in Portmore as opposed to probably down in Westmoreland or something like that? So it'd be a nice little comparative study to see what is happening. So definitely, you can't wait.
All right, I have more questions. What is the potential social and economic value of this work? And if you want to dovetail that into the potential for Jamaica's development and how much publication you have, that would be good.
Okay. In terms of publication for this, we haven't published anything on this work personally from my end as yet, so we hope to put it forward soon. Coming back to the economic value and everything, probably I would need an economist to come and sit down and talk with to see the economic viability in terms of that. Definitely is a social plus. I think this would be very beneficial for any country in the Caribbean, given that we live in tropical regions, and we're going to see with the increase in temperature through climate variability and eventual climate change, which we're experiencing now, it is very important because we're going to be seeing more of these viruses, which was mainly endemic in other regions, coming now into the Caribbean. We saw that with Zika virus, chikungunya, which was probably from regions in Africa, now, filtering into the Caribbean. So this is going to be a very important tool going forward into the future.
And costs, what kind of costs are we looking at
Costs? In terms of implementing this tool, as I said before, I cannot put any money value, but I don't think it should be, because we already, if you look at the early warning system, some of these things are already in place. We have our meteorological stations, which we can get our climate data from. We have public health ministry, where we can get, our dengue data from. And we have the public health also, as an arm and a leg on the ground. So if we can get all of these information and put all of these together. So, because as I mentioned before, because it's so multifaceted, looking at these vector-borne diseases, we need all of these arms working together so that we can have something that is really fruitful. So,
Thank you. And it's exactly 00 seconds on the clock. Thank you so much, Doc. And handing back over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stennett Brown. This year's conference theme is Harnessing the Power of Research and Innovation to Drive Economic Resilience. So each of our nominees will be presenting work that will be contributing to Jamaica's development. Our third nominee is Dr. Peter Nelson. He is a native of St. Thomas. He has a PhD in chemistry. He did postdoctoral work at Weizmann Institute of Science in Israel, where he did research in the areas of nanomaterials, electron beam technologies, and thin film chemistry. He is now back at UWI-Mona, where he is the head of research of a research group in molecular modeling, electrochemistry, and molecular sensing. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Nelson.
All right, good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, I don't see my... Oh, okay, right. I'll just go ahead and, introduce myself. Well, I'm Peter Nelson, and most of my work at UWI involves molecular modeling and also sensing. Developing sensors for metal ions or even hormones or molecular systems that could give some idea of the health of a person. So what I'll be doing is just to present to you a brief summary of a summary, because we have been doing a lot on some metal ion sensors that could, that are of biological importance and are of health relevance. Okay, so one of the metal ions that I will be looking at in this presentation is lead. And lead is quite important because it is known to cause damage to the central nervous system and to many organs in the human body, including the liver, the kidneys, and stuff like that. And one interesting thing about lead is that it is known, there are many studies, including by the CDC, which shows that lead has the potential to reduce the cognitive development of children. It is also able to affect their mathematical abilities. It affects their overall behavior. And what they have found is that children who are exposed to excess lead, for example, from drinking water, tend to be quite violent and stuff like that. Lead is also known to to accumulate in the bones, where it leaches out into the blood over time and basically poison the body. So, and lead to all kinds of negative health effects. And so I believe that this is important. This is a good topic to look at. Now, recently you would have heard about, well, relatively recently, maybe about 2-3 years ago, you would have heard about the Flint water crisis in Michigan of the United States, where it was found that the drinking water in Michigan was heavily contaminated with lead. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, the negative health implications of lead, where the cognitive development of children, and other health effects caused by this. This should indicate that this is very, very important, and it's important to have an idea of the lead concentration in our foods and drinking water. Recently, there was, about a year ago, very recent, there was an article in a British newspaper which was basically discussing a study which showed that there is a high concentration of lead particles in dust particles in the US. And the interesting thing about this is that the lead particles that were found in these dust particles came from leaded fuels. And even though leaded fuels have been banned from about 1999, the dust particles still contain lead from that time. And this just basically showed the ability of lead to accumulate in the environment and to provide a continuous source of destruction. And so this basically makes the investigation, or the ability to detect and quantify lead, very, very important. Of course, there are many techniques which allow the detection and quantification of lead, particularly FAAS and some ICMS techniques. But of course, these techniques are quite expensive, requiring experts to operate these machines, and these machines are very expensive, not just to purchase, but also to maintain. And so in my research group, we thought to see if we could create a cheaper way to detect and quantify lead in the field, right? Something fast and relatively cheap, simple, right? You don't have to be a trained chemist to operate these types of equipment, this type of technology. And so we looked into things like colorimetric sensing, where you could just have like a piece of paper and you just dip it in your water, put some of your water on it, and you'll get a color change to say, look, lead is present. Maybe you don't want to consume this. Or electrochemical sensors. For example, a simple case is like your blood sugar machine. You put a drop of your blood, and it will tell you that, look, your sugar is at so and so. And so we thought that maybe we could develop something like this. Colorimetric sensors tend to use molecules which are able to interact with the analyte of interest and generate a color change. And to the lower right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see some molecules interacting with lead. And so what we thought to do was to say, look, let us develop some of these molecules that are able to interact with lead, and we could incorporate them in simple devices that could give you a reading quickly. Right? You don't need a large laboratory, or you don't need to be trained on how to use these ICPMS machines. And so what we decided to do was to use or try to develop an electrochemical sensor, which, how it works is that it would basically, if you look to the lower left-hand corner of the screen, what you will see is an electrode, which we label the working electrode. We have labeled it the working electrode. And what we'll do is to coat or to cover the working electrode with a material that is able to selectively interact with lead. So there might be other metal ions, but this material will only interact with lead, and therefore only give a signal when lead is present. And that signal will be directly related to the concentration of lead in solution. Now, that entire cell that I have, the pointer won't work. That large cell that I have on the left-hand side can be miniaturized into a microelectrochemical cell, which you can just basically print on a strip of paper, right? About the size of maybe your thumb. And so what you would need to do is just to put a drop of water in it, and it will give you a signal. And you just have a signal processor, like that device in that person's hand on the right, that will tell you that you have this or, whatever amount of lead. And so we set out to do that, and what we did was to try to synthesize some materials that we believe will interact selectively with lead. And why we believe that these materials will interact with lead is that they have these cavities. So these are crown ethers. And they have this cavity in the middle that will interact with lead selectively. Now, of course, before purchasing chemicals and using up resources and time and stuff like that, I decided that I would model these systems. So I did density functional theoretical modeling just to ensure, or just to check, if we are going in the right direction. And what these calculations show is that these molecules, most of the time, exist in the form of like a V, right? And so they have a V shape, and the lead ions can actually sit inside the cavity. We also checked further with what we call electrostatic potential maps, basically trying to locate where the electrons are in these molecules. And what we found was that the high electron density is actually inside the cavity. So indeed, the metal ions will sit inside the cavity. All right? So, and that was just to check. After checking, we went ahead and synthesized these molecules, characterized them by various spectroscopic techniques. And then we went further to check to see what is the probability, or what is the strength of the interaction, and in what ratio these metals will combine with each molecule. And we found that they combine in a 1-to-1 ratio. Right, and the delta G values being negative indicate that, look, there's a high probability of interactions, and the interactions will be strong. We went ahead also and, the delta G actually comes from that plot on the left-hand corner called a hill plot. Now, with all of that, we need to check. So we did all of this synthesis and, and calculations, and it looked well, but does it work, really? So we went ahead and do what we call some electrochemistry work. We did electropolymerization. So what we did was to create a film of the material on the electrode. And that is the film that is going to allow interactions of only lead with the electrode. So this is the film that I am telling you about, right? So other metals will be present, but the electrodes will only interact with lead because we have this film. And of course, what I collected some scanning electron microscopy images, which you will see there in the lower right-hand corner, just to prove that the film is actually there and to understand the nature of it. We went ahead just after that to check if it works and how good is this technique. So we determined the analytical parameters for all the compounds that we synthesized, all the films. And these parameters were quite good because they allow detection of lead at limits as low as 3 milligrams per liter, 3 ppm, and up to 59, up to even 70 ppm, with quite a wide linear range, right? Which is comparable to FAAS, which is the technique using the expensive equipment. And so we thought that, look, we are on the right path. And of course, we still have some more to do, but so far, so good. All right? As they are now, they can be applied, and we have applied them to regular, drinking water. All right? Finding no lead in most cases. Another metal that I will look at quickly, and I'll be shorter, is copper. Copper is quite interesting because the presence of copper, excess copper in the blood or in the liver, indicates the onset of what we call Wilson's disease. And if we can detect the presence of excess copper from early, we can actually, medical doctors can do better treatment of persons who are developing Wilson's disease. All right? There are many techniques to detect copper, but these techniques are expensive and they are laborious. They will take time, and you need to be a specialist to use these equipment to analyze for copper, right, to analyze your copper concentration and stuff like that. And so we thought that we could create something that is simpler, something that you could apply in your bathroom, right? And you could know that you could just look and say, okay, maybe I need to check my doctor to see what's going on. Wilson's disease is quite dangerous, damaging the brain, the bones, the kidneys, the heart. It's quite dangerous, right? And so, of course, this brings about the relevance of this work. Now, the interesting thing is that excess copper tends to be excreted in your urine. It's the same thing for excess lead. So we could actually apply our lead sensors for detection of lead in the urine. And if you have that in your urine, we know that, look, you have excess in your body. You are in trouble. So what we did was to look into the development of some simple colorimetric copper sensors. All right, some simple molecules which are relatively easy to prepare and are very good at detecting copper at low concentrations. And of course, these three systems were what we started out with. In fact, we actually started out with some simpler systems before these, and those kind of failed miserably. They were breaking down, and so we figured out how to stabilize them. And that's how we ended up with these three systems. Now, of course, I'm going to do molecular modeling just to check before I go ahead, because we don't want to waste time, waste chemicals, and all kinds of stuff. And we don't want to waste the university's money. So I always do molecular modeling first to know if I am going in the right direction. So far, when we did the molecular modeling, it showed that, look, this looks feasible. All right, so we decided that we would go ahead. We went ahead, synthesized these compounds, characterized them via various spectroscopic methods, and also confirm that they are pure. You don't want to use something that is impure, because if it's impure, then you don't know what is giving you the effects that you are getting. It could be a mixture. It could be that the compound is really good, but you don't know. So, of course, we did all of that. And what we found also is that these compounds are highly selective. And this is important because a lot of colorimetric sensors suffer from selectivity problems, meaning that you're trying to sense copper, but there are other metal ions present, and the other metal ions are causing you to get a false positive or to get a bad concentration. And so what we did some absorption spectroscopy measurements, and whereas some of the absorbance bands for these compounds responded to other metals, there's a unique absorbance for copper. And this indicated to us that, look, this thing will selectively detect copper, even if you have a lot of other metal ions present. All right? And of course, it did. They did. As you can see, you started out with this colorless solution. And once you add copper, then, well, for two of the compounds, we got this nice, what looks like pink. For the other one is not so hot. So we need to do some more work on that. All right? But it is research, so we'll continue searching. We went ahead also to do some more characterization in terms of the coordination with the metal to understand how these compounds interact with copper. All right? So we realized from a mole ratio plot that they interact in a 1-to-1 ratio. It's one copper ion to one sensor. And from this, from the titration, the absorbance titration, which told us that it's a 1-to-1 interaction ratio, we went even further to look at the analytical parameters, which will tell the analytical usefulness, right? Because it can look, very nice, and then when it comes to the application, it is, it's not so nice. Let's not say useless, but it's not so nice, right? It's just for lab purposes, but it can't go anywhere. So we went ahead to check the analytical parameters, such as linear range, limit of detection, limit of quantification. For one of the compounds, one of them performed quite well, having a linear range of 0 to about 5. And the interesting thing is that persons with excess copper, persons who actually have Wilson's disease, they normally have about 5 ppm, 5 milligrams per liter of copper in their urine. So we're actually in the range for that first compound, HAPAP. For the others, we need to do some more work, but one of them is showing promise so far. And the interesting thing is that for that compound, if you should impregnate a piece of filter paper with it, and you put copper on it, it does give you that color change from white, which the filter paper is white, to pink. So it does work, all right? We would like to improve the linear range, make it a little bit wider. And we are in the process of doing that at the moment. So we are hoping that these will be applied in paper technology, like test strips. So it's cheap in terms of scale up. It is simple. The compounds are not so difficult to synthesize and purify. They are pretty easy to characterize, and they are relatively cheap. So we are looking forward to putting these into paper technology. So you just have your test strips in your bathroom or so. Or you could even put this in your toilet paper or your wipes. So, we can have easy testing, right? And continuous monitoring. Okay, that is that for me. There are some of my basic conclusions from the study. Well, from this presentation, because it's a lot more than what I have here. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Nelson. So we have 7 minutes and 1 second for questions. You can keep the clock going. Getting right into the questions right away. You can start back the clock, please. It paused. All right, good. Dr. Nelson, awesome. One of your slides answered one of my questions, which was about the detection limit for the copper of 3.3 ppm. So I wanted to know what was the allowed limit or the dangerous limit, but you mentioned the 5 ppm when you diagnosed that disease. So that question was answered. But my other question now is, that is for a diagnostic tool. What about analytical tool in the field? Test it, because these are heavy metals, which are of health concern.
Yes.
And when you're talking about food, especially ground provision, you want to know the heavy metal content. And lead and copper are two of the, well, copper not necessarily heavy metal, but lead, arsenic, mercury, those are some of the important ones.
Yes.
And I'm suspecting in a similar way you can look at other metals that you can develop modules or compounds for to detect. So I wanted to know analysis of heavy metal, whether or not you're able to develop test kits that can look at a profile of metals that are of importance, and how would that compare in cost, efficiency, time with existing technology or methodology that we now utilize? What are the prospects for that with the work that you're doing?
Well, what I am doing, it's not so difficult to extend to that, because we could actually have one film on the surface of an electrode that can detect 5 different metals and quantify them. So, and the cost would not double, triple, or quadruple as a result of you adding more metals. It's just a matter of developing a different material that can accommodate that type of thing. So it is possible, and it would not add greater difficulty. It would not be more difficult, in other words.
Is that something you're looking into? Are you
right
looking
away.
at commercialization?
Yeah, immediately, actually.
I'm
actually in the process now.
Okay, good. Is the work patentable? Are you looking at protecting?
That's a good question, because I have 3 compounds that I did not present here today for that reason.
Okay. Right. So that goes to the original.
And they are way more impressive than these.
Okay. All right. So it's all right. Questions? Any other questions? And welcome questions from the audience, but he's a chemist, I'm a chemist, so you don't mind me, I'll find the questions for you.
All right, so right before the audience comes to ask questions, let's talk about the reusability of the device. Is it a one-time purchase thing that you're thinking of, or is it something that, you can change a strip, you have a little device, you change the strip, or is it something that can be rinsed out and then reused? How is the lifespan of the particular device you're thinking of?
All right, for the strips would be a one-time thing, right? But for the lead, which is actually an electrode, it's an electrochemical sensor, we have used them for in one electrode more than 500 times, and the signal, the ability to detect lead, the signal changed by less than 1%. So we couldn't go any more in terms of, we did over 1,000 trials, so we said, look, this thing look as if it can go more, but I can tell you that you can use that one electrode more than 1,000 times. Probably more, but we have not gone beyond that.
And you have mentioned the comparison with regards to cost. For example, with the FAAS, have you actually determined what the cost would be in producing something like this?
Yes, for sure I can say it is way cheaper than FAAS. You're looking at about $500,000 plus money for helium every year, plus $12,000 US servicing costs. To produce one of these, I probably spend maybe about 1,000 US, one electrode, probably about 1,000 US, and it involves the synthesis of the chemicals, the testing, paying for SEM, scanning electron microscopy work. Yeah, maybe about 1,000 US to produce one with all of the testing and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
My only question would be on their publications, if there has been any publications so far to date.
On this work?
Yes. And
yes, there are a few. We have one that just got accepted. We have two out already, and we have another three that we're working on. Yeah.
All right, I got a question from the audience. How did you account for copper having 2 ion states available? How does that affect the testing?
Copper 1 and copper 2.
All right.
Yes. The thing is that one of them is a little bit smaller. One of them is harder than the other one. All right? And it works better for copper 2. We did consider that because we know journal reviewers would try to, they will pick that up. It works a little bit better for copper 2. It can still detect copper 1, but there's a reduction in the linear range. Yeah. But in any case, we would escape because copper 2 is way more prevalent. Yeah.
All right. If it's for diagnostic tool for healthcare, I can see that being more readily acceptable. But for as an analytical tool, for it to be commercially viable and accepted, the methodology would have to pass a scientific rigor and hopefully get to a level of acceptance so that the technology wouldn't be frowned upon.
Yes.
How do you plan to overcome that burden? Because that's an important market for us, because we are not able to access a lot of markets because we're not able to do the analysis because our FAA and our GTAs are down. Right. So as a diagnostic tool, as an analytical tool, significant value there. How would we overcome the barrier of acceptance of the data from your kits?
Well, what I have started, I've been doing is to try to compare this to other methods, or FAS or FAS at UE is still going. I've been playing around with different sample matrices to see if what if you have a lot of organic matter and stuff like that. What if you, and as you can see, I did play around with a lot of ions to see if I can, fix that. Start to address it. There's more to go.
Thank you, and your time is exactly up. Thank you, Dr. Nelson.
Thanks.
So our final presenter for today is Dr. Kimberly Foster. Dr. Foster has a PhD in biotechnology from UWI Mona. Dr. Foster was raised in a rural farming community in Manchester. She was always curious about the value of medicinal plants and believed in their potential, as it was always the first line of treatment in her household. Dr. Foster credits her success to the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and thanks her supervisor, Professor Delgoda, who has welcomed her to the Natural Products Institute. Dr. Foster currently works at the Field Trip Lab, the Natural Products Research Lab, where she continues research in the value of natural medicines. So we'd like to make welcome Dr. Foster.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today we'll be talking a little bit about the nutraceutical value of soursop toward improving cancer care. So what is soursop? It's a slender tree with glossy oblong leaves cultivated mainly for its fruit, which is normally eaten directly or juiced. And many of us are familiar with the tangy taste of the soursop fruit. It's often applied in desserts as flavorings. The fruit is the major reason for cultivating the plant. However, the other parts of the plant are not to be ignored because they too bear much medicinal value. In Jamaica, the soursop plant, mainly the leaves of the plant, are used traditionally for nervous problems, but new evidence now suggests it's been used for cancer treatment. And when we look at the burden of cancer in Jamaica, cancer accounts for the largest proportion of premature deaths by non-communicable diseases, with prostate cancer being the leading cancer type with the highest incidence and mortality rates. Prostate cancer also accounts for almost half of all cancers in men locally, with an incidence rate of 43%, and breast cancer being the most common cancer type among females. And many of us can relate to the burden of cancer because every one of us in here knows somebody who has been affected with cancer. Cancer treatment options locally are usually surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy. These treatment options are often expensive and they come with significant side effects. And as a result, patients tend to turn to the use of medicinal plants. And as we know, herbal medicine use is highly prevalent in Jamaica. Herbal medicines or medicinal plants are the main source of most of our nutraceutical products that we have available today. Jamaicans generally rely on herbal medicines to treat various illnesses, ranging from the common cold to the more chronic diseases. Surveys previously conducted by Picken et al. Confirms that up to 73% of Jamaicans self-medicate. And this is because plant medicines are usually more readily available, they're more affordable, and they're usually more convenient. With this background knowledge, we developed two main objectives for our study, the first of which was to determine the prevalence of medicinal plant use among cancer patients, followed by an assessment of the bioactivity value of the most commonly used plants in the treatment of breast and prostate cancer. In order to achieve our aims, we started out by conducting a survey at the University Hospital of the West Indies among cancer patients in order to gauge their practices and the prevalence of medicinal plant use. What our results found was that medicinal plant use was highly prevalent among cancer patients, with up to 80% of patients reportedly using herbal medicines to treat their illness. Soursop, scientifically called Annona mercata, emerged the most commonly used medicinal plant prepared as either a decoction or an infusion of the leaves or the bark individually as well as in combination. Following this discovery, we then decided to take it a bit further to conduct laboratory investigations into its bioactivity. So what we did is that we collected both the leaves and the bark of the soursop tree. They were dried, milled into a powder, and subsequently extracted with 4 solvents. We used hexane, ether acetate, ethanol, and water. And we should note that our water extracts were prepared to mimic ethnomedical preparations in that it was prepared either as a decoction or an infusion, in combination and separately. So we had 13 extracts overall of both our soursop leaves and bark. These 13 extracts were subsequently screened against 3 cancer cell lines. We had breast cancer cell line, prostate cancer cell line, and colon cancer. So these cancer cell lines represent the most common types of cancers that are encountered in our population, with breast being the most common among females, prostate being the most common among males, and colon being the 3rd most common overall. So following the screening of our extracts, we then identified the most potent extract, and that extract was identified to be our ethyl acetate bark extract against prostate cancer. This extract was subsequently standardized using HPLC-MS, and the key phytochemical compound adenosine was identified in this extract. So going forward, what we did, we took the most potent extract, which is our ethyl acetate bark extract, and our key phytochemical adenosine, and conducted further bioactivity screens. So we look at evaluation of bioactivity in breast cancer. For this experiment, 2 different breast cancer cell lines were used. These were MCF7, which is of a Caucasian origin, and MDA-MB468, which is of an African American origin. It's also a triple negative breast cancer cell line, which is known to be more metastatic and more aggressive. So when we evaluated our extract against these 2 cancer cell lines, we saw that our ethyl acetate bark extract selectively and potently inhibited the cell viability of the more metastatic and the aggressive breast cancer cell line, which is MDA-MB468. We then went on to look at the bioactivity in prostate cancer. We also used 2 prostate cancer cell lines for this study, along with a normal prostate cell line, and what we saw from our extract and adenosine was that both extract and adenosine were potent and selective in terms of reducing the viability of the prostate cancer cell lines, in stark contrast to no impact on normal prostate cells. Now, we wanted to go a bit further to see how cytotoxicity was achieved, and this was determined to be via necrosis. Now, given that most cancer-related deaths are as a result of metastatic cancer, we also investigated the anti-metastatic potential of our extracts and adenosine in prostate cancer cells, and our results show that both extract and adenosine was able to inhibit migration of prostate cancer cells as well as inhibition of angiogenesis. And these 2 processes are precursors to cancer metastasis. Now, from our survey, we also gathered information on concomitant use of medicinal plants and chemotherapeutic drugs. So we noted that most of the patients interviewed, up to 70% of them, practiced concomitant use. So we then decided to investigate the impact of our extract in combination with a known chemotherapeutic drug, docetaxel. And docetaxel is used mainly to treat prostate cancer. So when we looked at our results of our combination of docetaxel and our extract, we saw where the cytotoxicity of docetaxel was significantly improved by 50% in the prostate cancer cell line. When we look also at the normal cell line, we saw where there was little to no impact when used in combination. So docetaxel by itself is not selective. It reduces viability of both cancer cells and normal cells, in contrast to our extract. And when we did the combination, we saw where the activity of docetaxel was improved and a protective effect was seen for our normal cells. We also know of the potential of drug-herb interactions. So we went ahead and we investigated impact of the extract and docetaxel in combination on a common cytochrome P450 enzyme that is responsible for docetaxel metabolism in the body. And our results found that there was no significant inhibition of this enzyme. Hence, there was no likely adverse drug-herb interactions. Therefore, our source of extract could find application in combination therapies as a way to improve efficacy and reduce side effects from chemotherapeutic drugs. In conclusion, we determined, one, a high prevalence of medicinal plant use among cancer patients, with soursop emerging as the most commonly used plant. And based on our laboratory investigations, we showed where both our extract and inonosine were able to reduce the viability of prostate cancer cells via necrotic cell death mechanism. They were also able to potently impact cancer cells in stark contrast to their impact on normal cells, as well as inhibit metastasis through inhibition of angiogenesis and cell migration. Hence, this research provides a sound scientific framework for pursuing the development of higher value-added natural medicinal products to treat cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. Questions?
Thank you for that presentation. Have you published any material on this research?
Yes, we have one publication that looks at the reliance on medicinal plant use among cancer patients in Jamaica, and we also have another one that looks at the impact of soursop extracts in prostate cancer.
Okay, great, thanks. And my other question is, have you looked into the potential of transferring this research into commercial value? How do you plan to, I guess, put this on the market?
So, well, there are already some soursop nutraceutical products available. So this research provides a sound scientific backing to support their medical or health claims that are on those packages. But we could also, further studies are ongoing in order to develop the most understudied plant part, which is the bark, because most of what's already out there is from the leaves.
Thank you.
All right, so you had mentioned that you compared the extract to that of a drug that currently treats prostate cancer cell lines. Was there or is there any plans to do any work involving breast cancer cell lines, looking at the extract and its combination with drugs that treat that particular condition?
Yes, sure. So we are also doing some more work in terms of its impact in breast cancer, but what we saw was that it did not affect all breast cancer cell lines that we tested. It was specific to the more metastatic breast cancer cell line. So we're also looking at an avenue to apply to that specific type of cell line, which is more prevalent in our Black population.
We want to encourage the audience to utilize the question sheet. Please write your questions on the sheet. So I will start off my questions with one from the audience. Did you assess the adverse effects, specifically the ions released in the body from necrotic cell death?
So no, we did not get a chance to study the effects after necrosis. We just identified the mechanism of cell death to be necrosis. So more studies would be need to be conducted in order to determine whether there's an inflammatory result after necrosis. Most of our studies were in vitro.
Okay, no problem. Another one from the audience, and not because I do have a lot in them, but we have 11 minutes. There is the notion that soursop bark and soursop skin is 1,000 times more potent than chemotherapy. Question, is there any truth to this?
So there is some truth to it in terms of its impact in cancer cell lines, because I can only speak to in vitro studies because I've only done in vitro. But there are also case studies reporting the use of plant parts from soursop in actual cancer patients, and they have seen improvements. But based on our study, there is some truth to the potency of the soursop bark.
Just not 1,000 times. All right. So for me now, I'm looking into the novelty or originality of the work. Most of us are aware that soursop has potential for anti-cancer therapy. My husband was feeding me soursop juice every day because of that. What is the novelty in what you have presented and what you're working on?
Okay. So the novelty, I believe, is its application its potential application as an adjuvant therapy, or to be applied in combination with chemotherapeutic drugs, because we know that most of our medical practitioners don't want to give up their conventional cancer treatment options because those are known and trusted. However, if we look at the application of our extract in combination, then there's some novelty to that. And also, most of the studies that are out there are speaking about the soursop leaves and the fruit, but this one is novel in case that it focused on the bark of the plant.
Okay. Potential social and economic value.
Okay. So the potential social value is that we have a wealth of traditional knowledge in Jamaica. And traditional knowledge, I think, needs to be transmitted or documented so that it can be transmitted to future generations. So part of the study spoke to that in terms of we collected information on medicinal plant use, and most of this is traditional knowledge, which is somehow being lost. So documentation of that traditional knowledge goes a far way in terms of the social impact, because most people, especially in my generation or younger generations, they're unaware of the benefits of the medicinal plants. Potential economic impact, when we look at the potential application of developing nutraceutical products from soursop, then we could tap into a multi-billion-dollar nutraceutical industry, and that could give us potential income for Jamaica and contribute to our GDP.
And what will it take for that to happen in terms of soursop? How do we have raw material? What is the raw material, or the supply chain, the value chain? What does that look like? My colleague panelists asked about commercialization. I know you mentioned that they are soursop products, but I would like to think that you would also want to consider whether partnering or initiating a product. One of my questions that I had was about concentration, dosage scheme, mechanism, that kind of thing. So along those lines, how do we create a nutraceutical or health-based product or industry around soursop based on now the strong scientific data that you have presented to us to support this? You have 6 minutes.
Okay. So we could actually look into developing nutraceutical products from the bark of the soursop plant more specifically, because we know that our water extracts or our source of teas are mainly used, but there's a lack of standardization around the usage or the ethnomedical preparations. So if we have our ethyl acetate bark extract, which is standardized, it's characterized, we know what's in there, and we can develop specific dosages because we are aware of the potency of it. We develop specific dosages, for example, in capsules. We could create some capsules from our extract and market those as potential treatment options for prostate cancer or breast cancer, as well as other types of cancers based on their mechanism of action known to inhibit metastasis.
All right, thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Any other point that you want to make, Dr. Foster? I see you've been very efficient with time. And oh, yes, I have another question.
I have one quick question. Have you identified in your extract a possible isolated molecule that is responsible for having the effects that you saw in your study?
Yes, we have. That is the key phytochemical that was identified, adenosine.
Okay, wonderful. And is it reproducible maybe in a lab scale to go synthetic maybe later on?
Yes, it is. We have also, part of the study which was now published here, we have also created an enriched extract from the source of bark. We have methods that when we apply those methods, those dispersive solid phase extraction methods enriches the extract to allow increased concentration of adenosine in those extracts.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add? You still have 4 minutes. You know. Hey, she's very efficient, you know. Anything else you'd like to add, or is it okay for us to close here?
It's okay.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Foster. Throwing it back over to our chair, Dr. Ricketts.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for all 4 nominees? All our nominees did an excellent job. Today we had the distinct pleasure of hearing from 4 local scientists who are putting forward their research and their innovation for developing Jamaica in social, economic, and health-wise. We heard from Dr. Anderson, who put forward a learning management software that can continuously assess performance in high school. We heard from Dr. Stennett Brown, who told us, listen, we can actually predict an occurrence of dengue based on environmental condition. We heard from Dr. Nelson, who is putting together cost-effective measures for sensing lead and copper in water and in the body. And finally, we heard from Dr. Foster, who is looking at using soursop leaves for cancer treatment. All of these technology and innovation is relevant to Jamaica, and we had the privilege of hearing it here first at our SRC conference, because all of these technology and innovation will be brought to scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and our judges will deliberate, and they will give us the winner soon. Tomorrow, of course. I mean, it take all night to figure out who's the winner, right? But everyone here is a winner in my book. Science and technology is very important for Jamaica's development. So thank you very much for tuning into this session, and I'll bring this session to a close. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and panelists, nominees, young scientists, technologists, please stay on the podium. This session was, of course, sponsored by LASCO, and we have some gift basket from LASCO. I'm so sorry. Best Dress. We have some gift basket from Best Dressed Chicken. Come on up, ladies. So again, we want to thank you. As Dr. Ricketts said, science research is alive and well in Jamaica. And not just that, we are seeing technology being created that will impact our lives. So congratulations to all the nominees. As Dr. Ricketts said, you are all winners. The judging panel now have the hard decision to decide the 0.006 factor that separate you. We will now also present some memorabilia for you from the SRC to indicate your participation. And do note, we had nominations, a significant amount of nominations this year, and the 4 persons you heard from today were shortlisted from a very qualified group. It was a very hard decision to make, but we were able, I think you would agree that the selection was good, right? So tomorrow afternoon at the National Innovation Award is when we will announce who came out 0.06% above the others. And we know what the 0.06 mean by now, right? Anybody want to tell us what the 0.06% mean? What is the 0.06? That's the amount of GDP that is generated towards research and development. You see how much I'm doing 0.06%? Can you imagine if we get to 0.1%, much more 1%, or the 1.72% that the ST&I policy wants to achieve by 2030? If we're doing this with 0.06%, 2030 is going to be amazing for Jamaica when we get to 1.7% of GDP. So ladies and gentlemen, we bring this session to a close and we're moving immediately into a photo opportunity with the entire panel and then into the next session. I believe we're about 40 minutes delayed now, behind schedule. So we're going to move right into the next session. We want to invite all the nominees, our presenters, our extraordinary young scientists, early career scientists, to come to the front for a picture op. Judges, after the panelists, we're going to invite the judges to join them on stage so that we all can be, recorded in history of being a part of this process. Dr. Stevens, Ricketts, sorry, you're in the photo too, right in the center there. Judges, we want to invite you on the stage as well.
afternoon, everyone. I'm going to invite everyone to take their seats, if it is that you're remaining with us for the 9th scientific session of our 2.5 days of conference. And I'm hoping that indeed you will be staying with us. Mine is a task to moderate this 9th session, or the final session for this afternoon. My name is Joaquin Murray, and I'm the Chief Technical Director at the Ministry of Science, Energy, and Technology. So let me just take the opportunity to just welcome you all, those of you who are here in person, and of course those of you who are joining us online. And just to remind those of you, or all of you, our guests, both online and in-person guests, that you can download the conference program at srcconference.com. And the description on our YouTube channel also has a conference evaluation form. I'm going to encourage you, those persons online as well as those who are in person, present here in person, to complete the evaluation form. It helps the organizers to determine what went well, what didn't go so well, and how it is that they can improve on the conference for the next round. Additionally, we want to invite our online guests to post their questions in the live chat. And of course, for those of you who are here in person, you will have a sheet on which you can place your questions for our guests and our panelists to answer at that time. So our 9th scientific session treats with the technology, I like to call it, the technology part of science, technology, and innovation. And you've heard the sciences previously, so we're going to hear a little bit about the technology side. And our theme this afternoon, or sub-theme rather, is digital accessibility, connectivity, and improved effectiveness generated by the pandemic. And many of us would have gone through the almost 2.5 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. And while it is that persons have, or would say that it is behind us, the fact is that there are some serious learnings that as a country would have taken from it, whether public or private sector, and technology played a critical role in our capacity and our ability to be able to weather the COVID-19 pandemic. It showed us that there were some things that we were doing well and some things that we were not doing so well, whether we were private or public sector. And I have with me a panel of gentlemen, interestingly. I won't call them thorns. No, they're not. Almost all of whom I think I know personally, but they're going to walk us through and help us to understand the various elements of this theme. And our first speaker, before I invite my first speaker or introduce my first speaker, I want to apologize for one of our speakers who unfortunately will not be able to attend due to some emergency matters. And when you hear the speaker that will not be attending, you'll understand what the situation is. So that was Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Sterling, who is the head of the Cyber Incident Response Team. Unfortunately, there was an incident, and he had to respond. So he won't be here with us, unfortunately, but I am sure that our other speakers will stimulate our minds, and we will certainly have some food for thought and some questions. So our first speaker will be, my apologies, Mr. Charles Douglas, who is the Senior Manager for Government and Regulatory Affairs at Flow, Jamaica's leading entertainment and communications company. Charles has over 3 decades of solid achievements in the telecommunications sector, having joined the then Cable and Wireless Jamaica Limited in 1991. He has served in executive roles in several aspects of the company's operations, including treasury, financial services, revenue assurance, regulatory finance, and regulatory affairs. His roles have required him to work in Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Turks and Caicos, the British Virgin Islands, Barbados, and the Eastern Caribbean. In his current role, Charles effectively manages telecommunications and broadcasting matters relating to regulatory strategy, compliance formulation, and implementation of regulatory policy, and actively advises senior management on regulatory matters. I'll just add that because of that role that he has, he also has to engage with the ministry as well as several regulators across our public sector. And so, colleagues, guests, audience, I will ask you to just invite, welcome Mr. Douglas by giving him a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to share with you this afternoon a program inspired by Flow, arising from our experience from the pandemic. Pandemic, as you know, was extremely impactful. We made a lot of investments. We doubled our capacity in many respects, and we delivered. However, our experience was that it was not enough, and that there is a need for much more at a faster rate. Hence, this gave birth to JUMP, a program which is driving digital inclusion together. Across the Caribbean, internet penetration is less than 50%, Jamaica included. And we've observed that the barriers to increased adoption cover 4 principal areas: the lack of awareness among the population, the lack of affordability, lack of digital skills, as well as the lack of infrastructure. Flow, for its part in Jamaica, has invested in network which passes over 700,000 households, but we are very clear that a number of those households cannot actually access the internet because they just can't afford it. Affordability is a huge challenge. We are convinced, however, that together as a coalition of partners, we can close this digital divide within 3 to 5 years to achieve our 2030 vision to make Jamaica a place to live, work, raise families, and do business. Digital inclusion should cut across all age groups, different sectors, whether it's in the education system, much of which we saw with the different propositions today. It's going to rely on digital access. It's going to rely on the internet. Whether or not it has to do with telemedicine, we know that the Ministry of Health has invested in a project to roll out telemedicine to provide better health care, or it's on education, or with the elderly within the society who needs to participate. What we know, though, is that closing the digital divide is a problem that many countries have, and that one that will not solve itself through some process of osmosis or some incremental change. It requires active, targeted policymaking and intervention. And we've seen this in a number of markets. In Costa Rica, the National Telecommunications Regulator, Fontel, they have introduced a program, and they've seen uptick of 3 times access improvement. We have in Montserrat, where we're participating in a program where they have connected an additional 2,000 households, twice the number they had before. And of course, in the United States of America, a little more well-endowed, they have the Economic Broadband Benefit Program, which they've rolled out to be available to millions of Americans, and up to 3.75 million have availed themselves of this. And we've seen the uptake of access to broadband. So by our experience, we recognize that public-private partnerships is the way to close the digital divide. And we just can't say this enough. It can't be Flow alone. It can't be the ministry alone. It has to be across functional sector of partners, and we'll show you soon. We'll discuss how JUMP plays a role in this. Of course, much has been achieved. The idea, however, is just not enough. It's not at the rate that we need. Displayed on the picture, we see one example of our public-private partnerships with participating with the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology for the deployment of Wi-Fi hotspots across the country in all parishes, in different communities. And there's tremendous value being delivered in those communities because a number of people avail themselves of it. So where does this take us? Just the awareness that digital inclusion matters. It changes lives. I mean, we all buy into the well-known statistics that says for every 10% increase in broadband penetration in a country, that translates into a 1% GDP growth. So it matters. It's a big deal. It's going to expand virtual learning opportunities. It's going to enhance telehealth services, improve graduation rates, improve labor productivity, among many, many other things, the efficiency of businesses, and so on. With all these BPOs that are being set up and other companies coming into Jamaica to invest, Huawei more recently, it matters that we are a destination which is digitally transformed with good digital and reliable digital availability. And we could go on and on about the benefits of digital inclusion. Now, cable and wireless has been in Jamaica for more than 100 years. We believe that we have a role to play in bridging the digital divide, and we're well positioned to do so based on our history, based on our infrastructure, and based on the relationships that we've built. We are very involved socially in our foundation. My screen has suddenly gone blank. Okay, I may have just turned it off. Right, so, our work in the Flow Foundation and many other sectors of society, we've been partnering. And JUMP is just the other phase of this partnership. Now, JUMP is our new program to bridge the digital divide. And when I say a new program, I just want to say very clearly up front, we have huge ambitions for JUMP. What it means is that we hope JUMP morphs into a national program which is eventually brand agnostic. But Flow at this point is funding the pilot with specific partners, and we are very, very proud of that. It's based on 3 pillars. It's providing devices, providing connectivity to households, and also ensuring digital skills training within each household. So JUMP is not a product. It's a program, it's a movement which should holistically enhance and empower each household that is a beneficiary of the program. Of course, households that are unconnected will be the target of JUMP. So we are in this room for the most part. I'm sure most of us can imagine what it is not to have broadband connectivity at home, because whenever broadband goes down, it's just, we can't function. But again, there are large parts of the country that have no connectivity to broadband. They're either going to do it in a very limited way on a phone, or when they get to some place, they have a Wi-Fi that they will rely on, or perhaps when they go to school, but they don't have any connectivity at home. JUMP is designed to connect the unconnected and to provide these persons now with digital literacy training to understand the devices, understand how to protect devices, understand how to go on the internet, understand how to protect themselves on the internet, getting basic digital literacy, and of course, moving up the channel to get further digital skills. And of course, to do this, we have our own Flow study program, which we are using, as well as we have partnerships that we can speak to later. The Mona School of Business through its Caribbean School of Data, fantastic partner, and one-to-one educational services, which are our experts in online training that we're partnering with. The JUMP pilot is focus targeting 1,500 households or Jamaican families, across the entire length and breadth of the island, where we have fiber network to connect them to. It includes providing them with high-speed broadband, minimum 30 megs up, 30 megs down, providing them with the device to access. In this case, in the first instance, it's going to be an HP Chromebook, and then providing them with online digital skills training with the partners that we described before. Our Flow Study program, one-on-one educational services, and Mona School of Business. And the household is being asked to contribute $696 plus tax for the program, obviously a heavily subsidized amount, or $800 all when you apply the tax. We believe that the household making some contribution to the program will give them commitment to the program, build their appreciation for the program, and create that commitment to benefiting from the program. It's not just receiving a Chromebook, right? It's about being trained, being certified by the partners that we just discussed. And our preliminary surveys, and as we reached out and we've rolled out the program, what we have found, to our surprise, is that many of the households that are on path, or at least some of them who value the internet, are investing in programs that cost a lot more than $695 plus tax, 5,000 Jamaican dollars, 3,000 Jamaican dollars, because they are committed to have their children or members of their household access to the internet. So we see this program as a real win-win to get to those who cannot connect, and that's just a monthly contribution. Of course, in order to do this, it needs partnership. It needs the public sector, it needs the private sector, and we are going to be working with community organizations. Again, we are partnering with institutions that will make this happen. Flow alone cannot do it. So just take, for example, we're partnering with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, who manage the PATH program. Just think about independently trying to have an eligibility criteria to identify the most vulnerable people across the country and what that would require. So we don't have to replicate that. PATH has already done that. They're an excellent organization, real good partner. So by going with PATH, having them help us select the households, then you can see that the program will target the right people, target the right families. Certainly, again, Mona School of Business heavily subsidizing its contribution with in-person facilitation along with online support. This is something that we've been doing for some time. They're adept at it, skilled at it. We're not guessing. We have the right partners, as well as one-on-one educational services. Of course, having the partnership and the support of the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology validates the program, their own review of the program, their own understanding of the benefits that it can deliver, and their support for it goes a long way in validating the program. Not to mention our other own partners, the Flow Foundation and the Cable and Wireless Charitable Foundation. The idea is that with all this coalition of support to get to the most vulnerable, then this can become a national program, not just a Flow program. And I can't say that enough, because at some point we would love the government to also buy in and become a more strategic partner in getting to all the households. The fact of the matter is the government is committed to getting broadband to the most vulnerable. Efforts are being made, but many still remain unconnected. The Universal Service Fund has dedicated circa $10 billion to buy devices and distribute it to folks. The Ministry of Education similarly has a budget of $2.7 billion to buy devices to give it to folks. Those devices cannot have their maximum utility if the folks don't have the internet at home, if they can't use it at home, if they can't access the internet. And JUMP is intended to complement those social programs, if you will, so that we can actually get the results where people are empowered, they are upskilled, it translates to economic improvement within their family or improvement in academic performance of students in the household, and then that translates to the community and then up to the country where we get that economic development that we need. It cannot be that part of the country goes forward with the internet, with development, with all the fancy science that we discussed earlier, and then there's a whole nother 50% that are not even connected. When the youngsters were talking, you know, the guy from Cornwall College and all of that during COVID, that was what was clearly manifested. Too many people don't have access to the internet. They can't work from home. They can't study from home. They can't operate from home. And JUMP is our response to that. We survived the pandemic. Of course, we survived it. We wish we could have done better, but how do we prevent that, another pandemic, we're not in the same place that we were before. So we invite all to take a leap of faith with us and jump.
All right, thank you so much, Charles, for that. And just to reiterate what Mr. Douglas has said, the fact is that connectivity is absolutely important. We would have seen that through the pandemic, there were challenges for persons who had to go to school, irrespective of which school, whether it's primary, high, tertiary, there were challenges. And then additionally, there were challenges of persons who were members of the workforce who didn't have the resources at home, particularly on those days when there was a lockdown, so to speak, on those long weekends of lockdowns. The fact is that there's no going back. And I think what the pandemic would have certainly shown in government and private government and private sector as well is that technology has to be applied to our lives in a way that will allow us to work from anywhere and do anything from anywhere. So thank you for that, Charles, and we look forward and hope that we know that your program will be successful and it has the support of some solid government agencies, and I'm sure it will be, and we look forward to the outcomes of that. So our next speaker is Mr. Orville Johnson, and he's the manager for the Information and Communication Technology Department at the Bureau of Standards, Jamaica. He holds a Master's of Science in Engineering Management and a Bachelor of Science in IT, Information Technology. Mr. Johnson is a licensed project management professional who is also trained and certified in IT infrastructure, library, and information systems security. With 20 years of experience in the field of ICT, and as a quality engineering professional with experience in banking and oil and gas auditing and construction, Mr. Johnson is qualified to speak with us today on the topic digital accessibility, connectivity, and improved efficiencies generated by the pandemic. Please put your hands together for Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for sticking around. Usually the last session is where persons try to beat the traffic. I'm going to be very brief, and I hope that you stick around to hear my 15 minutes of fame. For those persons who've invited us, I'm from the Bureau of Standards, Jamaica, and I'd like for you to take a conversational approach with what I'm presenting now. I've been given a broad topic. I think that the answer to it is a model that you see on the screen, the 360 model. It speaks to access, connect, and revolutionize. And when we do a reality check, it was Jeff Bezos who previously said that there's no alternative to digital transformation. And visionary companies will carve out new strategic opportunities for themselves. And those that don't adapt will fail. Let's look at this again. What happened in 2020? I'm happy that my professional here from Flow would have remembered that the classrooms were shuttered, that the streets were emptied, businesses were closed where they were forced to be closed. And for some reason, everybody went on to Zoom. And if we didn't understand what Zoom meant, we understood it. And for some of us, we didn't know to turn off our mics or turned on our camera in the wrong time. And our houses became hotspots. Your neighbors could pick up your Wi-Fi, yes. But what online meant was novel, and using it for technology was novel. It's now become to many the norm. And so we hear the coin the term the new norm. We did blank from home, everything from home. And working from home was a joy for some persons. They were sick and tired of traveling in the traffic. Some persons found it very nice that they still got their lunch allowance after staying home. And we did everything online. And that triggered something that we were always doing. And that big thing is e-commerce. It changed everything. And the lockdowns just pushed e-commerce up. It pushed it up so much that in 2019, it was at 14% of global retail trade. People like to go and shop around. I don't mind traveling to go shop. But when the pandemic came around, I still needed the items, so I went online. It rose to 17% in 2020. That's a massive jump in terms of its performance. That's over 20-odd% jump in its performance. But what, 3% jump in the economic the scale across the world. And it was not the first crisis. It wasn't. In September 11, we had the terrorist attacks that really changed everything, and it shifted societal acceptance and attitudes, you know. People weren't worried about the security trade-off. We accepted that we want to live, and that plane trip was very scary. In 2003, the SARS virus, a version of it triggered in China. Yeah, it started in China. And that outbreak triggered many large online shopping agencies, and one of them we know about, Alibaba. You get enough emails from Alibaba. And you heard about Tencent, and you heard about Baidu now going into shopping. What that did, it just triggered the digital giants to grow more and more, and quite some time before we know what's the real impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. But we knew that when the pandemic hit, ICT was actually ready. But the people weren't. ICT existed, we didn't trust it. So what made it work, even though we didn't trust it, was that we had some pillars, and I call them the 3 pillars. Information technology general controls, which for those persons who are in audit knows that this speaks to access all the way down to program changes, all the way to computer operations, disaster recovery, firewall, VPN, all of that was covered by the general controls. We trusted that. High-speed internet, that kept us, and mobile devices. Whenever you do any form of research, these are the 3 main things that kept every single country. And not only did it form the fabric of what kept us, it's a fabric that kept governments and communities running. Why we trusted IT? Because at work, even before the pandemic, we had ICT policies and procedures. So we checked them out, we audited them, and ICT made sense. But we also did it at home. At home, we watched Amazon, Netflix, and we ordered dinner, and all of them at the same time, and it worked, right? But what we were doing at the office was Zooming, and Zoom was never enough. Trust me, Zoom is not enough. And you know, we all started, some of us, with that 40 minutes free, and we collectively rejoined when it ended. No one told us. But some brave ICT staff somewhere decided that they were going to buy some Zoom license without World Bank funding. You know what I'm talking about. And we felt convinced that we still could make it. But again, Zoom is not enough. We had to do something more. You cannot achieve Vision 2030 on Zoom alone. You will need a 360-degree perspective of your business, your country, and you need to adapt to the new norms. Farmers and the scientists that are here need a 360-degree look at how they farm, their supply chain, their verticals. They need to look at what they're doing, and they need to have it documented. Doctors needed to get into telemedicine. They needed to get into electronic health records. They need to build up the framework for that. The government is actually sponsoring a program, the IS4H program, where we're looking at, you know, digitizing health records. Logistics companies, you don't have to go down to the port anymore. You should be able to do it online. And those are the critical things that had to change. So what is this 360 perspective? It says if it can be done online, it should be done online. You don't need to print something to scan it. Just digitally sign it. If you look at your business as a customer, you should demand better, right? And your online services must interact. You can't have 5 different stuff that you have to go over to this department to know what went on online. You must keep your data in a safe space. Now that you're going online, your data is at a higher level of risk. And hey, you must live up to your mission statement, and online services must reflect what happens in reality. So to do that, you have to connect the dots. The first dot is innovation. Second one is collaboration or networking. The third, capacity. You need to build the capacity of your staff and your team. Even your children are running ahead of you. If you give them your phone long enough, they'll crack it. Resources must be modernized at home, at work, in the government, even in the taxes. Cultures must be changed. We don't have a culture of quality. People really want to bypass quality. We need foresight because another pandemic may just hit. And how we do that? We connect the dots. And you connect the dots by starting looking at what the government has in place. There's a sector plan for ICT in Vision 2030. You can take a look at that. See where you fit in. It is connected. You need to get involved. See what the government is doing so we don't trip over each other's foot. You innovate by saying what we look at 360 as, if you collect payments of good for goods and services, you must have an e-commerce platform. If you provide logistics and time-bound deliverables, you must have a status tracker, a FedEx for it, so to speak. If you are an educator, a training provider, you must have an online learning management system. If you have case management or do document collection, you must have an interactive online customer service platform. I say this in a biblical term, dwell amongst the innovators. If you don't know everything, be a copycat. I mean, it's somewhere to start. Don't plagiarize, or better yet, don't steal. But mimic successful companies. What we found is that most innovative companies, according to the Boston Consulting Group, are the ones who made best of this pandemic. Many of the companies are household names, and they are the ones who emerged best out of the COVID-19 pandemic. You can check that on the World Economic Forum website. We have a link there. I'm sure this presentation will be made available to all. These are studies done. Innovation is the biggest part of the way forward. Yes, we know COVID-19 triggered us to move forward, but it cannot be the only driver. Look at what's happening with Amazon. As I say, dwell amongst the innovators. Look at what Amazon did. They quickly switched over. Amazon is no longer concerned about just the products. They are doing shipment. They are moving products to you. They are focused on how prime benefits will impact them, not necessarily the service you buy. Look at the supermarkets like Target, the major chains like Target and Walmart. They have now totally gone into e-commerce. Again, World Economic Forum has the facts to support this. What they did was accelerate, and these innovative companies show a 17% point improvement over the companies that are not so innovative. How did we know that? We look on the return on investment, total shareholder returns. That's how you look on it. These 50 household name companies, they go fast when they are pressed down. You climb out quickly. You collaborate. And not all organizations or people came into the pandemic at the same level. We know not every company was at the same level, but we must unite behind the fabric of what Jump is saying, and all these other programs that are available. Unite because that's the way forward. We share risks and mutually build our capacities. When we build capacity, what happens is that it causes our organization to develop long-term resilience. We saw it in tourism with the resilient corridor. Why not build a technology resilient corridor? When these things happen, we are ready. Yes? What we do, we expand digital workspace resources and access. Document your business flows in your organization. Address your security needs. Train staff and update HR. Virtualize your computer environment. Convert paper workflows to digital. You leverage these technologies through online self-services, in-house kiosks. It's not just the airports that has these kiosks. We can have kiosks ourselves. Remote services must be personal, and we must embrace and adapt to the change. The culture shift is telling us we must be wise. We must embrace the shift in culture. And it's not a one-way street. Many people believe that, since we have these digital tools, presence in the office is not necessary, as well as some organizations say that it's just better to do it face-to-face. Let us communicate and look at the culture as it shifts, because the workspace is no longer a location. There are outcomes that decide work. We adapt because we know what is coming next. The next pandemic is not going to call us and say, I'm coming at 3. And we've heard that line before. People need to be able to work from home instead of standing in line at the bus park trying to get onto a bus. Or worse, if the taxi strike, you lose 50% of your employees. We need to be more nimble. We are having our own little pandemic with the economic shifts that we're having. We must be more nimble. I charge you to take a success selfie in order to get to 360 and paste it around your office. What does success look like for your organization in the terms of ICT? And paste it up. With the success selfie, what you can say is that the documents can be scanned by a cell phone. Staff work from home very easily, and you have these kiosks. Take a snap and put it up on your wall. Content and customer relations management systems, a must. Self-help kiosks, a must. Virtualized workspace, a must. General information technology controls, a must. You need to know what post-pandemic success looks like for you. So in going through those dots that we've joined, the last part of the dot, it speaks about forward thinking, looking into the future. And as we started, for access, you're gonna need technology controls. To connect, you're gonna need high-speed internet. And to revolutionize, you're gonna need mobility tools. I'd like to tell you that Bureau of Standards has taken on this 360 path, and you can visit our website, 360.bsj.org.jm. It's all tied and linked back to gov.net, gov.jm, sorry. We believe this is the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, here we go, yes. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson, for that. I think that was a dynamic and exciting presentation to hear from an organization within the public sector that clearly used the pandemic to do some shifting around. And it's certainly a model that, as Orville said, you don't have to start from scratch. You're not plagiarizing, you just borrow. But thank you so much for that, 360. And it really is food for thought and for us to look at how it is that as an organization we're going to set ourselves. And the fact is that not every organization is even post-COVID at the stage where they can say they're technology ready. But the point is that we're not going back because, as you rightly said, there are many different things that can happen that can prevent a person from getting to work, a student from getting to school, a patient from getting to a doctor. So we have to move with the technology. It is an enabler, and we ought to use it to enable us. So our next and our final speaker for this afternoon is none other than Mr. Craig Peru. He's a research fellow at the Mona School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies, where he researches and teaches innovation and project management. He's the lead researcher developing the framework for Jamaica's digital media and information skills literacy framework. And this is a forthcoming work from the Broadcasting Commission and UNESCO. He began his career in science, technology, and innovation, and was supported there by some professors. And I hope I don't bastardize this poor name. Dasgupta and Lancashire in the UA Chemistry Department, and has progressed to being a lead consultant on projects for either the World Bank, the IDB, and the UNDP. He is a certified corporate director, the founding president of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, the Caribbean chapter, and he's a board of director of the Caribbean Academy of Sciences, Jamaica chapter, and a past president of the Project Management Institute, the Jamaica chapter. His forte is bringing world-class standards and innovation technologies to bear on Caribbean projects and asking the hard questions to ensure a sound, factual basis for the initiative and its strategies. Please put your hands together and help me welcome Mr. Peru.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is an enormous pleasure to close off today's session by bringing to you some of what I've learned working on the digital media and information literacy policy framework that Joaquin just mentioned. This project, I think, will be of interest to everybody in this room. Today, what I'm going to be presenting is the connection between the great work that several government agencies have been doing, as well as providers like Flow and Digicel, and the connection to our communities, to community development. Charles mentioned, the importance of digital skills for getting Jamaicans ready for this digital era. And I hope to share with you some of what we've learned and to hear from you what you think about what we have accomplished thus far. So the short version of this presentation is that from the pandemic, we've learned that Jamaica has failed at digital inclusion for many of the same reasons that other countries have. But the good news is we seem to be about to turn the corner. Next, I'm going to talk about the research motivation, and then I'm going to spend the bulk of my time on 2 case studies, looking at lessons learned from the Universal Service Fund and eLearning Jamaica, and then we're going to talk a bit about where is Jamaica going next in terms of providing hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure for community development. So let's get into it. Why is research needed in this area? Well, from the infographic on your screen, if you look to the right lower hand corner, you will see that in 2003, Jamaica was ranked 56th in the world in terms of e-participation. And at that point, Charles will tell you that that was right after the telecommunications sector had been deregulated, and someone on the panel to my far right had a significant role to play in that. And as an upper middle income country, that was a very good score. Unfortunately, we then began a precipitous decline. And in 2014, you'll see we were at 137th in the world. Now, by this time, mobile penetration was no longer enough to say you're tech savvy as a country. The importance of broadband, especially fixed broadband, by then was well established. And up to 2020, we were still lagging. So this next graphic shows you research that we've done much more recently. In March of this year, we did a survey that is nationally representative, and we used the digital media and information literacy competency model that we had developed at the Mona School of Business and Management. And you'll see that if we just look to the far right, you'll see that up to more than 50% of Jamaicans said they had no idea, no skills really, about how to identify their own digital needs. For the other 2 competencies that you're seeing on the screen, engaging in citizenship and developing content, the scores are almost just as bad. Rarely do more than 40% of Jamaicans say they know how to engage in citizenship or they know how to develop content in this digital era. So there's a lot of work to be done. The pandemic, though, it's an example of what we'd call a natural experiment, because it was an enormous shock to the system. Almost all public schools worldwide closed down for more than a year. And the effects of that were there for everybody to see, right? And it was long enough that principals, ministries of education, parents, teachers, churches, everybody who is involved in education, had enough time to respond, right? Now in Jamaica, what did we see? Well, our Minister of Science and Technology said that 75% of schools are in communities with poor quality or no internet infrastructure. The Minister of Education said 120,000 students, which is 59% of the primary age cohort, or 28% of all public school students, never logged on to remote learning at all. And the World Bank and UNICEF, in their evaluation of learning loss, said it'll take 3 years of remediation, or nearly $4 billion, to fix what we lost during COVID. But do we have any right to expect that the disruption would have been less severe? And I put it to you, the answer is yes, because we have had, up to that point, 15 years of digital inclusion initiatives in Jamaica. The Universal Service Fund and eLearning Jamaica were both established in 2005, precisely to provide internet access for everyone. That's the Universal Service Fund, and the eLearning Jamaica to do the same for schools. What can be learned from these prior initiatives? So let me tell you a little bit about the Universal Service Fund's their largest project, their largest set of initiatives, which is the Community Access Points, otherwise called CAPS. Now, the USF has funded nearly 300 computer labs with internet access, what we call CAPS for short, in Jamaica. And Jamaica has about 775 communities, so if you assume 1 CAP per community, that's about 40% of communities that would have had a CAP. Many of these CAP locations were determined with the help of the SDC, the Social Development Commission, which is the government's primary community development agency. Many CAPs were co-located with community development councils, which are community-based coordinating groups. Now, the CDCs are a good idea, but they tend to fall apart when the strong leaders they have leave. And many CAPs fall into severe disrepair and are never opened after the first 2 years. Essentially, CAPs are small businesses operating in what is a very harsh business environment. Now, I've shared all of this with you to point out that this is not, it's neither a fly-by-night operation, nor was it poorly thought out. A lot of effort went into this CAP program, and multiple government agencies were involved. All right. Let's now talk about the second case study, the eLearning Jamaica program. This program went far beyond just providing computer labs and internet access. They provided training for thousands of teachers and dozens of principals. They changed the curriculum in teachers' colleges to include ICT-enriched pedagogies. They provided ICT-enriched video classes developed by master teachers. And yet, rather than schedule the computers for the students to use, many schools hid them away in storerooms to protect the computers from students. Very little of the provided content was used, and it's generally acknowledged that the new pedagogies were never used either. Some of the lessons we should learn from this, well, although, again, enormous effort went into the planning, and checklists were used to ensure project outputs were achieved during implementation, insufficient attention was paid to whether the pre-selected project metrics were the best means of measuring the desired organizational transformation. There was insufficient management capacity to keep track of all the schools and how they were using the provided resources. And remember, we have nearly 200 high schools in Jamaica. Right. Now, implementation was not sufficiently responsive to the challenges encountered during implementation. So some research questions for digital inclusion initiatives in communities arise from this. We know that just providing hard infrastructure, for example, buildings and equipment, is not enough. Some of the questions we need to answer are, how are ongoing costs, for example, internet bills, how are they going to be met? How is continuous staffing going to be ensured? How can government organizations be convinced to collaborate on projects that they did not initiate or don't fall under their budget heads? And what are some of the complementary resources that are needed to help residents transform their lives using ICTs. For example, to restructure their small businesses to realize the benefits that ICTs can provide, to use the ICTs to organize in and advocate for their communities, to avoid the social harms of ICTs and benefit from the social advantages, and finally, to connect to the outside world and prepare for the next stage of their lives, especially relevant to children and youth. Also, some of the implications for scaling digital inclusion initiatives. Well, cultural transformation on the scale that we're talking about, and even what Charles mentioned with the JUMP program, at such a large scale, it involves complex processes in which the outcomes can be determined during the planning phase, but the tactics have to be responsive to the evolving context during implementation. The choice of what to measure and when will often have major under-recognized effects on implementation, both at the level of the strategy as planned and the strategy that emerges. And finally, for all the scientists, these two are extraordinarily important to remember, as well as all the managers. Multiple experiments have to be conducted to identify what factors to use to classify and group communities. This is not going to be known beforehand, and multiple iterations are needed to arrive at a reliable methodology for project implementation. This means for project implementation teams and for their sponsoring agencies and for the politicians who are involved, you have to get used to the idea of failure. Failure is inherent to the idea of experimentation. Now, what's next? There are two major national plans led by the government that are underway. There's a National Broadband Initiative being led by MSET, and there's the Digital Switchover Project being led by the Spectrum Management Authority and the Broadcasting Commission. And both of these aim to provide access to the information highway into all communities worldwide, including the most remote communities. Finally, there is the project I'm leading on. This is the Digital Media and Information Literacy Skills Framework. And what you're seeing on your screen is the kind of digital skills that Charles alluded to. These are the major competence areas that are involved. I want to close by acknowledging my team members, Dr. Maurice McNaughton and Messieurs Sutar and Doyen Williams, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and UNESCO, which funded this research and provided guidance. Also to the Ministry of Science and Technology, especially the ICT Directorate, for their expertise and sharing their lessons learned. Also from the Ministry of Education, especially the Permanent Secretary, Maureen Dwyer and Dr. Lennox Rowe, and to key experts on community activism who have shared so unselfishly what they've learned over decades working in Jamaica, especially to Carol Narcisse and Patrick Prendergast. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I do look forward to your many questions and comments on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Craig, for that. A lot of food for thought, I think, certainly in Craig's presentation, and I know he had to go, give us a synopsis and really get it and summarize most of what it is that he would have wished to say, but he certainly raised the issue of how it is that, as whether it's public or private sector, how we implement projects and ensure that at the end of the day, the projects bear fruit. What struck me, though, in all of what he said, is that we have to understand that failure is not bad. And I think the scientists among us appreciate what that looks like. I think everybody who preceded us before as panelists probably understands, and scientists tend to understand that you're going to try 100 times or 1,000 times before you actually get to the success that you want. The truth is that our framework and systems are not ones that allow for failure, and failure is seen as something that is a waste of taxpayers' money sometimes, you know, but there are lessons to be learned. And certainly my view has always been, if you call something a pilot, it can't be a failure, because the intention is to learn from what it is that you have piloted, right? All right, so we are at the stage where what we're seeing and what we have seen is that connectivity is important. There has to be access to to allow for our citizens, visitors, businesses, everyone to be able to do what it is that they are setting out to do. One of the key messages, certainly, that I've heard as well is that training is critical. And as we move as a government and as a people, as a country, to a digital society, it has implications for the teaching, the training, and our own capacity to navigate and operate the technologies that we are going to be using. And so that would have been brought out certainly in Craig's presentation just now. And then, of course, we saw the applicability of all of that as organizations apply the technology to provide the services that citizens need. And so we are now at the stage, and I'm going to put in a little plug here for Lieutenant Colonel Sterling, because one of the things I think, it was Orville that would have mentioned it, that is important as we utilize the technology. We have the security and the safety elements that we have to think about. There is the cybersecurity element, and then there is the data protection and privacy element as we engage. As we create a trusted environment, and it's not foolproof, it has its issues, but we also have a role to play, certainly as a ministry and as organizations, to educate, whether it's our students or employees, about how to operate in the space safely. And so that's this fourth speaker's plug. But we're going to transition now to our question and answer segment, and I'm going to invite members from the audience to pose their questions to any of the panelists as they feel, and then I'm going to be soliciting some assistance with those questions that might be coming from our online space. So, are there any questions? Any observations? Might not be a question, but certainly an observation that anyone would wish to make. All right, so I understand that there are no online questions and there are no, right. Please.
Interventions on a wide scale yet, but we do have meetings planned with the Jamaica, well, with several umbrella group organizations of churches, because as you know, in Jamaica, the churches have played a huge role in education historically, and we certainly think that the churches have an enormous role to play going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? So maybe I'll ask a question, Craig. I mean, from where you sit and the research that you are undertaking on behalf of the Broadcasting Commission and the UNESCO in respect of the digital media and information skills literacy, speak to us a little bit, or share a little bit about what that looks like in the context of Jamaica. What is your finding? I know you mentioned earlier that there are persons who didn't understand or don't know how to operate, create, utilize the technology that they have. But, you know, could you go into that a little bit more in terms of where is the shortcoming? What is it that we will have to do as a country if we're going to become that digital society and become digital natives? What are you seeing, and what will be the possible recommendations in respect of that?
Right. Well, so the most worrying thing for me is that many persons are not even aware of what they don't know. But they do have some idea that there's a lot that they should learn, but they don't know what that is. So that's one. But the second is something that Orville would probably understand quite well, the issue of safety. One whole competence area revolves around safety, and many of our people really do not understand what is required to stay safe online. And then there's, you know, all of us in this room, I'm sure, have received a lot of misinformed statements on WhatsApp. You know, whether it is about COVID or it's about, you know, the JCF has sent out this message. So misinformation is rife in the Jamaican sphere online, and that's something that we have to learn to deal with. I mean, we have even doctors sending messages that are supposedly from the World Health Organization, and it's just totally untrue. So our people have got to learn how to distinguish between misinformation and disinformation online. But you know, you mentioned about content, the issue about content creation. You see, Jamaica ranks about 25 in the world for traditional cultural and creative exports. I mean, let's face it, Bob Marley put Jamaica on the map, right? He's still the most famous Jamaican, you know, decades after he died. And most of the Jamaicans who operate in that sphere don't have a great deal of formal education, nor have they had a great deal of support from the formal sphere. But in terms of the digital space now that we're in a digital era, we have not adapted as much as we would like, because our people do not have the digital skills to operate in that space. And so that is something that's got to change. The benchmark survey showed that the average Jamaican had not used a word processor or a spreadsheet in the last 3 months, and probably not since leaving high school, right? So these skills which are necessary for operating, for doing knowledge work, our people are not there, right? What they do have is they know how to use their cell phones. And that's great, that's important, but it's not enough for knowledge work. This is one of the myths we have got to put to bed in Jamaica. Cell phones, including smartphones, are great for supporting knowledge work, but they're not enough. It is not, nobody does a great deal of knowledge work on their smartphone if they don't also have a laptop or a tablet or a desktop computer, okay? We need to recognize that access to a device with a bigger screen, and a bigger keyboard, and broadband speeds are critical if Jamaica is to integrate into these global value chains and to become globally competitive, which is what I think we all want.
And that then, Craig, I think you can pass the mic to Charles, because I'm going to ask him a question in respect of how the initiative that they've embarked upon is going to be addressing some of those. Because Charles, you in sharing what JUMP was about, you mentioned the whole point that there are 3 elements to it. There is there's a device, the tool, there is the connectivity, but then there is a skills development element of that. And could you just shed a little light, well, maybe a little bit more detail than you were able to in your presentation, on what that skills development element is going to look like?
So thank you for that, Joaquin. So we've had, during the pandemic, flow study, where we've been able to have a lot of academic content, a lot of support to schools. And that was a huge success. So in collaboration with our partners, we have proprietary information that we've used. We've worked with Google in the first instance. We've worked with Mona School of Business. So they have well-developed programs and curricula that we use. So Flow does not provide or create the content. We have these partners that we engage, and then with their skills, then we make it available. So we're very confident in the content. What we're doing with Jump, though, is to widen the constituents that's impacted by the content. So we recognize that there may be even some illiterate folks in the household. So we're partnering with that group to say, okay, what can we design to support? I forget the name of the institution now. It's no longer Jamal, right? That was like many years ago, but they still exist with a new name.
For lifelong learning.
Exactly, Jamaica Foundation for Lifelong Learning. So we're already engaging them, because when you go into the household, it's 360. There's the parents, there's the older cohort, there are those that are into high school or tertiary or primary. So the idea is it's going to be targeted at what you find when you engage a household. So some of those programs need to be developed. We have established ones. We've already aligned with also the Ministry of Education. So depending on, and they have full commitment to providing the curriculum, whether it's K-12, K-13, K-10, so that it's targeted. One-on-one educational services is a higher tier of certified courses, skills, whether it's in coding or programming, that's a different level. That's when you find somebody who's a little bit more adept, a little more enabled. So that's the intention, and the various partners then will make available according to the needs. Now, we found it absolutely necessary, so that's why we say it's not a connectivity. Those elements are fundamental, and the cybersecurity. How do you protect yourself online? How do you protect your kids? How do there are viruses? Then there's harmful content. It's a whole 360 approach. So we're well along in finalizing all of those plans with the different partners, where they are being funded by our charitable organizations or foundations, because it is at a cost, albeit heavily subsidized, because the good thing is that all the partners are, as it were, putting skin in the game. They are committed to making this work. They recognize, there's no other way, right? There's no other way unless we all partner to execute on it. So very confident. And we continue to search for additional partners for the education piece. And to his point, to Purdue's point about what knowledge skills require, that's why we're going with laptops. It's a fixed line connection. So, of course, we have a large network, different technologies in the network. We have copper, we have HFC, we have fiber. But for the pilot, because we want the best experience, the fastest speeds on the newest network, we're launching the pilot just on the fiber network, so that you have that real best use case to support. And then now the device is being made available is either a Chromebook or a laptop or a desktop, donated by partners or our own foundation.
Right. So thank you for that intervention, Charles. And we are at the end of our session, but I'm sure that we could go on. The fact is that there are a lot of things that are happening in the space, whether it's through the public sector or the private sector. There are a lot of lessons that have been learned. And I think even on the point about a phone not being a knowledge device is evident by the shift that even the Ministry of Education and Youth had to make in respect of what it is that they were putting in the hands of students and teachers. A laptop versus a tablet. So I think we have to count all experiences as experiences and learn from those. I believe we are well on the path as a country where, because of the pandemic, we had to accelerate a lot of what it is that we were doing, and there is really no turning back. The technology is here for utilization by all sectors of our society, and we know that wherever we're seated, whether in public or private sector, that entities are working assiduously to ensure that the technology is used as the enabler that it is. So we're at the end of our session, and I want to thank you for your attention. It has been a long day, or a long 2 days, but we want to thank you for your attention, those of you who are with us in person, and those of you who would have joined us online. And as we close, I want you to just give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, so thank you. I believe there are some closing remarks from the organizers.
Thank you so much, Joaquin and panelists. We want to invite you to get a photo up. We also have some small tokens to show our appreciation for your participation in this, our 7th biennial conference. Now, this is the end of day 2. It has been quite a day, or quite 2 days. We will be closing out tomorrow morning. We have a panel discussion session tomorrow morning where the focus will be on businesses, successful businesses that have science at their core. We invite you to join us tomorrow morning for that. And of course, we want to thank you for being here with us, those that are online and those that are here at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel. Do remember, you can download the program at www.srcconference.com. We make it super easy, right? So you can continue to participate. All the proceedings from the conference are hosted. Yes, please. All proceedings from the conference will be on our YouTube page. If you missed a session, and believe you me, I'm struggling to pick which was my favorite session because they have all been impactful, amazing, and have a lot of rich value and content. And show the SRC show. Thank you. So thank you so much, panelists. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 for a very prompt start, because we'll have to end promptly to facilitate the setup for the National Innovation Award tomorrow. Thank you, and safe travel on the gravel. Good evening, everyone.